since...
Bam-a-lam, boys, we're live.
Oh. Yeah. What's up?
It's so good to see you guys. I mean, you don't have to do headphones, honestly. I'll yell at you if you fade too far from the mic. There's definitely one pair there for you, for sure. Is there a missing pair? There's not a pair down there?
There's this.
That's a mic cable.
That goes in my butt.
That goes in your butt. Let's double check that mic is working right. Hit that one, Jeremy.
Hi.
That is not working. Hold on.
I don't think so.
Oh, that means I can say it. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it.
Hard R. Ginger. Say ginger.
Ginger.
That's still not it. God damn it, dude.
How is that not it? I'm just going to act like I'm saying really important shit, dude. What a disaster, dude.
Okay. Somebody say something because the dead air is killing me.
I'm talking. What am I supposed to be talking about? What the hell did you even have me on here for? I never understand when people want to talk to me.
I'd like to help with the dead air, but I can't. Dude, I don't understand where this fucking cable is from.
I thought you were experienced at this.
I used to be, and now I don't know what the fuck's going on because my producer keeps calling in sick.
Can we shit talk him? How hard is it to push buttons over there? He doesn't even have a keyboard.
Pushing my button for you.
Dude, what the fuck?
What, he's got a touch screen?
Hey, maybe.
Here, you talking to this?
Maybe you should start paying him.
They do pay him.
What do you pay him in?
Cash.
Can you hear me through Jared's mic? All right,
Mhm.
yeah.
Ooh, that's
Does it sound good? I don't know.
yeah. It's like that SNL skit.
Sweaty balls.
Mm-hmm.
I like to. Have you ever partaken in my sweaty balls?
Not that I remember.
Trust me, you have.
There's been some times in a hotel room for work where I overdid it, and we were sharing rooms too, weren't we? Because the females had to have a different room,
Yeah.
and so they grouped us together.
Yep. That was back before you could identify. Never mind.
Yes, whatever you want. What would you identify as?
I don't need to get canceled already. From what I understand, the Minnesota music scene has been.
I don't
rampant
think
on that
Me
lately.
Too is a thing anymore. Is it? That's
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
Now we're working.
People from my work are probably watching, and they're already writing everything down because we have a strong DEI culture.
Do you
where I work.
really?
Oh, yeah. I actually applied for it because it was like
Are you
$90,000
serious?
a year
I got to do one more thing.
to just kind of be
If you do, can I?
pissed off about stuff. Great. That's it. Yeah, leave me alone on your podcast. Can I blow that towards me? I'll quit smoking today. You guys, I just quit smoking right now.
Yeah, fuck, man. This is what happens when we don't have a fucking producer anymore.
What's his name? Can we shame him?
Fucking Murph. Yeah, we can shame him. Fucking Murph.
This thing's in my
Thanks,
face.
Murph. No, we're at least like doing stuff. So, cheers. I like the horn. Did you buy that at a Vikings game?
No, I got that from Jeremy.
Did you buy that from a guy named Steiner?
At his wedding? He
Jeremy,
gave it
did
to me
you
as
get those
wedding
from a guy
gift.
named Steiner?
I think I got them on Amazon.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
There's a guy locally that makes legit ones. His
Oh,
name's
yeah, 'cause this is
Steiner,
a
and he runs a
fake
Viking
cow.
hotel.
I really
really don't like supporting anything local.
This is
I'm
is
really
not a
sorry
real
you have
cow.
to use those, dude.
That doesn't matter. Does this? Where does it go?
I don't know. I don't know if we have that going anymore either.
Ah, fuck it.
Hey,
let's
there's
just
another
go.
microphone right here. Maybe it's your mic, not the
No,
cord.
it's not that. The problem is this. So, equipment started failing. Like literally, 2-3 headphones went
Give
down
me
at
that
the same
cord
time.
anyway.
This one, like, only one earbud works, regardless.
Nice.
So, like, it sucks.
No, this one is only this one.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
we started rehearsing, and I had to fucking start moving shit over there for the rehearsal space.
Yeah, I should do
And it's a fucking pain in the ass, dude. So I apologize, guys. I'll get it tightened up.
Here, give me this anyway.
The fucking the obviousness is being exposed. So
The cord.
hopefully at least sounds good for the listeners.
It's working now. We fixed it. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mic's working just
I
fine.
was just trying to find headphones because it's like it's so helpful for like gauging your
Yeah.
volume
Well,
and all
I don't
that
like
shit.
it.
Just-
you can take these ones. I can't stand it.
Oh,
Really?
yeah.
Okay. Well, do me a favor and point that mic more to you. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're gonna have
there
to
you
yell
go.
at me all night. Stop.
Let's do this. Tighten this up so it doesn't keep falling on you.
Ooh, you're right. It is on just on the one side.
Yeah.
So you-
Which
you
I
can feel
actually
one side
don't
off.
mind because I like having one on, one off. That
got-
way I can hear the
I'm
actual.
not a
weighing me
musician.
down.
You guys are used to using monitors and hearing yourselves and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. I can't handle it.
Yeah.
It bothers
understand.
the crap out of me.
Well, as long as honestly, like, as long as you guys are reasonably close to those.
When
mics,
you
it'll
say
be fine.
honestly a lot, you know what that
Do I?
means? You know
That
what
I'm
it means when
deceptive?
people say, yeah.
Does it mean I'm
it's-
deceptive?
It's the first sign of deception.
That's funny because
that's
I
actually not true.
always use it when I'm like, all right, here's all my cards on the table. I'm not
remember
going to
that.
try to bullshit you. I
remember
can see
that.
how that'd be true with other people, though.
Yeah.
But I'm also one of those guys that none of those stereotypes ever actually, like you were saying earlier when he was doing the thing and you were like, really, I might actually be gay then. Like, when you said that, that's like me with all the others.
Apparently, having sex with other guys makes you gay.
If one's
have you
passed
seen that
out,
meme?
if one's
News
passed
to
out,
me, guys.
Have you
Hey,
seen that meme
it
where
doesn't count.
dude's like, I'm not gay. I just have sex with dudes. And then Ice-T, it cuts to Ice-T and he goes, bro, that makes you gay. I had AJ Sugar from Vaudeville on the podcast with his new, he's part of this new band called Bullets and Butterflies. Wally's daughter has her own band now. And AJ Sugar, gay dude, used to be in Vaudeville. And he was sitting here and I was like, man, I'm just glad that like everything's come full circle and we can start making gay jokes again. He's like, bro, I never stopped. I was like, dude, that's what I love about gay people. Like when you have a lot of gay friends, like we do being in the music industry in Minneapolis, like our gay people are cool as fuck, dude. Like all those weird ass ones on the internet trying to fucking like, this is the neighborhood and we don't know any of those. We don't know any of those gays. Our gays are cool as fuck.
They're like
We're
the
very
Tony
lucky.
Hinchcliffe of people.
Yeah.
Dude. that's
You guys
funny.
watch Kill Tony a
Oh,
lot?
yeah. No, I don't ever watch the show. I just...
Yeah, I got like a limit. I got a limit for it because it's like it's fucking hilarious. But like I can
watch
only
the
watch
clips.
I can only watch
Yeah.
people bomb so much before then like. It's not that I feel bad for them because they're getting their chance, but you know what I'm saying. It's like it's a different kind of awkwardness where it's not enjoyable.
When's the last time you like watched it on purpose with it, not a clip, but
Yeah.
like you like I'm gonna watch Kill Tony tonight? When's the most recent episode?
That would have been. It was I think it was not the Madison Square Garden one, but it was like the first time where Shane Gillis is Trump and then that Adam dude is
Adam
Biden
Ray, yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, dude, that was a great.
And I
one.
was, oh my god, I was
The
fucking
whole
loving
show,
it.
dude.
I was loving it. And then like, then they draw
They're
their
sending
names
their
and
worst.
shit. Then they draw their names, and the people bomb and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then as it goes, it reaches a point with that where I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like I'm not against. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, it's not enjoyable anymore for
Sure.
me.
Everybody's
you know?
dying out.
I only asked because way back in the day, I found it very hard to watch,
Yeah.
and it was because they hadn't really figured it out yet. So I kind of stopped watching it for like
Well, you definitely figured it out.
couple 2-3 years maybe. And yeah, he figured it out. So he has a regular, then he has a draw, then he has a regular, then
Yeah.
he has a draw, then he really does a good job of like this isn't going to be bomb after bomb after
Yeah,
bomb
yeah,
after bomb.
yeah.
So and there's definitely some WWE going on there.
Yeah.
Because
Like when Shane Gillis comes back with some Bud Lights and they introduce this Asian trans person, he just looks over, he goes, "Oh shit." Just stupid stuff, and then it goes off the rails from there. There's sparks, there's people coming in and out that aren't even supposed to be on there.
William Montgomery might be my favorite. Him and Casey Rocket are like my two right
Which
now.
one's William Montgomery?
I ain't never gonna stop.
Oh, yeah.
The big ginger that
Yeah.
closes almost every show.
He's always yelling at people and being mean to
What the
whoever the
fuck?
guest. Yeah, I finally saw him last night for the first time.
Dude, he's my favorite up and coming comedian right now.
That one, is it Cam Williams?
Yes, yeah,
Dude, I saw him when he was.
I'm not
still, like,
retarded, but I like rocks.
Yes, when he was a name drawer or whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
I saw his first one.
yeah,
too,
and I remember right away I was like, oh fuck, this guy has got it, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Tom Segura is just like, he picks up the mic, he goes, "Wait, what?" It's like an unroastable moment. Like there's nothing.
dude,
to
it
do.
was.
Like,
And then when they're like, they thought it was a bit, and then he like pulled. He's like,
like,
no,
"No,
man,
I got two right here."
He
I
gives
got
them
two right
away.
here, yeah. He's
He
like,
gives
"You
them
want
away to
this
people.
one?"
Yeah,
That dude is so fucking funny, man.
yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Have you heard since he's been on? So now he's like
Yeah.
touring.
Yeah,
And
like-
every week he comes back and he does a minute on the town he was just in. And so he was like,
Nice.
Louisville. That town's a piece of shit. He's talking about the arena. It's like the Lickum Yum Center or some shit like that. Or fucking. He's like, it's the most racist shit I ever seen. It's like all black athletes, you go here. It's super on the nose, but he's funny, man.
It's basically TikTok clips.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
all I ever see. So,
You see,
which we're not supposed to say, right? You said not to say it.
No, I just won't post your link directly in the chat because
You
I
motherfucker.
don't support.
I need promotion.
Have you seen that bit? It's rolling around now of with Andrew Schultz talking about like the whole trans women in women's sports or whatever. Like he's talking about like that topic, right? And he's like, I say we keep stacking it like that, and then you can finally know what it felt like to be a white person once they finally started letting black people play sports.
Yeah. No, specifically.
I'm repeating the joke.
Specifically the NBA. Specifically the NBA is like, no, let's keep doing it so that finally now all you women know what it was like to be a white dude who played basketball when they let black dudes show up. He's like, bitch, you ain't dunking for shit. These motherfuckers are putting up 40 and you're lucky to make a free throw.
You're gonna have to do the same thing as us. You're gonna have to readjust your dreams. Maybe
It's
get
humbling, ladies. It's humbling. Welcome to equality. Now you know what it's like to be a white man. I don't think any of that last part's in there, but it's all in the same sentiment.
Yeah, that clip. Somebody sent it to me recently. I thought it was fucking hilarious.
No, he's the man, dude. Did you see him on the roast?
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That roast was man. That was
The
good.
three for me were Nikki Glazer, obviously.
Yeah,
Bert Kreischer, I'm a big fan of your joke. That's a great fucking line. Yeah, she's great at roasting. I don't like her regular stand-up.
Huh.
Like
I'll have to check it out because I don't.
So
like
right
her.
after the Tom Brady roast, she released a special, and Kate and I kind of like her on podcasts and roasts and stuff.
Yeah.
So we like legitimately sat down to watch it, like made dinner, like we're gonna watch Nikki Glazer's comedy special tonight. I think we were 35 minutes into it, and Kate and I, at the same exact time, unprompted, looked at each other and went, "This isn't funny." And then she went, "Should we watch something else?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's go watch Criminal Minds." Like, you know what I mean? That's how boring it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
But on roasts, she's amazing. Specifically that night, she really hit like
She was
Grand
on
Slam
fire.
after Grand Slam after Grand Slam. Just everything she said was fire. Tony Hinchcliffe
Yep.
fucking destroyed me. I have never laughed that hard at anybody ever, dude. Like, and even when he goes, fucking Earthquake is standing in the back. I'm killing right now. I started laughing for him on his behalf. Like, I was so happy for him. And then Andrew Schultz was really good.
Yeah.
too. Those three freaking, the whole roast is worth those three people.
Yeah, it's the people that are quick on their feet. I don't care if they're good writers. It's the people that are quick on their feet. Like you got Bill Burr, you got Tony Hinchcliffe. You know,
Yeah.
people like that. They can just play it by ear.
Yeah.
That shit.
I was
kills
really
me.
disappointed with Tom
Kills
and
me.
Bert's.
The
Bears.
only thing I liked about it was like I thought it was smart in the sense that like
It was original.
it broke up the monotony because at that point of the
You're talking
roast
about
it's
two bears.
like
the roast.
Yeah,
still.
the real
Oh.
two boys. Yeah, but
it's-
it is those guys.
yeah instead of them like doing the traditional roast thing they kind of had like a this other thing that they did where they had like I don't know, it was like a fucking PowerPoint or I don't remember what the fuck it was now.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you're
But
right.
yeah. But then like, and I remember watching it. I was it reminded me of, this is gonna sound dumb, but it reminded me of when Clutch was on the Sounds of the Underground tour. So it was all this fucking thrash and heavy shit.
I remember this DVD. You made me watch this DVD in the rehearsal space. Go ahead, tell the stories.
But then like and I remember when I saw Clutch in the lineup, I'm like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. And then as the concert was going, and then Clutch came on right around the time that you were like, I don't know if I could take another breakdown and another pit, right? So it was like, it made sense. It like gave you a breather. And
it did work. You were right.
And I think with Segura and Bert, that's kind of what their thing did. It's like, it wasn't all that funny, but it was like, it broke up the monotony of like, oh my God, like, hey, cool, I don't have to hear another joke about how Tom Brady's wife banged the jiu-jitsu instructor.
Right.
Yep.
You know, like that's the only
Great point.
The only downfall of roasts is like, as they go,
You do get a burnout factor.
yeah, because everybody's going to hit the same topics.
Yep. Wasn't there something where they finally said, no, you can't talk about this?
Oh, so Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Brady. At one point in time, somebody makes a joke about
The owner with his massage.
Robert Kraft
Yeah.
and the massage thing.
Oh,
and then literally
that's
Tom
right.
gets out of his seat and walks up and he goes, "Don't fucking say that shit again."
Yep.
And here's the thing: is like me being me. You know me, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, you would have
know
said
me.
it right away.
I was like, I'm in my chair because it's live on the internet,
Yeah.
and I'm like literally going, say it again, say it again, say
Yeah.
it again, say it. And I'm like, like my fingers are together, like I'm like giddy about it. I'm like, because my mischievous ass would have fucking waited 2 more jokes and then hit him again and waited for him to come for me, and then I'd have ran.
Yeah.
Like I would have embarrassed him, you know. Like everybody would think, oh, you
Another
embarrassed
Will
yourself
Smith
by
moment.
running off the
Yeah.
stage.
Where you
like,
get
no, I
slapped or
got you.
something.
Like I got you. And here's the thing: you're supposed to be the athlete, but your old ass in your fucking dress shoes can't catch me on this stage. So I'm gonna drop this bomb and get the fuck. You know me. I would have done that.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't. Who did he say it to? Because
Well, that's what I was gonna say, and the audacity. That's how you know when you're Tom Brady. He knows he's the GOAT because you
Yeah.
went up and said it to Jeff Ross,
That's
the
who it
fucking
was.
roast master of all. Like,
Yeah.
the fact that you said that to the best, probably one of the best roasters to ever exist,
Yeah.
and didn't.
arguably the best.
Yeah, like I don't know, like. He knew that if anybody else said that to Jeff Ross, he would have fucking tore them apart right there,
right.
you know. But so Brady knew. He was like, I can fuck it. Or maybe they had it planned out ahead of time. Who the fuck knows?
Like the Will Smith thing. That was planned out ahead of time.
I don't think so.
No, for
I don't
sure.
think so.
I don't
It was
think so.
it was line for line, action for action.
I don't think so, dude. I really
Planned
don't.
out.
I don't. What? So tell me why you think it was.
I don't have a good reason. I just Hey, I didn't know I was getting called on my shit. But listen,
that's like that right there. That's 90.
Listen.
That's why I'm not on Facebook anymore. That's 95% of the news feed. It's just like I have a really strong opinion and no basis for it.
And
None
someone just goes,
whatsoever.
"Okay, tell me more," and you're like, "Fuck."
No, I ain't like fuck. I have nothing to go on. But it was that was all planned out. I think.
At least you said I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, no, I don't think it was though. But did you see the follow up to that when that dude tackled Dave Chappelle like weeks later?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
2-3 weeks later.
No.
Fucking,
And then he goes, "Was that Will Smith?"
Chris Rock runs on stage. So Dave Chappelle gets tackled,
Yeah.
right? And dude is trying to stab him to death. Like he has a knife.
Okay.
Something. It's actually like a gun.
Was he white?
It's like a fake gun. No, black dude.
Really?
Black on black crime.
That's weird.
So long story short is it's like a gun, but when you pull the trigger, a knife comes out of the barrel instead of a bullet or whatever. Right?
Okay.
It's a
That
fake
way you
gun.
can go psych.
Yeah.
Right?
Psych.
Something,
Stick.
something like that. Something like that, right? But dude tackles Dave, and of course, Dave's security grabs the dude,
Yeah.
fucking drags him back to stage, and beats the shit out of this guy. And while you see 6 dudes just fucking absolutely stomping this dude to the ground, fucking Chris Rock runs on stage, grabs the mic from Dave Chappelle, and just yells to the crowd, "Was that Will Smith?" And the fucking entire stadium just dies laughing
Talking about
as they
double
almost
down.
watch somebody die, dude.
That's
so it's
doubling
moments
down.
like that where I'm like, it couldn't have been staged. There's no way, dude. And then did you watch Chris Rock's special where he spent 5 minutes straight calling Will Smith a bitch live on Netflix, like over and over again.
I don't have Netflix.
Dude, he didn't just say
never.
it once. He didn't just say it once. He said it like 16 times.
Really?
Just, Will Smith is a bitch.
When I
remember it.
I'll
when I
wait till
saw
it comes out on YouTube.
when I saw it when I
think
saw
it
the
will.
slap live or whatever, like in that moment I was like, there's no way that was fucking real. I was like, there's no way that was real. What made me change it was everything that after the fact.
Yeah.
Like
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, like all the
Like the outrage and stuff.
no, like
how,
just
how
how Chris
and Will
Rock,
handled
yeah.
it.
Oh,
and just the rest of the shit behind it. I was like, it's too it just seemed
Like,
too
if it was
genuine.
staged, one of them would have been massaging and milking it.
I like
for-
what you do with your
Yeah,
hands there.
like
Yep.
massaging and milking that teat
Ooh.
of drama, right? The teat of drama
I just felt my dick move.
for the fucking
That was
for,
my
for
hand.
that internet milk, you know?
Yeah.
But they didn't. They didn't. Chris Rock did the exact opposite. He goes, "I'm not saying shit about this publicly until my special comes out," and that's the only reason Chris Rock did a special is because he got slapped. Chris Rock had zero plans to come back into comedy and do an hour-long special until fucking Will Smith slapped him, and then Chris is like, "I'm getting this motherfucker."
I can't wait until like
well, yeah,
5
he's
years.
got to cash in on it.
I can't wait until 5 years from now when Will Smith and Chris Rock come out together. Like, just so y'all know that was staged, and then JP's like, "I fucking I knew it."
I'm crashing your podcast because I'm going to come on here
He'll
and
pull
say,
this clip up. And be like, "Look at you, fucking smug motherfuckers."
it'll be all over old man Facebook.
You can come over the day it gets announced. You can come over and we'll do an 8-minute podcast of you just screaming at the top of your lungs
Yeah.
how you were right and I'm an idiot for not listening.
Waving
to
my
you.
dick in your face. Wait, that's a different thing.
There's a punch on the bottom and then the lighters on the top.
I don't know shit about shit.
So,
I'm not a real man.
I mean, you.
Oh shit! Oh, it's not. I got you.
So like, you push that in and like when you push it, give it a gentle twist. Don't slam it in there because you'll crack it.
What should I do with the cigar and the lighter?
Dude, I softballed that one in there and you hit a home run, buddy. Now twist as you press. Yeah.
Twist it.
Yeah. Try to center it. You're kind of off center, but
I like to be a little off center. Like I say, I'm a centrist who leans a little bit to the right.
dude. So I haven't talked to you guys in a long time.
I'm kidding, by the way.
I officially have left the DNC and the DFL, and I will never support
Because you got
them
ID'd?
in any way possible.
Is that right?
Did you get
that looks
ID'd
good.
trying to go in or what?
No, dude, the DNC and the DFL have just simply gone too far. Like, and I've had several podcasts where I talked to guys
Imagine
about this
that.
recently where I'm like, here's the deal, man. Like, September 11th happened.
Wait, I thought politics were off the table.
Not on this podcast.
Oh, fuck.
So,
Wish I was wearing gloves right now.
Such a.
so
I just want to watch him try to suck that thing.
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to overlight it. Just, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to overlight it, I guess.
Twist it, and just,
You're not
yeah.
in the
You don't
flame.
even have to puff on
I
it. yet.
can't see shit.
You're not in the flame.
Here, give me it. I'll show you.
I could do it myself, Dad.
Give it to me. Give it to
No,
me.
don't-
You're gonna ruin
don't-
it. Give
no,
it to
no.
me.
He's
Don't
not gonna
puff
ruin
on
it.
Do what you're doing, but don't puff yet. Keep doing what you're doing, but don't puff
And
yet.
don't inhale.
Yep.
Like Clinton.
Yep. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. About another 4 seconds. Oh, back off. Back off. Back off. Yep. Okay. Now start puffing.
Jeez.
Okay. Give it 2-3 good puffs. Yep. Yep. You want that big flame. Okay. Now blow on the tip.
Just
Blow
you
on
got
the
to do
tip.
it.
Is it all orange or do you still see black spots?
It's pretty much all.
You're not supposed to
There
spit
you
on
go.
it.
Now don't inhale it like you just accidentally did. We all watched that happen. You
Yep.
are not Max Crosby.
So
You cannot French inhale a cigar.
He's gonna
That
be
mother- have
vomiting
you seen- Do you
real
know who I'm
soon.
talking about?
Last time I smoked a cigar was the last time I was on your podcast.
Do you know who I'm talking about? What I'm talking about?
No,
Max
no.
Crosby, defensive end for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
Will go on post game and he'll fucking go like this with a cigar. And like French inhale it like it's a cigarette. And just this dude's an elite level athlete and smokes a cigar like it's a fucking cigarette, dude.
If you inhale
there
that,
are no other men
you
that
will
can do
vomit
that, dude.
tonight.
That's not entirely
and
true.
you'll, and you'll
No,
fu-
I don't. I won't.
And you'll
inhale it.
fuck somebody who you don't want to fuck,
I'm not going to inhale it.
like Jared.
I was gonna say, you mean a chick?
But I thought we already said. Hey, but I did this.
Actually, if you vomit, I am fucking you.
Speaking of vomiting and
Look at him
fucking.
go.
Speaking of vomiting and fucking, did you guys watch what is it? Baby Reindeer?
I did not.
No,
Dude,
just
you guys
clips.
gotta watch that shit, bro.
Dude, I don't have anything to watch.
There's a point. I'm gonna spoil it. Spoil it. If you guys haven't seen Baby Reindeer, you don't
cares
want a
if-
spoiler. Turn your volume down now and give me 30 seconds.
Don't be
Okay.
a wuss like that.
So here's what happens. Here's what happens, dude. So there's this comedian that wants to be famous, and there's this dude who's like, "Oh, I write for this super famous show," and then they start partying together, and the famous writer dude like gives him fucking GHB and LSD and mescaline and shit, and dude's like tripping balls and fucking like can't control his entire body, so he starts crawling across the floor and throws up in his fucking dog dish, and the dude like crawls behind him and like starts massaging his back while he's throwing up, and then when he's done throwing up, he fucking fingers dude in the ass, bro.
Why was the dude not wearing any clothes when he threw up?
He was wearing clothes, dude. He like went under his pants and like fucking like, and then
Are
the
you
fucking
fucking
desperate
serious?
comedian goes back. Like, he stays and goes back, dude, and then this fucking famous dude just starts raping this dude, like, keeps getting him high, and the dude's like, but I wanted to be famous. And so, like, as you're watching this show, you go from, like, feeling bad and sympathetic for this character to, at some point in time, I go, dude, fuck this guy. Like, he just keeps making really bad decisions, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a dude calloused take, but I'm serious. Like, there's another documentary where I seen where this one, it's called Abducted in Plain Sight or something like that, or Kidnapped in Plain Sight or whatever. And it's kind of the same idea, where it's like this family, their daughter gets kidnapped by this dude.
Whoops.
And then he returns the daughter, and then he starts fucking the wife, right? Because they don't press charges somehow. So then he seduces the wife, and then he starts fucking messing with the dad, and he gets the dad to jack him off in a car.
I watched that.
Yeah, dude. And I'm like, bro, fuck you. Like, I don't feel bad for you. I went from feeling super bad for your family to going, this is Darwinism. You're supposed to be dead. You were supposed to be eaten by a cheetah.
There's
You
too many
shouldn't be
fucking and fingering for
Homie.
me to even follow. Like, I'm so lost
It's
right
basically the same story. It's basically grown adult men not being men, not knowing how to protect themselves or their families.
now. So this is The Gap, Old Navy.
Yeah. No, it's two different things, but dude, it's the same story. It's basically the same fucking story where it's like somewhere in the story I stop feeling bad for the victim and I start blaming the victim because they're men. And I go, no, dude, this is on you, bro. Like, you need to stop going back to this dude who keeps raping you. Like, you're not a woman who's
Yeah, the guy
like
who tried
in a
to finger
position
me, I
of,
never
like,
saw him again. You know, like after my friends beat
you
the
try
shit
to
out of
finger
him.
me once and we're done. You
Dude,
try to finger me twice and you're dead and I'm in prison.
My
Like,
What's the statute of limitations of beating the shit out of somebody? It's like 20 years. Yeah, that dude got he got his hand near me, and my friends just fucked him
the
up.
one is Abducted in Plain Sight. The other one you guys got to check out is Baby Reindeer, because it's compelling. Like, at the end of it, you're like, dude, that was fucked up, and you feel like kind of like you got dirtied.
Isn't that the one where like
It's
the
a woman that was obsessed with a bartender
Yeah.
or something, wasn't
Yep.
it?
Yeah, and then like okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys got to watch it, even with the spoiler, because that's I only spoiled the middle of the show. That's literally one episode.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't spoil the show. I spoiled one episode that kind of blindsides you in the middle of it. But I'm telling you, dude, it's one of those things where when you watch it, you feel like dirty. You feel like you've been soiled. But at the same time, you're like, I'm glad I watched that, because that shit is
hard
fucking
right now.
Because you're soiled.
Hey, by the way, I
your
want
soul
to
has
You
been
had
soiled.
me at soiled.
I want to
These are
say
great cigars.
I want to say to all the dudes that are watching right now, they're like me who don't know how to smoke a cigar.
Oh, you're doing good.
And you
You're
never
doing a great job.
and you never do it because you don't know how. I just did y'all a favor because you just got to watch. I fell on the sword for y'all. Now you know how to do it. Just
You know,
watch this podcast.
What's up with our
the
egos when it
nice-
comes to shit like this?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So I've never been afraid to look well, okay, I have. But I've grown to not be afraid to look stupid, and I've learned so much more shit. And the fact that you just fucking almost fucked that up and just did it anyway, that's awesome. Because most
that's
men
how I
would
am,
just
too.
not have done it. at
I mean,
all.
I'm
Right,
this-
they'd be afraid to embarrass themselves.
yeah.
That's
I've
what
actually-
like
almost everybody says that. They're like, "Oh, I'm going to embarrass myself on your podcast." I'm like, no one's going to judge you, dude. Like, even experienced cigar smokers go, "Oh, he's new."
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to learn how to
Not
no
all
one
of them.
actually
Not
judges
all
you.
of them, because
Well-
these experienced cigar smokers, they treat you like shit when you walk in and you pay.
Those guys are
40
assholes. You know
bucks
what
for
those
a
guys
c-
are?
a cigar.
They're the equivalent of the Christian who guilts you
Yes.
for quitting heroin,
Yeah.
but you still have tattoos.
Right.
Like, dude, go fuck yourself, man.
Ooh, I got a good story about Christians too, but I'll save that for.
Does it have to do with your neck tattoo?
Go and do it
No.
right now.
Oh,
Go and do it right now.
So this is kind of I use that term Christians loosely. That was part of the conversation I had with these fine people. But when I came out of the
Did
Metallica,
they claim they were Christians?
when I came out of the Metallica,
Oh, the
Pantera
protesters.
the protesters.
Set this up.
Oh,
hold
that
on.
guy.
Set this up because not everybody knows what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. All right, so it was the Friday. I only went to the Friday Metallica Pantera at U.S. Bank.
So but there was two, for people that don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah,
'cause
there's
not everybody's
two.
from Minnesota. So
No?
Metallica just came to town, and they did a Friday night and,
and
a Sunday night.
Yeah, it was like the no repeat weekend. Like it was basically Metallica
The
weekend. Right?
M72 tour.
Yeah, yeah. And so that was at U.S. Bank.
$800 per ticket per night.
No, I had main floor and they were $250
Per night.
for the one. If you bought the two together, then it was obviously like a deal or whatever. I think it was probably
$400.
Probably four. It was $250 after all the fees and shit. Right. I bought them a year and a half
That
ago when
actually
they went on
sounds super
sale.
reasonable now. That
Yeah.
So anyway,
Shit,
so
I
I should have
that.
went. Fuck.
So anyway, so then come out of that concert, right? And here's the thing: like anybody who was there that Friday night already knows, but if you weren't, and or if you haven't been to a Metallica concert,
Yeah,
in
and
the
don't
last
rush
fucking-
through it because most people weren't there.
in the last 10 years or whatever, a Metallica concert these days is a lot more of a man. It's like you leave there feeling really good, right? Like there's just a different.
like you got value.
Like there's just a different thing, you know. It's like James, you know, he's different now, right? So the way he talks to the crowd is different. It's more about, you know, talking about not being afraid of like the darkness that's in you and getting it out, you know, like all that shit, right? Like
Instead of just being like a pissed off,
yeah,
angsty.
It's the exact opposite now, right? It's all about you're not alone, you're, you know, this and that. It's really good shit. And so everybody
almost
leaves
like an old Kill Switch vibe.
yeah, and so everybody leaves that concert. Like, dude, from the moment I got there to the moment I left, I didn't stop smiling. I mean, I just could. I felt so good, right?
And
then-
anybody who hasn't been to a Metallica concert, it's kind of like a Rolling Stones concert
I wish I
now.
would've
There's
made it.
5-year-old
Yes.
people, and there's 65-year-old people, and everyone in between.
yeah, it's
And I don't mean to
No.
interrupt you, but that's important that people understand the context
so
of
it
what
was
you're talking about.
so it was yeah, just this amazing experience. Everybody's just like everybody was just like happy and like it was just like it was awesome. And then you walk out and there's these people with their, you know, God hates sinners, God hates this, God, you know, apparently God hates everything according to these people. And they're on
Was
their
there a God hate fags?
there wasn't that, it was God hates pride.
Oh.
Which
Which is true.
is true, but you know what they meant. You know what I mean? They didn't mean
What they meant was God hate fags.
yeah, they didn't
Right?
mean like being prideful. But anyways, and they were just, and it was all just like, you are all sinners. It was just chastising everybody,
Oh,
right?
those are the worst.
And
dude.
it on a megaphone and everything. And so finally, I just got so sick of it. I was waiting for my Uber anyways, and it's sober because like I wasn't drinking and shit. Well, I had a couple beers, but you know what I
So
mean. I
was
wasn't-
this Friday or Saturday?
Friday? This was the Friday night.
So I'd have been shit.
And so, finally, I was just like, you know what, dude? I'm like, you know, I'm gonna go talk because you know, like I'm a leadership and development coach for my career, right? Like, so I kind of have a decent level of experience with all this shit.
So you're gonna go over there and be like, you could catch more flies with honey.
Essentially, I was just, I went over there. I was like, hey, I'm just curious. What's your guys' purpose tonight? He's like, we're preaching. I was like, well, you trying to like bring in more people to Christianity? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, you think there's a better way to do that? You know? and he kept going. He's like it's all sinful in there. He's like James Hetfield wrote a song called the God that failed. And I was
guess what? Not about the Christian God.
yeah. So I like when he
Is
said
where
that
you went with it?
when he said that I was like, ooh.
So you're me during what I said earlier, where you're like getting giddy. You're like, get him.
And so I was like, first off, I said, hey, I was like, when was that song written? He's like, oh, like 10 years ago. I was like, try 1991. At least that's when it was released. I'm like, it might have been written before that, right?
Right, like 89.
And so he's like, well, and I was like, and he's like, but he still wrote it. I was like, are you the same person now that you were in 1991? Well, no. You know, and he's like, but still, you know, he kept doing his little thing. And then I said, and plus I said, do you even know what that song's about? He's like, yeah, he doesn't believe in God anymore because his mom died or whatever. And I was like,
that song's about.
I was like, oh my God, dude. So anyway, I explained to him what it was all about.
So explain what it is about.
So
for
it's,
the
like, it's
listeners
about,
that
it's
don't
actually,
know.
he grew up in the Church of Scientology, where it was that you don't, like they're not sorry like that God you pray and you'll heal, like there's no medicine, there's no this or that, right? Or maybe sorry, it wasn't Scientology, it was
It's Catholicism, right?
No.
it was one of those, maybe it was either way. It wasn't like the normal quote unquote
Yeah,
normal.
it wasn't
like,
Mormon. I think it was Scientology.
I think it might have been Scientology actually.
Here, I'll look it up while you keep talking.
Hey Murph, pull that up. Oh wait.
Oh shit!
You
You're
called
gonna show
out
up.
sick, you fucking piece of
Fucking
shit.
asshole.
Well, either way, that's what I said, and he didn't know any about any others or whatever. So I was like, it's, and so I was trying to explain to him. I was like, it's not that. It's it's Church of Scientology. I was like, from what I would understand, you probably are against Church of Scientology too, right? Well, yeah, it's a false god. Yeah, okay, blah blah. So you're actually on the same, kind of on the same team here. And so we just kept going, but the whole point of my story actually isn't necessarily that conversation. The point of my story is that, well, I will say though, at the end, he ended up shaking my hand, and they did change what they were saying through the megaphone. It was less sinful, and he started talking, because I said, you've got 60-some thousand people who just came out of here feeling loved and happy. I was like, if your goal is to get people to come to Christianity, that would actually be the time to talk to them about good things and happiness, because they're already feeling that. Instead,
that's a great point, dude.
I was like, instead, you're reminding them of all the reasons why they probably don't want to be involved with quote unquote Christianity.
Yeah, guys like that make
They
it
call it a
fashionable.
Christian Scientist church, which
That's Scientology.
yeah.
So,
because I got to finish the last little nugget here, so I can wrap it up. But then I
don't
don't know.
rush yourself, dude.
I don't know if you saw, like couple, because the Metallica has the All Within My Hands Foundation, right, where they raise money for different charities and stuff. And
They donated a bunch of money to homeless people.
Yeah, they don't. It ended up being right now. The last one I saw was like $100,000 or something.
Which unfortunately will be greedily gobbled up by the corrupt DFL of Minnesota. But it's still a cool gesture on their part.
And
they
so
can't control what happens to it.
And so when I saw
They can
that,
only give it.
when I saw that, my thought was, I was just like, man, the group who you were hating on and chastising, and sinners and they're evil and this and that, they probably did a more Christian, quote unquote Christian thing with their time in town than those people are doing at all.
Yeah. Even
So-
if it's only 1% of what they made, they still, they're not claiming to be Christians, and they're doing something very Christian by giving a portion of their
and they
money
do that
away
in
to the
every
needy. Yep.
single city they go to.
Super
So,
cool.
Anyways, that was a little drawn out, but yeah, that was a funny experience though with those people. It was, I thought, honestly, when I went over to talk to him, I didn't know if I was gonna start just fucking snap on this dude.
That's awesome, because I wouldn't have given them that opportunity and time. So nobody else would do that. I guarantee it.
Like I said, I think some of it is probably, maybe me 10 years ago wouldn't have done that, but I think just
You
everything.
would have showed them your dick.
Yeah, well, I would have been
sure.
I would have been blackout drunk for sure, and I
Yeah.
probably would have said something like, "I'm gonna go fuck your wife" or something like that.
Well, what's interesting to me though about that experience is like those overzealous Bible thumpers, right? The zealots, and that's what they are. Like when I hear people talk about Christianity and then they bring up those people, you've heard me say this because
You said it to me.
I go, those aren't Christians; those are zealots. Those are people doing crazy things in the name of a God that just happens to be this God, and most of them are mentally ill. Like bottom line is, most of them are mentally ill, right?
Well, a lot of
The
them.
problem is the zealots. I'm not talking about
Okay.
Christians.
Oh, okay,
I'm
I
not
gotcha.
talking about churchgoers. I'm talking about the zealots.
Yeah.
We're especially the ones that not only get on a fucking actual milk crate, which used to be a soapbox, right? They get on an actual fucking platform with a
Yep.
megaphone and preach. As soon as they start wearing a robe, they should be immediately dismissed as a mentally ill person. They do not represent Christianity. But where I'm really going with this, my actual point was the problem I have with those people, which are technically my brethren, because I do believe in God. I technically am a Christian.
Yep.
Here's my
Same.
problem. Those people make it fashionable to hate on Christianity.
Yep.
And it is actually significantly more destructive, which was your ultimate point.
Yeah.
Like what you're actually doing right now is reminding people why they hate Christianity and love Metallica. So if you fucking learn how to change your tune,
Yeah.
pun intended,
Right.
if you learn how to change your fucking tune, you could capture that positivity and that love that all these people, change your rhetoric to all that love you're feeling right now. Everything you felt in that building, whether it was devil music or not, was provided by God because because a bird cannot flap his wings without the will of our Father. Like that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, and don't get me wrong. I could be great or terrible at being one of those fucking corner store preachers. But people like Jeremy...
You're doing it now.
People like Jeremy, Nick Vukovic from Solace and Ashes went on to do some cool shit too.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys have actually told me from being in a band with me and hearing me talk about God, they were way inspired to delve back into it because they're like, when you talk about God, they're like, God sounds kind of cool. And like all that bad shit that I've been told happened, like when I argue with Jared about it, it's like, oh, because my big thing is those are human beings who have done fucked up shit in the name of God. And they go, yeah, that's it. And I go, no, here's the thing. So here's what I do. I'm gonna murder Jeremy because he fucked your wife.
Thank God.
Okay?
Sweet release.
Here's a weird hypothetical. I'm gonna murder Jeremy because he fucked your wife, and then I'm gonna do it.
Wait, what?
And then I'm gonna do it in the name of JP. Is JP at fault? Any reasonable person would go, well, no, of course not. You're a psychopath. Bingo. That's the whole fucking point. So when people bring up the Crusades, when people bring up any of the fucking Spanish Inquisition, yeah, those were horrible atrocities committed in the name of a god.
Yeah.
But you know what else are horrible atrocities committed in the name of God? All acts of terrorism, bro. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. Like, what are we doing? But it's super fashionable right now to make fun of and condemn and mock and ridicule Christians.
That's what I'm saying.
And
that's exactly what I'm saying. The
insulting.
best thing that ever happened to Christianity as a whole is atheism becoming a religion of its own. It has literally
now, do you mean
becoming...
atheism as literal atheism, or do you mean as atheism as in like
It
the
is
religion of science and computers?
No,
and
it has become a religion because there's a doctrine. There's something to follow and say now socially, and it's also a certain group politically that claims atheism and boasts it at every chance they get and tries to
That is
prove
true.
it. It has become a religion. If you look up the
there are
definition of a
conservative
religion,
atheists, but they're not preachy about it.
they're not making it a
super chill.
religion. They're
super
just
chill about it.
atheists.
Yep, exactly. They're super chill.
Dude, I was an atheist the majority of the time. Like when we were working together throughout that whole time, I was
Atheist or
atheist.
agnostic?
I think agnostic.
Well,
he
for-
was agnostic.
I went.
I
Well,
think he was agnostic.
Yeah.
well, I could tell you what I was if you.
Hey,
No,
how about we
I mean,
let him
No,
speak
I'm
first?
here.
We've already
No.
decided. Shut up, Jeremy. Jesus, why is he talking? Fuck. Like he fucking knows.
The best part was you just went, nope. Like it was a hand gesture and
Like
everything.
he
It was
knows.
a complete nope. Like,
Atheists don't know
so
shit.
yeah, how about you explain to us how you felt?
So, which I think is probably like one, sort of a natural progression if you end up coming back around. But I went full blown atheist for a long time.
That's
And-
not what I thought you was going to say.
Full blown AIDS.
That's
I
what
swear to God, I thought he was going to say full blown AIDS. Is
I was
that
like,
what you
wow.
thought too?
And
That's
you're
how I
cured.
ended up getting AIDS, which
Is that
then
what you thought too?
brought me back, which then brought me back to no, I went from obviously like grew up in the church, all that stuff. But even as a kid, like I always questioned it. It's just you're not allowed to ask, but especially back then
Yeah.
you weren't allowed to ask questions.
No.
But anyways, then I got to
Which bothers me.
then I was although I will say the pastor that I had, Pastor Bruce, or actually Reverend Bruce, he was awesome because he would let me, like, he would enter, like when I would ask him about like why aren't the dinosaurs in the Bible and like shit like that, right? He would legit have I remember I sat down with him and we watched the Metallica Until It Sleeps video because I was curious for his take on the religious symbolism.
Nice.
And he sat and watched, like, so I was lucky.
Those are the dope dudes.
He was
Yeah.
cool. He was cool
Those
as
are
hell.
the guys
I
who
didn't have
need to
enough of those.
represent a religion.
Between him and then the youth pastor we had, he was awesome. Craig Dorn, he was awesome too. But anyways, I still always question it. But it was just, grew up in a conservative household. It was really, especially 90s. You don't ask those questions anyways. Then eventually it's like I become an adult. Whatever. They started asking the questions. So then I was atheist. I was full blown like none of this is true. Absolutely none of it. When you die, worm food, beginning and blah blah blah. And then thanks to psilocybin, then I started to come
I
back.
mean, we're not talking about now. We're talking about the past. You can just say it.
All right, yeah. Well, thanks to the helpful aid of psilocybin, that's where I
When
was.
you were a very young man,
Yes.
not recently.
Not
at all.
recently. That's where all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute. So then I kind of became more agnostic. That's when I kind of became more like, I don't really know, right?
This is before we were in a band together then.
No, this is after.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. And then I guess maybe you could probably technically still say I'm agnostic because I don't believe in the Bible at all. I don't believe in any of the Bible.
Sinner!
But I think the Bible, I look at it as just metaphors.
Allegories?
Yeah, like that. And so for me, it's like, hey, if you allow me to look at it that way, then cool. Then maybe I can play in your Christian world. But if you're going to continue to be like, nope, it's the literal word, well, all right, then I'm not over there.
That's why I appreciate my brother-in-law, because he knows. So I have this kind of the same view.
There's two parts of the Bible.
I have kind of the same view where it's a lot of allegories.
I'm planting this seed now because I want to let you go, but remind me. There's two parts of the Bible, so I can pick up after.
Let me wrap up that last little nugget of mine, which was that through all that is where now I do believe there's something that connects all of us. I fully believe that there's something, right? And you could call it God, you could call it energy, you could call it the universe, whatever.
Sure,
I do now believe that there is something more to this, and my opinion is I just think like each of these religions, it was just man's way of trying to capture what the fuck was going on.
Sure.
And try to explain it.
That's a very agnostic take on the whole of any version of.
But like I still like I'll pray, right? It's more part of meditation, but it's still a thing. So I mean that's where I'm at.
But it
now.
also does help you when you finally decide to do it. You know, you don't feel stupid. Doing it.
What's that?
You're praying. You're not forced to do it.
Yeah,
when I was forced to do it, I was like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah. So it seemed like I'd be like, this is fucking gay, dude.
So that's kind of where I landed now. And then something you said to me a long time ago, though, when I was struggling with my faith, when we were in a band together, that's when you had told me, you said, it sounds to me you have a problem with religion, not God.
Yeah,
and
specifically people.
That all stuck with me. So anyway, wrap that with a bow.
No, but let's not rush through that. But because the point I was specifically making was you have a problem with people. And the religion, which is an institution like school or the government, which was created surrounding the idea of God.
Like you like America, but not the government.
Right. Exactly. That's actually a fucking super deep
very
way.
patriotic.
I like that.
That's a super deep way to put it, though, because it's literal and direct. Like, I love America and everything we represent, but I do not like the governing body of America. Yeah. That doesn't mean I'm anti-America.
My holster is red, white, and blue. For
and both sides, man. I'll tell you, like right now I'm a little more irritated with the left, but that doesn't mean that I think that the right is fucking. I could go on for days on them too.
So you guys didn't react to any of my recent Facebook posts, so I'm not
because
in your
I don't go on there.
Yeah, well, and I'm not in your algorithms either.
No, you are actually.
You were when I was on there, but I haven't
still
been on there in a long.
But I only pop on once in a while, and then the first time I open it. One of the in-laws will be on there.
Posts.
No, one of my in-laws will be on there with the TDS. They got TDS, and then I just do my post that I meant to go on there for. Like today, I put the Extravaganza thing on there. And I'm off. I'm not. If you open this, what comes up is my post. Oh, actually, it didn't. There it is.
I guess what my point, where I was going with this, was like. I don't see you guys interacting with those posts. So whether you're on it or not, I thought I just wasn't in your
not on it.
But
I mean, I don't interact with political posts anyways.
And that's what I was getting at. I made a big statement about that. Is like, dude, I'm reluctantly, and you know me. Mm-hmm. You even know me a little bit now because we've hung out a little bit.
Well, and I
like, dude, I'm reluctantly voting for Trump because
and he
here's
comes
the
to
point.
my mom's house,
and I'm going to say it over and over again. I'm voting for Trump no matter how much I hate this guy because I'm trying to explain to the left. Y'all lost me. A super reasonable person. Know, you guys know me. Like, we've had deep talks about complex issues. Bro, I am not a one side or the other. What you said, my team says this. I'm all or nothing. I'm never that guy.
I kind of dug Obama in the beginning there.
Bro. Oh, dude. I'm saying the left has...
We had the exact same thoughts when we heard him talking last night. What you said, I had the same thought. I'm like, God, I actually miss this guy.
Catch me up.
As bad as
because he was so smooth.
I sent JP
miss.
Yeah.
I could even play it.
Party politics aside,
right?
I sent JP a video.
No,
I was like,
don't worry about.
I was like, because first I sent him a video or whatever of Obama speaking at the DNC, right? And then so I sent that, and then right afterwards I sent a video. I put it up. I was like, I'm not a fan of him as a president anymore, right? I was like, but. Fuck, that reminds me. I having somebody who can actually be a statesman and speak.
I was
lube.
smitten by him when
I missed
when
the
he
lube.
yeah
That's my.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
missed the lube. Like he fucked us just like every other president,
Yeah.
but
Right.
he
What
lubed
did
up
we
first.
expect?
Yeah.
Yep.
He lubed up first, dude, and it was
and
like if
kind of
I'm
gave me
gonna
one
get,
of these. Too.
Yeah, afterwards he like cuddled you after he raped you. Like,
And the
like,
great
I
thing
get
about
it.
Trump
Like, I'm
is he
getting
tells
raped
you
by every
he doesn't
president.
lube you, but he tells you to put on
He's
the
like,
lube.
right. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
listen,
Yeah, listen. You're
I'm
gonna
fuck
you're gonna
you.
need lube for this.
You might not enjoy it, but I'm gonna put my belly on your back.
Yeah. Lift and drop. Yeah. And he's like, get ready.
You look back.
Put my belly on your
You
back.
look back. You go, is that your dick? No, I have an
You're
Audi.
getting 3 inches.
And you're getting all 4 inches tonight. So lube up.
Oh, you gave him 4.
Yeah, I think Trump's got 4 whole inches.
Have you noticed like when
That's
you
a band name, by the way. All 4 inches. There's a band called All 4 Inches.
There's
shout out
so
to
many awesome.
you know what? We lost all our viewers. It's over.
Holy shit, we did.
We literally lost nearly every single viewer. Just
Wait a
checked
second. I even had the Storley family saying they were listening.
We had 4 people,
Oh, you
and
son of a
we had
bitch.
14 people, and they all checked out. I don't know what we did wrong, but fuck it.
Started talking about politics.
Honestly, I don't even care anymore if we lose viewers over politics. I like talking about this stuff because
See,
here's the thing.
I'm not. I've checked out completely.
So for
but-
me though,
I'll entertain it though.
I think it's important for someone like me to be vocal and transparent about this. And this is what I'm saying. So like we brought this up earlier. It wasn't the right time to go into it, but now is. So I'm 18 years old.
What?
Not 5 and 7-year-old friendly. That's why they dropped off.
So I'm 18 years old, right? 19 years old. September 11th happens. Okay. And I watched the Bush administration,
Jesus.
the neocons, and
Old
the
as shit.
fucking and the crony capitalists,
Uh-huh.
basically show me as a new voter, this is a corrupt party, right?
Yep.
Whether I'm right or wrong in this opinion is irrelevant. This is what I was shown. This is my perception as an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid. So John Kerry, George Bush, I vote for John Kerry. Right?
I did too.
And then I'm a big history buff, right? So I start looking into real world history as a real fucking adult with an actual tangible fucking brain, right? And I realize we've had a Bush or a Clinton in the White House since 1980, right? Because a lot of people don't remember this.
Plus, they're all related
Because
anyway.
Bush was vice president,
president,
right?
yep.
So I go, you know what? We're not a democracy anymore. We're an aristocracy at this point. A lot of people, the fashionable line is to be like, we're an oligarchy. Technically, we're an aristocracy because what you get is a rich family that stays in power for decades, right? That's what an aristocracy is.
Yeah.
When rich families run things specifically, not just rich people like the Russian oligarchs, but rich families, legacies, the Bushes, the Kennedys, the Clintons. You see where I'm going with this?
This
right?
is why you're losing people.
So,
We just got one. They
you might be right. You might be right.
I'm just kidding.
You might be right, but I don't even care anymore.
I'm just joking.
Because what matters to me way more is just be like, I want to do the podcast. I want to. Do it
No,
from
I
now
know.
on.
I know.
So I, as my little disillusioned ass, in 2008, I see this guy named Barack Obama come up, right? And I hear all the Christians call him the Antichrist and all this terroristic bullshit, and it sounds racist to me at the time. I'm like, listen, man, this guy's smart, he's articulate, and he's saying everything I resonate with as a young man who's struggling in a post 9/11 world.
Finish that.
So at the end of the day, cheers, gentlemen. This is my second glass, so you guys finish that. So what I say is, okay, and he weaponized this. He was so smart, you guys. He said, you're right, I am inexperienced. You're right, I don't know what I'm doing. You're right, I am an outsider. That's the fucking point, because the system is fucked. And I was like, oh, shit, Obama's the man. So I voted for him. And then what I got
Was the same.
was Bush 2.0 escalated.
Yep.
So it was Bush plus.
And a
It
guy
was
who fucked
every
over
single
black people.
policy that Bush did, Obama continued and added to it and made it worse. So then by the time
and fucked
Trump
over
comes
black
around
people
in
even more than
2016,
before.
so by the time Trump 2016 comes around, I now, whether I like him or not, understand, and I did not vote for him.
Yeah.
Nor did I vote for him in 2020, but I understood why people voted for him. And no one is willing to listen to this. Here we are in 2024, but I will say it a fucking again. We had a Bush or Clinton in the White House since 1980 to the year 2008. That is literally 28 years. Okay, that is an insane amount of time to have two families running the country. So the American people were
In the
so
biggest
frustrated.
growth of America, too.
Exactly. And the American people were so frustrated with this. They voted for Obama, an outsider who was going to do things differently. When he didn't show up, those same exact people said, fuck it. Now we're going to vote for Trump in 2016. He started to do some different shit.
You said he
Whether
was.
you like him or not, right? He did start to do some different shit. And I'm not talking about his tax policy because that was more of the Republican bullshit. I don't care about
Or
that.
being married to Michael.
But what he did do different is the China shit, the Russia shit.
China.
Yeah, China.
China.
And what was interesting to me, though, is everything the DNC accused him of,
Is what they were doing.
I actually watched them do.
Yeah.
So now here we are 8 years later, again now in 2024, and now I've been equally disillusioned by the Democratic Party the way I was the Republican Party. So what I see is a Democratic Party that's prosecuting their political opponents, that is engaging in pandering and virtue signaling, right? And emotional warfare, right? Not just information warfare, but emotional. The whole thing is about upsetting people and getting people angry,
Yeah.
dude. And it's like,
Because there's a lot of, it's easy to do to retarded people.
yeah.
Well, on the level of gaslighting.
And that's what it is. That's what it is for me. The gaslighting and the mental
And like real
gymnastics.
gaslighting, not
Right.
like what your ex says.
Right.
But like,
Cobra, no. She was never the border czar.
Yeah.
Homie, it's on record. Yeah. Like, do you not know that we have the past to look at? Like,
Right.
I think so many of them forget that like ever since this came around, like you can't hide shit, dude.
what do you mean she wasn't the border czar? My favorite one is everything she's campaigning on right now about the economy. She praised for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That's Bidenomics, and we're proud of it. And
Yeah.
now she's like, the economy's fucked.
Yeah.
And if you vote for me, I'm
I'll
going to
fix
save
it.
it.
Yeah.
But if you vote for Trump, it's the end of democracy, says the candidate who is literally installed without an election. Like,
right?
What is happening,
And
dude?
the fact that democracy isn't what we are.
Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me
We are
articulate
not a
why
democracy.
I've left the Democratic
and people,
Party, by the
people
way,
keep
guys.
thinking it's a
Yeah.
democracy. Democracy is bad. It's on the way to communism. Democracy is not what we are.
So
No.
you're saying we got to
democracy-
go back towards a republic is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, we are. We
Well,
are
it's
a
what we're
republic.
supposed to be, a
Yeah,
republic.
right.
But
It's funny
Right
because
now
the
we're a
second Civil
democracy.
War will be a repeat of the first Civil War, which everyone thinks was about slavery. It wasn't. It was about states' rights, which means it was about the republic versus the democracy. In a democracy, the federal government supersedes the state government. In a republic, the state governments supersede the federal government in regards to which laws are honored versus put aside, right? So that is what exactly is happening right now.
So I
is
wonder-
the new Republican Party is trying to go back to a republic, default to states' rights. The Democratic Party is going back to the ancient, which they flipped, by the way, because the Republican Party is the one that fought for the Union, right? You're right. Like
that's what I
the
was going to
idea.
say. Are the Democrats going to try to get slavery going again like they did before then?
Yeah, well, technically, yeah, because Kamala Harris was laughing about leaving black dudes in prison past their marijuana sentences
Yeah.
after it was legalized. And then her reason was cheap labor to fight fires. That was a quote. That's a
Yep.
thing she
Try
said.
to take
dude.
your
That's
job away.
slavery. That's slavery, dude. She wants to take prisoners and drop them from helicopters to fight fucking fires.
Yep.
That's an evil person, dude.
Yep.
Like, to me, that's anti-American.
Yep.
Like,
And
she's,
and
dude,
go
her dad
figure,
was
California
Jamaican.
is the
She's
only
Indian and black.
one
Like,
that does
what are
that.
we doing right now? And you're going to tell me Trump's the racist?
people think she's black. Did you know that?
Well,
Like
she
people,
thinks she's
people
black.
still no.
Isn't she? I thought
she does, she's never says she is. She's a person of color, but other people
Her dad's
say
Jamaican.
she's black.
Her mom's Indian.
That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, I mean, I
I'm going
think.
to piss. Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah.
You need to pee here. Because
I'm not Ari Shafir. I don't piss in Gatorade
I was going to
bottles.
say, I can pull an Ari Shafir here in a little bit.
I'm about to.
Fucking. No, man. Why don't you fit? I cut you off after you cut me off earlier about the religion thing. Do you want to wrap that one up?
No. I just was saying that I really appreciate my brother-in-law ish that because he's a dang it, what do you call it, that the ministers that go around with the police departments and stuff. The
Chaplain.
So he has a chaplain service, and I tell him, I'm honest with him about, I don't really believe in all this kind of stuff. This is why I don't go to church and everything. And I try to pull some business away from the churches as far as weddings.
Yeah.
That's why I do the weddings, because people don't want to be forced to do what they're told to do.
Yeah.
They just want to have their own wedding. And he agrees with me with some of the things I say, or how I feel at least. He doesn't feel that way, and he doesn't force it on me. So it's pretty nice, actually. So, it's a nice relief to have a religious leader that I would introduce to my boys that won't give my boys the experience that I had that drove me away from religion for so fucking long. I actually,
are you more open to it
the
now?
last,
is that what you're
oh yeah,
though?
definitely. Okay. And because I got over the fact that in church camp, I wanted to be a youth pastor. I wanted, I was really
you just didn't
into
want
it.
to take all the blowjobs you had to
Right,
do before
exactly.
you got promoted.
and the last time I ever been to church camp, I had a pastor grab a hold of my ear and bring me all the way across the campground until, a great intervention. My grandpa Armstrong saw this happening and went over there and threatened to whoop his ass. So that was so nice about it. But
Did he
that
have
was the last
strong
time.
arms?
Yeah, actually. Yep. Evictus Manio. So that was like the end
such an idiot,
of church for me for a
such a
long
fucking
time. Because of the abuse and the forcefulness, and because I didn't want to read a certain line in the Bible. I wanted to go down to the canteen and get some candy or something. So, but now I have this person in my life, my brother-in-law, who I would let my boys have their religious learnings or whatever from him, because he's not going to be a cock about it.
So what you said about him too, it's something that I feel is, it's just like in my opinion, but I feel like one of the biggest things that we're missing these days is like, so what you were like, how he could understand you where you're coming from, even though he didn't agree with you, right?
Right.
I feel like in general, whatever your beliefs are, I feel like that's what we've lost, is being able to just say like you can understand.
There's a God, and that's what I believe.
Well, even like
that's it.
Outside of religion, just things in general, right?
Yeah.
Just like what politics, like to be able to say like, hey, I can understand why somebody would want to vote for Trump, right? Yeah. I'm just giving examples here, right? I'm not saying me exactly, but being able to
You're
say...
You're definitely voting for Trump, but go on.
No, I didn't vote for him the first two times.
You're going to do it this time, though.
He's a Kennedy guy, I bet.
I will not vote for him.
You will.
But I won't vote for Kamala either.
You're definitely voting
but,
for
We're both Kennedy guys, evidently.
But the thing is if you go, like to be able to say, hey, like I'm not going to vote for Trump, but I understand why somebody would, right? I don't have to hate them because I understand their reason. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or even
I mean, I literally just did it earlier. Like, I hate Donald Trump, but I can't stand in the middle on this one.
Yep.
Like, the left has gone so far, including guys like RFK, who are like, full-term abortions, any reason you want. And I'm like, no.
That's not RFK's stance.
Yes,
No.
he's actually said it out loud in an interview that I heard with my own two ears.
No.
He said it multiple times.
Letting the states deal with it.
No. He's actually he said
Not federal.
What he
Not
said
federal
is,
funding.
What he said was,
I think you might be shortchanging that a little bit to
No.
pump up your beliefs.
no. What he said was his personal beliefs are that yes, full term 9-month abortion for any reason, leave it up to the mother. But
Personal
he also
beliefs
said
doesn't
he
mean
wouldn't-
federal.
But that's the point.
Okay.
What he also said is he wouldn't push that as a federal regulation,
Like
but he would
Biden
support it.
and Kamala.
And if Senate and Congress passed it, he would sign it.
It's kind of like
That's what he said.
I'm almost.
That's why I was like, I can't do it. I can't. That's
I'm almost the opposite.
I
of
wish we
like-
had a producer. I wish we had a producer.
Fuck.
It's out there.
Wait, what's
It's out there.
what's Jamie's name again?
I'll send you the link.
What's Jamie's
tonight.
name?
Murph.
All right.
The Murph
Fuck you,
mobile.
Murph.
I
'cause we-
promise you, I will
I'd be able
send
to
you.
prove
I
him
will
wrong
send you
right
the
now.
link. I will send you the link. I promise you.
I won't read it.
Either way, though. But either way, you're talking about a personal belief versus a public policy. It's no different than like like me personally, like just from a personal standpoint, I would say that I'm pro-life, right? From a personal standpoint. From a policy standpoint, I'm pro-choice.
Me too. Yeah.
Because
I'm pro-choice for sure.
Because if if people were to go to what my personal belief is, that stops them from doing something, right?
Right. Yep.
Whereas,
And I'm small government, so also.
whereas if it's pro-choice, you know what I mean? Like I mean, I'm not a woman, so whatever. But like I could choose to not have an abortion, right, or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
And so that's kind of how I look at a lot of stuff. It's like I've got my personal beliefs, but then I look at like what is the individual freedom? Where's the individual freedom level?
Right.
You know, that's
Yep.
kind of my thing. But the point I was trying to make was whatever it is, a lot of people have lost sight of like that you can put some time into listening to somebody and understanding at least where they're coming from, and that doesn't mean you have to agree with them. And even acknowledging that you understand where they're coming from, it doesn't mean that you're supporting it. You know what I'm saying? But like I think these days what we end up doing is we think that if we understand where you're coming from, then it's like then we're complicit. Right. And so then it just becomes it becomes this like big moral stance on everything. It's just like it's not that hard to understand why somebody might want to vote for Kamala.
It is, for me, it is hard to understand how somebody would want to vote for Kamala unless they're only, again, the point you're making is to understand, right?
Just to understand.
So
Yeah.
the only thing I could possibly understand, whether I agree with it or not, is your hatred for Donald Trump is so strong that you're going to do some wild mental gymnastics to justify voting for Kamala. I can understand that.
I mean,
I think it's insane.
I think
and I think it upsets me. You know, like
I think that there could be more
when people
reasons.
say they want to vote for her because she's a black woman.
I mean,
That also upsets me. Like, I don't vote for a guy because he's a white man. Like,
and that's the
maybe
point.
I'm being
I guess the point I'm making
simple
is
about what.
even if somebody were to say, even if someone were to say to me, I'm voting for Kamala because she's a black woman. Let's just say like they're like that's why I'm doing it.
I can understand that. I just think it's dumb.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I can understand.
You're not saying it's dumb. I'm saying it's dumb.
But I'm saying like I can I mean,
You're not calling anybody dumb right now. I'm calling people dumb.
I personally think that voting on anything other than the issues is a little short-sighted, right? So that's my view
so
on
you're a
it.
policy guy is what you're really saying.
But I can understand why if someone was like, yeah, I'm voting for her because she would be the first woman president. And I could understand why somebody wants to, like, I don't think that that's a reason to vote for somebody, right? But I'm also a dude, right? So it's like, I guess my point is
I think that's super reasonable too.
And again, it doesn't mean that I agree with it, but now if somebody says that to me because I can at least understand it, I don't hate them for it, right? I just go, hey, I disagree, but I understand your reasoning, and that's my. I just feel like if people could at least get to that point, then you could remove the hatred part, and then you could actually start having some real conversations. But we dig our heels in, put our fists up, and we start turning everybody, whatever somebody's view is, we try to turn it into this is the moral stance, and it's black and white. We've lost all nuance, and like in my profession especially, it's so fucking frustrating because my whole profession is in getting people to reduce cognitive bias, right? To be able to see outside of their truth and to actually see the objective truth.
This is why I want you to start your own podcast, and why I'm a little upset you never did.
I need you to come down to Rochester, by the way, and help me with my setup. But yeah,
Done.
go ahead.
Done. No
Sorry,
problem.
I was chewing into the mic.
We can't
Oh, do
hear
it.
it.
Do it.
We can't hear it. You're not a big lip smacker. You're fine. Dude, I fuck it,
You
dude.
haven't seen him naked.
Dude, the lips.
I can smack those lips, baby.
Homie, dude, do you guys have a weird thing with people eating
Yes.
loudly?
Well, only
Bro,
because
people that smack their lips.
Oh my god.
everything.
Bro, I literally have to grab my plate and leave the room because I cannot. I've not mastered the ability to figure out how to confront a lip smacker at the table in front of people without literally causing a scene.
I wish
So
Angie
literally-
was
you will
watching
watch
this
me-
right now.
You'll watch me like pick up my plate and just leave. Dude, and you'll watch me go to the opposite end of the venue. Like, if it's in my backyard where my gazebo is and the smoker is and shit, right?
Yeah.
If there's a bad lip smacker, you will watch me walk to the other end of my yard where the hops are, in the corner where it's almost the neighbor's property. And then if somebody's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm checking on the hops. You know what I mean? Like, dude, because I'm so sensitive.
I wish Angie
to
was
that.
watching this right now.
So if you would have bothered me, I would have given you a dirty look, dude. But you were fine. You were totally
that
fine.
Angie doesn't like it, and,
I don't think
and
you can
there's
smack lip
me
on meat, by the way.
not wanting to make her
Well,
mad.
maybe chicken. But
So my ex used to do it, and she still does it all the time. When she tastes something, she goes like that.
Oh, I can't do that. Dude, that drives me
that's
nuts.
just a thing. And so my son would do it for a while, but Angie, of course, will not allow it. She has to have TV or radio on or something,
Yep.
and
That's
she
what I do too.
loses her mind. And my daughter actually will cry from it.
So-
it'll bother her so bad, she'll cry.
I have a couple.
But she's like
the-
Gen Z though too. So
The
But
dog.
I have a couple family
the dog
members.
will lick my feet or something, or lick his own butt, and it bothers her so bad, tears will come out.
Dude, so I have a couple family members. One is just a disgusting eater, right? So
dude, your wife is right.
Yeah, she's,
you
he
can't
wasn't
sit
talking about you.
when you sit at dinner, at family dinners like Thanksgiving and shit, right? I try to put this person directly next to me, ironically,
Yeah,
because if they're
you
anywhere
didn't squeeze well enough.
if they're anywhere in eyesight,
Yeah.
I can't eat at that table.
Yeah.
So if I'm stuck at the same table as this person, they have to sit directly next to me or like one over from me, so they're out of my peripheral.
Right, there's a buffer.
But then there's another person in my family. Actually, there's two people in my family now that there's something about the construction of their jaw. So like when they eat croutons in a salad, the fucking volume that reverberates
Yep.
from their jaw and their neck, it is so loud.
All right, pay
It
attention.
is so overwhelmingly loud that I can hear their chewing over my chewing.
Pay attention
even
to
while
the
I'm eating
force
croutons.
of their bite, because it's
I don't.
people.
I think it's a jaw structure. I think it's
no,
straight up acoustics, dude.
Okay,
Okay,
it's
I'll
not.
hear you
it's,
out. I'll hear you out.
It's
I don't think
the
so.
people who bite really hard that it's so loud.
I think that's
It's
true if their
really
mouth
loud.
is open. But if
No.
they're a closed mouth
No,
eater,
it's the people who bite super loud. That's because I sit there and stare at people uncomfortably all the time.
Okay.
And I watch their behaviors. It's something that I just can't not.
well, you're
do.
in a firehouse, right?
No,
From time to time.
from time to time. But that's not what it is. I've always done this. I remember clearly
By
watching
the way,
my
I
mom.
wanted to ask you, Army? You were Army?
both Army and Air Force.
Oh, you were Army and Air Force.
So I did Air Force first, and then
I was
Army.
trying to tell somebody about you earlier, and I was like, this
Yeah,
dude.
what were you telling them?
Well, I was telling them about the podcast. They were asking me, so who's on the podcast tonight?
Oh,
And I was trying to,
Yeah.
I'm like, I was explaining Jeremy super easy, like super easy, right?
Right,
I'm way
old,
easy.
Old homie, great guitar player, amazing songwriter.
and
like,
an Army veteran.
I think you forgot about
Yep.
that.
That
Yep.
is true. That
Yeah,
is
we-
true. But I do forget about that. That's why when you
He
said
was-
that, I was like, yep, sure.
He did
yep,
more things
I
in the
definitely-
Army in the short time than
Did
I
you,
did in a
but
long
you didn't
time.
actually get deployed, though.
Yeah, but he was a
Well, can I do the
medic and
Tim?
whatnot.
Can I do the Tim Waltz thing?
Just claim one rank higher.
But,
Yep.
you know, here's why I don't ever bring up you being an Army guy or a veteran.
'Cause it was a long time ago.
Because you
Well, it was all-
downplayed that when
Yeah.
you and I were at our closest, when we had our tightest relationship, and like when the band was going
You know
well.
what that's called?
You know what I mean?
Jared?
Yeah, yeah.
No, you convinced me that you were never in the Army, basically. The way you described it to me, you were like,
You
yeah,
know what
dude,
that's
all
called,
that
Jared?
shit's true. Because I remember I used to kind of kiss your ass about that a little bit. Remember? Because I have a lot of respect for vets. Even the Air Force.
That's called That's called imposter syndrome.
But no,
It's-
the way
it's
Jeremy
deep.
described it, though, the way Jeremy described it is like you downplayed it to the level of like somebody who served in the Army Reserve. And maybe I misunderstood how much you downplayed it, but that's the only
is the Army
reason I
Reserve
don't
nothing?
ever use that in when I describe you. I never bring up the Army thing because
Yeah.
of the way you downplayed
Yeah.
it to us. I was like, oh, what I'm doing. If
Governor
I,
Walz
here's how it
was
felt.
guard.
Here's how it felt.
I can tell you why I downplayed it after your time.
But here's how it felt, and then I want you to
Yeah.
because it almost felt like if I even mentioned your service, it was patronizing you. It was inflating it.
yeah.
That's how you see what I'm saying. So it was like,
I know exactly why it is.
and maybe that is imposter syndrome,
is.
but that's not my decision to make. Does that
Everybody,
make-
mine
do you guys
because we
follow
all
me?
have
Do you
friends
guys follow me on this?
who
Yeah,
did
yeah,
crazy
Okay.
shit. We all have friends who did crazy
Even
shit.
if I'm wrong, you guys follow me on my
Okay.
train of
So
line.
go ahead,
Oh, yeah,
Jeremy.
okay.
Yeah. No, and like
So now clarify.
So for me, what it kind of boiled down to for me a little bit is so when I was in the Army, I don't talk about this much. I probably just to JP and maybe a couple other people, but I was called up to deploy 3 different times, twice to Iraq and once to Afghanistan.
Don't do that on plastic. Put it in the ashtray.
It's not.
I know, but you still melted it. Look.
Yeah. Oh man,
Are you
he
gonna
just
be
got
okay?
chastised with a.
No, I'm not going to be okay.
It was there because I didn't have an ashtray for.
Show
a
some
while.
respect.
So, anyways,
Don't mock me, you fuck.
so I got called up to deploy 3 times,
you, man.
and like where you go, you have to do the SRP, soldier readiness thing. You have to do your will. I'm 21 years old making my will and shit, right?
Well, slow down. This is a great story. So for people that don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, don't brush through that. That's actually
I
a
think you
super
explained it.
interesting thing. Well, yeah, to people who understand.
The reason
Yeah.
we brush through shit is because you're afraid of getting interrupted. So it's like, especially when there's more that, when we have 3 people, it's just natural course of conversation that
Fair.
we're going to like, hey, you said that, and then like
Well
bounce.
played, sir.
So that's why I'm rushing. But
well played.
yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Well played.
So, yeah, I went in after 9/11. I was one of those people. Drank the Kool-Aid that it was Afghanistan, whatever. And so, so yeah. Anyways, I got called up to deploy 3 different times, and each time something happened. I was in a self-sustaining unit. I was a combat medic in a self-sustaining unit, and so the first time we were getting deployed, they ended up attaching our unit to another unit, and that unit already had their own medics.
Right.
So none of the medics got deployed, right? And so then after that, they just started cherry picking our unit because at that point, thank you. At that point, we were, a good portion of our unit had been taken and attached to this other unit, right? And so
I'm actually super confused.
So my unit was a self-sustaining unit.
What does that mean?
It means so we had our own cooks, our own supply, our own medics, our own MPs, we had everything within our unit.
So if you were like stuck, isolated, you can like completely self-sustain.
Like we have our
Give me that
own.
beer.
So
Yeah.
you're saying it's literal.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
are just twisties,
that's what
buddy.
they.
They're just twisties.
I should probably backtrack that. Like that's what they called it. That's what that's what my
Whereas
first
other
sergeant called
units don't have all those things. They're dependent on
and maybe it's a
somebody
different
else
and
to
maybe
survive.
and maybe it's a different because you could be an MP unit and you've got MPs, right? And you've got this and that. And so we had everything kind of
So then like
put
a
together.
larger quote unquote more important unit starts going, I need your set of medics. I need your set of, and I'm making this shit up because I'm
Yeah.
not military. I need
I
your
get the
cooks.
gist.
I need your your nutritionist. I need.
What happened? So we were supposed to go, and then what happened was this is the first time, and then the mission changed, and the mission that our unit was supposed to do, right? And so because
So you'd been training for one thing.
so the mission changed, and therefore because the mission changed, we got attached to another unit, and therefore there were jobs, MOSs that they didn't need because they already had them.
We have to do an entire podcast on just this. So now I understand why you're skimming through it.
So then, so then 2 more times, right? Because then the next time, then they start cherry picking. I get called up. Oh, wait, never mind. We don't need you, right? And so, long story longer, big reason I downplay it is because I was called up 3 times. I didn't go over there. People I served with did go over there. I know people who went over there. And I think, at least in that generation of service, and it might be similar for previous ones, I feel like I'm not a vet because my generation, most of them who served went, and I didn't.
I remember this now.
And
I
so
remember all of
I
these
don't want to take
conversations.
away. I don't like my MOS literally is called combat medic. That's the only reason I say combat medic. I feel uncomfortable even saying that because you're not you literally, but the royal you, the first
The
thing.
proverbial you.
Yeah. They're sorry, proverbial you that they would think, oh, combat. You were a medic in combat.
And then they
Right.
say, "Where did you go?"
Yep.
Right.
So for
Right.
me, it's just I just feel like the
Now
people
I
I served
remember
with.
how we arrived at
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying
So-
that because I do dismiss that when it comes to you and your
which
when
is
I
fine.
describe you.
I dismiss it too.
I know, and that's why I was like, when you brought that up, I was like, no, but there's a reason, and I couldn't remember it off the top of my head, but that's what it was, because we had deep conversations.
It feels like
over
stolen
and over
valor.
again in rehearsal.
Before we go on, let me say this. So I looked
you
it up.
technically were a
Life after
combat
military
medic.
service is a transition ripe with challenges among the myriad of adjustments. The most insidious is imposter syndrome.
Yep.
The overwhelming feeling that you don't belong or that you're a fraud. So
you're
the
right.
fact that he's saying that he's a combat medic, but then knowing
Which is
that the
factually
next
true.
but the next sentence is going to be, oh, where did you serve?
Because of the title of his job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the discrepancy, which is why you play it down, because you get questions that,
Well, there's that. That's part of it.
Yeah.
And
or
then
thank you for your service, and you're like, dude,
Yeah.
come
It's
on.
more like, and I get it, because like, if I hadn't served, right, I would look at, hey, anybody who serves, thank you for your service. That's how I would look.
Yeah.
Because I have served, and so I served alongside people who went
And
to
you
the
gave
shit.
up a lot, and it took me forever to get.
They went to the shit, so I
Right.
feel like
to bring it back
Exactly.
to Bill Burr.
I
that
shouldn't
you guys
get-
mentioned earlier when he's like, stop standing up for every service member. Some of these motherfuckers were like, move the truck that way.
like you could say to me, hey,
We had taxi drivers.
you could be
in the
like,
military.
you could say, hey, thank you for volunteering for service, and I'd be like, hey, that's accurate. I
Yeah, yeah.
volunteered.
And you know what's super accurate, and this is what really, like, none of you ever say out loud, but this is what matters to me, and no one talks about this. This is like an actual original take. We rarely have these, right? We rarely have these moments where it's like, this is an original take that I came to on my own. You guys gave up your constitutional rights,
Yeah, we did.
dude.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
but
That's
okay.
there's a
So,
lot we could talk about
I-
there.
and I wanna talk
You can't
about this
talk
because-
against your commander in chief, but
You can't. Okay, that's my point. You do not have free speech when you are in the military.
Correct.
You cannot endorse a military you cannot endorse a political candidate,
or talk shit about it.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Or talk shit. Like,
in uniform,
Yeah,
you can't in
well,
uniform.
no, you can't
No.
do it at all.
yeah. Like
You
in the
technically
'90s, you couldn't
can't
do it at all.
Technically, the way the and I only know the UCMJ because the UCMJ because
You're
I-
right.
Code of military justice.
I'm
the
impressed by that.
Universal
yeah.
Code of Military Justice.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons I know it, but mostly because
Yeah,
I
aren't
was
you an Army brat or something?
No,
Or-
but my
sorry, I just
no,
derailed
I
you.
almost no, you didn't.
Go
because
on with what
you're
you're
actually
saying.
asking me what I'm trying to explain.
on with
It's
what you're
like
saying about-
like people are like, Jared, why the fuck do you think you know so much? Okay, well here's why. Because I was supposed to be a Marine. I was recruited by the Marines. No one will believe me, and I don't care if you fucking
Wait.
believe me. I don't fucking lie. I got a 99 on my ASVAB. My dad was a Marine. My grandfather was a fucking Marine. Dude, the government is a very powerful entity that will come down on you with the fucking force of God. And to not become a Marine took legitimate effort on my 18-year-old ass. Like, it wore on me to not become the pressure they put on me.
So you'd say it wore out your 18-year-old ass.
Dude, the guarantees they made me were intimidating to deny. And it was all on this idea that I might become a successful musician. But if I gave them
Right.
the next guaranteed 8 years, I'm 26 before I get out. That's my prime.
Yep.
You know? And it was on a whim. And I was wrong. I should have joined. They were right. In my scenario, they were right. In most musicians, they're not right.
Yeah.
Right? But I fucked up in that. I should have joined. Because I had
No,
a fucking
don't say
straight
that.
I had a straight path, guaranteed, like fast pass through Disneyland. Between my family lineage and getting a 99 on the ASVAB, dude, I was like in there, dude. And I'm telling you, like, I was almost in the Marines. Like, I basically went to ROTC without going to ROTC. You know what I mean? Like, I know way more than anybody who isn't military without being like that weird YouTuber. You know what I mean?
The guy who's got the crew cut, and you're like, oh, where'd you serve?
Right.
I never did.
Right. And that's my point. Like,
I would have kicked the drill instructor's ass
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got in my face.
right. And that's
Yeah.
my point. And like, dude, when I go to the
Don't
shooting,
ever say that.
when I go to the shooting
that's
range,
so common.
when I go to the shooting range, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, and then I fucking shoot fairly
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
and people
yeah.
are like, you're really good at this. I'm like, yeah, I grew up around this, like.
Yeah.
But I really thought I was gonna be an actual successful, like
Yep.
$1 million a year musician.
Hey, now you know what it's like to join the military.
No, I don't.
Because
I don't.
I thought
really
I
don't.
was going to get in some
really
shit.
Don't. I
No,
really
no,
don't.
no, no,
know.
no,
I
no,
really,
but that
that's
part,
my point. I
means
really
that
don't
part-
know.
letdown.
Yes, yes.
But I
that,
really-
that exact thing is what I was talking about with the imposter syndrome. I spent so many years, and I even switched. I switched units.
You switched branches.
I switched branches.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because I felt like I needed to be in some shit, and I
Did you try to get?
yes, special forces. Yes.
Okay, so let me.
But
let
I
me-
failed on my flutter kicks.
So I fucked
My
up a
hip
while
flexors
ago.
were not it.
So I fucked up a while ago, and I made a claim to my best friend that there's never ever been a female special forces in the history of the United States military.
When did you say
then-
that?
Not true.
and
There's
then-
a lot of
So
a lot
check
of
this out.
XX
So check
who-
this out.
who have-
So check this out. So then we Googled it, and it was like historic change. 12 women have been selected for
yeah.
special forces, right? And I was like, in my naivety, I was like, oh, they lowered the standards, right? And he was like, you're such a chauvinist. And then here's the thing. I literally called my buddy who was a Navy SEAL, and he goes, no, dude, you're right. He goes, selected just means like audition.
Yeah.
And I went, wait, what? And he goes, no, dude, you're right. There's no women special forces. Like, they can't, like, no, everything you're saying is true. And I was like completely grounded back in my own reality. Like, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's not just imposter syndrome. It was just straight up avoidance. It was like, okay, they're telling me I can be great. They're telling me I have the mental makeup. I passed their tests. I have the DNA. I have a lineage within the Marines.
Mm-hmm.
Go capture your greatness.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, man to man to man, because there's 3 of us, right? It scared the shit out of me, man. Like, it
Yeah.
really did. Like,
Well, especially at
like,
that age.
honestly, dude, I was like, yeah, but what if I lose my legs? And they were like, dude, you're not
I
going
was
to go to
hoping.
combat. You got a 99. You're not going to combat. Like, that's not your path. And I was like, yeah, but I hear that from all the military. Like,
I
they
never
always say
thought
that.
I'd
like,
live this long, and if I
you know
did,
what I
I
mean?
wouldn't
Does that
have
make
legs.
sense? What I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It was terror for
Yeah.
me. I was terrified, and I thought I had another option, which I was super wrong in.
Well,
In retrospect, like,
Well,
I
that-
totally should have fucking got. I would look like you right now, fucking jacked. Bro. I remember what you looked like when we were both 18. You're older than me, but I remember
Yeah.
you at 18, and I remember me at 18. We had the exact same body type, and then you went to the fucking military, and now you're a fucking man, and I'm still a twig. Like that, I have to live with that reality. I
might-
could have changed my body. I could have done that. I could have become, dude, because I was a great athlete. I had everything. I had everything going for me.
I might look
and
like
I
a
pissed
man.
it away, thinking I was going to be a great musician.
You two are the manly men, just for what it's worth.
I don't think so.
I say it to you all the time.
Yeah,
Out of
but
the
I don't
three of
really
us-
say
you
it
just
to
say
you, but
it.
I will say it.
You
That-
just
Out
say
of
it,
the three
and
of
you
us-
saying it
out of
makes
the
me feel
three of us-
imposter.
Out of the 3 of us, I'm the least manly.
I'm
of them.
That's not true.
necessity.
You are both.
man.
You both can do all the fucking man shit.
You
So
mean
much.
the cliche shit?
But like,
Are
I
you
just,
talking about like the cliche
I just
shit, like
look-
working on cars? Are you? Is that
Yeah.
what you're talking about?
just
like the
yeah,
cliche
yeah,
just
like,
shit?
one.
but like, I'm not good at that shit. Like, I've never,
You could be though.
Neither am I.
but even beyond that, even just like,
it's out
like
of
I'll
necessity.
speak. I'll speak specifically of JP. I'm not like dismissing you whatsoever, but just with JP specifically, like. I know you. You're just like me. You're gonna get all uncomfortable. But
That's
way
where this started with, by the way, was like how interesting of a dude you are.
Oh, okay.
the
I don't feel it.
the what you sacrifice to take care of your family, and here's the thing: you sacrifice more than most men I've ever met, and you don't even think that you're sacrificing it. That's why I always tell you that you're such a fucking man. You know, and
You asked me this when you came on the
gonna
podcast
make
last.
me
What is
cry.
a man? Right? And I go, I don't know what a man is, but I know a bitch when I see one.
Yeah.
That's how we ended that conversation. 'cause
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
I can't tell
Yeah.
you what a man is, but I know a
Yeah.
bitch when I see one.
Yeah.
Like I can tell you,
Same.
I can look at a guy and be like, you're not a man. But I can't tell you what a man is. But I
Right.
can look at a guy and be like, you ain't a fucking man. You're a bitch, bro.
yeah.
JP, you are a very, very, very interesting and impressive guy, man. Like 2 branches of the military, firefighter, served on the city council. Fucking dude, the medevac shit you're doing?
No. No, fire.
Not doing that anymore?
No. I was doing.
You were doing some medevac
I was doing
shit.
wildland fire.
You were doing medevac shit.
Yeah, like paramedic shit too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
doing medevac shit. Because last time you were on the podcast, we had a whole ass conversation about how you were doing some medevac shit. You were like one of four people who were like.
Oh no, that one I was trying to
to
get on. I was trying to get on dive, but no, I don't do medevac. We have an ambulance.
He was fucking the corpses.
Yeah.
You're a super impressive guy, man. You're a super
No.
impressive guy, and it's cool to be a guy like me. Like I've done some cool shit. And
It's
I can look
ADHD.
myself in the fucking mirror. Me too. And I can look myself in the mirror. And I can respect myself as a man.
I try.
And honestly, I've done enough dope fucking. I've saved enough lives in real life.
We've talked about
I've
that.
done, yeah, you're actually the guy I called when all that happened.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
I was in tears, bro.
I know exactly how
know
you
this
feel.
Story?
I don't know if I
Bro,
did.
fucking house burned down upstairs, and I fucking ran into it and like saved literally 2 people. One guy died. Fucked me up for months.
Yeah.
PTSD, like, dude.
I don't think I know about this.
And
at
then
all.
literally the wind shifted and almost burned down the next house. So I almost kicked in the neighbor's door. Got another 10 people out of there. Prevented them from dying in their sleep of smoke damage. Dude, wild. And then I called JP because he's a firefighter, and I was like, dude, being a hero does not feel good. And he was like, yeah, that's how. In that, I think what you said is, at the end of the conversation, he goes, I know what you're saying is real because being a hero it doesn't feel good.
Well, it's not a hero.
The
You gotta-
movies make you look.
It's just doing
cool,
your job, but
when you're done,
you got to deal with
it
all.
doesn't feel good. Like
Yeah.
being a hero is not like, oh,
and you called
I'm a
me
hero.
shortly after an incident that I had where there was I finally had a save, and it was so destructive.
Yeah.
I
remember
the
that
feeling of life coming back
Yep.
into a person, and when they were right there on the brink, and that feeling is not something that feels good. It doesn't, and it sticks with you in such a haunting way, and it fucks you up.
It's
for
weird,
so
right?
long. Yeah.
And so I've had a few of these things where I've saved my own life. I had a home invasion when I lived in Uptown about 14 years ago now. 2 very large black dudes came into my house,
Why did it have to be black?
and they were huge, and I'm saying huge, like 6'4",
Could've just said huge dudes.
320. They looked like offensive linemen for the fucking Minnesota Vikings, dude. And I did the exact opposite of what you would think a guy that looks like me would do, right? Like, I saw the gun, I grabbed the gun, pointed it at his dick, and then started swinging for my life, right?
Yeah.
They beat the shit out of me. They pistol whipped me, cracked my head open, had blood coming down my fucking, like literally gushing like a river down the side of my shirt.
Yeah.
Turned my fucking blue polo purple, right? So that was moment 1. And then a few other things happened. And then basically all of a sudden I'm 35, 36 years old, and I go, I'm a man now. Like, and if somebody else tells me I can't XYZ, it doesn't matter because I've proven to myself, I know who I am.
Yep.
Homie, like, bro, I'm a man now. But when I get around guys like JP, and when you and I get into certain conversations, because you did train for all of it. You trained for every moment of it, right? I got another homie that watches the podcast. He started off as a fan from San Diego. He eventually moved to Minneapolis. Like, he's literally just a fan of the podcast. His name's Cloth. He was a fucking...
Oh yeah,
He was a sniper, dude. 33 confirmed kills. Like, actually, I think it's way more than 33 now that I think about it. But, like, this is a real man. He's an actual Viking. He's like 6'6", a giant human being. And I'm like... The only way I win that fight is with a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like, as much of a man as I prove to myself I am, like, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Because and what happened in the riots, how I showed up from my block, how you watch the incident map around the fucking, literally, you can Google this. This is not my hyperbole. Like, you Google the incidents during the riots, and then you zoom in on this address, and there's a cute little halo.
Oh,
Like,
dude, you should
nothing happened on my fucking block, bro.
You should see the Google
Everybody was
Map
getting
image.
confronted.
You should
Like,
say you got your own Kyle Rittenhouse image on Google Maps.
But clean.
Street View.
But clean.
No, I'm just kidding.
But clean, bro. But clean.
How
That's
funny would
what
that be, though? You, like, search your address or whatever, like, to get the
And
Google...
it's just me going,
the Google Street View, and it's like Jared and his fucking boxers. He's just like...
no, but for
It's
real,
just
though.
frozen.
But again, when I know men who have actually sacrificed their constitutional rights,
Yeah.
the other things y'all did, man, like, dude, I was scared of that, dude, and I'm really ashamed of myself and wish I would have been more of a man at a young age when I was a boy. There were so many times where I was willing to be the man and be the hero, but when it came to commitment, when it came to girls, when it came to the military, when it came to, like, choosing a fucking career path, dude, even still to this day, I'm kind of a bitch about that shit, dude. And it really kind of haunts me a little bit. In a good way now.
Yeah.
It's very constructive. I'm definitely making... I'm not overcompensating,
Yeah.
but I'm definitely making up for it, right? And I've done a lot of psilocybin over the last 5 to 10 years. And ironically, it's done the exact... Coming from a very liberal, artsy, floozy, fucking... do whatever you want, man. The more mushrooms I've done, the more of a normal dude it's made me. The more masculine, the more responsible, the more straightforward, the more like, oh, we got to get shit done, dude. Because this whole fucking thing is a house of cards. And everything is about personal responsibility. So it's super interesting when I hear people who've come from the other end and gone more like, oh, more freedom, more love. And I the more mushrooms I do, I feel like the healthier I get and the more like focused I get. And I go, oh, okay, yeah, I see the bigger picture now, which means I need to focus on the smaller picture.
But and
does that make sense?
And we've talked about, exactly why. It's because the mushies, they present to you what you need to see. You know what I'm saying?
Your weaknesses.
So for me,
not the world's weaknesses.
Yeah,
yours.
Weaknesses. So for me, that was one of the things I had to see, right? Because I was so removed from that.
That's legit, dude.
So I think that's one of the things I think is so cool about if you're willing to
do enough.
And to do it in I'm not gonna say the right. There is no right, but like when somebody's like, oh, they didn't do anything for me, and I'm like, well, where'd you do it? Oh, I was at this party. Well, there you go, you motherfucking dipshit.
All you saw is the fucking the walls moving a touch.
I mean, you don't have to do what I do, but when I do it, all I do is I meditate the entire fucking time, and I'm not trying to sound pretentious, but that's because when I'm doing it for I want to fix this.
Do you literally like sit there like you're meditating?
I do. I have it's a binaural beats thing that I listen to that has like it's like a meditate. It's for doing that, and I shit you not, I will sit there with those in my earbuds for the entire 4 or 5 hours. And do nothing.
Dude, that's super.
You gotta,
cool.
and you gotta bring me through this because.
And then
because
what I
I've
do is
been
you
wanting
ever done
to try,
mushrooms.
Well,
at all.
In fact, here I'll give you this.
No. I mean, I tried some
So
chocolates.
Jeremy,
that I
when
found
you're
out
talking
later
about
were
this, because
mushrooms.
I want to tell you. Here you go.
Did you want to know the answer? Or? Just kidding.
I want to set both of this
with you.
up. So I know Jeremy's been big into microdosing in the past. I do macrodosing.
These are macros when I do the meditation.
So when you do a macro, how much are you doing?
It's usually 6 or 7
grams.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how I go, dude.
But I only do it like once or twice a year.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
that's how I do, dude.
Hope my boss isn't
But I want to
watching
do
right
it for
now.
the
Dude,
same
that
reason
shit-
I wanted
or my
Vincent
dad.
to. So I wouldn't.
But if
want
you
to
do
it
6 or
without
7
her.
grams, bro, like it's not a comfortable experience.
So then the other thing that I do is when I have
it is good.
and then when I have these epiphanies throughout the meditation, I text them to myself so that I don't lose it.
Genius. I've
And
done
then-
that too.
And then I go
me.
and then I go back and I read it. And so like
Once in a while, it's to me.
the biggest like the
I
biggest
did do that once. I spent an entire trip texting my buddies. I'm sorry, I fucked up our friendship 7 years ago. I remember this one night at the bar, and people were like, "What are you talking about, you lunatic?"
like the big epiphany I had for the last one, which was kind of funny. It was a quote unquote bad trip, right? Where my belief is there is no such thing as a bad trip. It just means it's showing you some shit that maybe you don't want to fucking. It's been in the basement, right? That's my belief. And so the bad trip
that's accurate.
afterwards, when I was all done with it, and I was so frustrated, and then I realized I'm like, that was the message. I went into this with an expectation that this was going to be my result, and it wasn't going the way I wanted it to. And I was like, that was the fucking message. Jeremy, you have expectations that can't be met, And even if they can be met, you're leading with expectations, and that's why you're so frustrated all the time.
Sure.
And that's kind of the thing I've been meditating on for the last since then.
You know what mine was
Real quick, my daughter's pissed that you called her a Z. She's a millennial. She just made sure that
younger
she
millennial,
said it
Bridge
a couple
Z.
times.
Bridge
Tell
Z.
Jeremy
Bridge Z.
I'm a millennial.
The
She's a
fact that
Bridge
she
Z.
reached out to text you that tells me that she's actually Gen Z.
She's a Bridge Z. She's a Bridge Z. Because a millennial wouldn't care. They'd be over this podcast.
You know what's funny though? Here's what's funny though is actually after I said that, I was like, oh, she's not listening, because I was gonna say, I hope you know I'm kidding.
Chat.
I was like,
in chat. Shout out to Caitlin.
I was gonna say, like, I hope she knows I'm kidding, but I was like, she's not even listening anyways. I don't even know if she's. I don't even know
how
if
many
she's Gen
times
Z.
my daughter has come up. Yeah, with Jeremy, he tries to screw
tries
with
to
me.
fuck with you a little bit.
Yeah, he's like,
The first time was a genuine accident, though, and we don't need to say that on the podcast.
Well, I don't even know. She can handle anything. I promise you.
We don't need to say it on the podcast because when I first started working with you and I was looking at the pictures that you had, I was like, ooh, who's that? Like I was, and then you were like, that's my daughter. There's more to that story that I'll say off air.
Yeah. She looked a little mature.
But you,
in the picture.
I just met JP.
I hope I don't have fucking daughters, dude. I
just
especially
met.
being a
I'm like,
musician,
oh,
dude.
who's that? Like, and he's just like, oh yeah, I don't know. That's like this piece of shit. Thinking my daughter's hot.
Yeah, he did try to backpedal, but it was funny to me because I'm not going to get insulted.
I
right?
didn't know it was his daughter, though,
right.
either. It was just a picture.
I can't possibly get insulted.
This
by
reminds me of what happened one night at the Rock nightclub. It wasn't the Rock, but Wally's daughter was hanging out backstage. I think she's 16 at the time. Charismatic as fuck. You know, old soul.
Yeah.
You know, I had her on the podcast recently. Dude.
That girl could sing, too. I mean,
Dude,
not surprising.
She's dope, but dude, the thing I took away, she's fucking hilarious. Like, she's so charismatic. She's so fun to be around. Like, I could imagine easily being 24 years old and just being awestricken by this girl.
Mm-hmm.
Now you just like rewind the clock a little bit, and she's a mature-looking 16-year-old, and we're at the Rock nightclub. And all of a sudden, like, I know that's Wally's daughter, but I hear some dude be like, who the fuck's that girl? She's hot as fuck, dude. I would eat her ass. Oh! And Wally turns around and he goes, that's my fucking daughter, bro.
Oh, fuck. I didn't say anything like that, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. But we're just standing in the crowd, right?
Yeah.
Like,
It still would have been funny, but no, he didn't go that far.
Nobody knew except for me, because I know these people. These are my people. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I just looked at this dude and I looked at Wally, and that dude just shrunk. He shrunk and just walked away.
There's no rebuttal to that.
I don't know if he actually said I would lick her ass, but like
Something like that.
it
yeah.
was something where literally
Right.
Wally just turned around. He's
There's
like, dude, that's
two-
my daughter. Dude.
There's two rebuttals to that. Either walking away or tripling down.
Oh, and I think somebody else was like, dude, she's 16.
How
and
did
then,
we get
and
on
then
this
I think-
conversation about her
and
daughters?
then I think Wally was like, and that's my daughter, you son of a bitch.
Oh, it's like a
Something
double whammy.
Something, or somebody was like, and that's Wally's daughter. The more I remember this, the more I'm like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's right. That's how we got on this conversation.
yeah.
Is about people who
Because I thought your
get
daughter was
crazy.
hot, and I didn't know it was
No,
your daughter.
It's because we get people get crazy about
Yeah.
well, what if you had a daughter?
yeah,
Yeah.
And it's
yeah,
like
that's-
I've been
yeah.
honest with my daughter the whole
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
about what we are.
Yeah,
as men.
going way back to the
Yeah.
beginning of the podcast.
I
Yeah,
was
which is
trying
like,
to figure out how we got there.
well, because so for the listeners who don't know what the fuck we're talking about, to catch it up in context, yeah,
All
because,
two of you.
I mean, there will be.
I'm just kidding, man.
But no, at the end of the day, like, yeah, if dude's gonna be Me Too'd, we're talking about the guy from the White Horse, Steve,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's like he fucked an adult,
Yeah.
allegedly.
See, I don't know, like,
Allegedly,
That's
like,
one of
there's
the
actually zero confirmation that they actually had sex.
this is the one downfall. Well, maybe it's not a downfall, but like being away from, I'm on Instagram, but being specifically away from Facebook is like, I don't know any of this shit that's like from my understanding, it sounds like what I've heard through ripples is there's like some huge fucking bullshit going on in the local music scene between that guy, between people going to see Pantera at First Avenue,
you
like all
remember
this
how
shit.
Louis C.K. didn't do anything legal, but he
Right.
obviously illegal, but he obviously was like,
Inappropriate.
yes,
Yeah.
super
Well,
creepy.
Inappropriate, not illegal.
Now imagine that divided by 10.
But didn't he warn them?
Like-
this is what I want.
Well, he asked.
Okay.
He always asks permission.
So is that inappropriate though?
because certain women felt they couldn't say no
Oh, okay, okay.
because of his
I get that.
position of
Yep.
stature.
Gotcha.
That's where the
Okay.
and
Did he ever do it in
All
front of
three
ones
of
that
us-
said no?
but here's the
No,
thing.
as far as I know.
Literally no.
Okay.
So, but all three of us just went, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, then it's
yeah.
different, right? So yeah, I get it. If you're a woman and you feel like, oh, this is
Well,
Louis
this
C.K., I can't say no because then I
Right.
won't get a spot next week.
Yeah.
Of course, that's
Yep.
fucked up, right? You're abusing your power.
Right.
All of us just immediately agreed to that. What I'm explaining is, according to the allegations, that's not even close to what happened. It's
With,
like
with this white rock guy or whatever.
Yeah, it's
whatever
like
it is,
that.
yeah.
According to allegations, and
Uh-huh.
and I've had people. We talked about this before the podcast. I had dude on the phone. And
Yeah,
I said,
yeah.
Tell me what he did, and he said, "I'm not going to say that." And I'm like, "Well, then what the fuck are we doing, dude?" That's my point. Is
Yeah.
nobody's going to actually say anything. So
Catch
either-
me up to speed a little bit, because the guy had
Apparently, he had some sort of something. Nothing confirmed with a girl who was definitely not a minor.
but
18
young.
or 19.
Gotcha. So just a large age. I shouldn't say just.
It's
It was a large age difference.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
In like,
Which
some,
is- yeah.
some people are implying but not willing to actually say grooming, right? Because we would
Oh.
all agree grooming is fucked up, but
Yeah.
nobody's actually saying that. They're just trying to like dance around it and say it, and that's my point. I'm like, fucking say it then. What did he do? And nobody will actually say it.
So
They're
I know.
all just implying and dancing around shit.
That
And
they
it's an
don't like.
adult they're talking about.
You know what's funny?
That's my problem.
You know what's funny?
Like, if it was a minor we're talking about, I could understand
Yeah.
dancing around it. But it's not. They're talking about an 18,
But they would say
19-year-old
that.
woman.
If it was.
Right. Exactly. So it sounds like it's a lot of bullshit, which maybe he's a creeper.
Maybe you just need
but
to
are we
talk to this guy.
I tried to get him on the podcast.
No. Outside first before.
I tried.
the
I tried to
podcast.
go down there and meet him and hang out with him, and he doesn't have PR people. He doesn't have people giving him good advice on how to handle this. Because if I were in his corner, if I were his best friend, I'd go, listen, here's the deal. Go to Greg Chilton's podcast. Oh, Greg Chilton won't have you on his podcast? Okay, don't worry about it. Do the Jared Singer guy's podcast. Tell your side of the story, and then literally delete your Twitter. Like, literally tell your side of the story, and then shut the fuck up. Don't respond to anybody's anything at any level on any platform. You told your side of the story. If people want to Google you, that podcast is going to pop up. They're going to hear your side of the story versus a bunch of written tweets. And if you're being honest, if you're on the right side of this thing, in time you will be vindicated.
My daughter wants to be let on the podcast. You don't have that ability anymore, do you?
Uh,
That would.
I mean,
be,
I have all the
that would
abilities.
be some
I actually have more abilities
juicy
now.
information right there. If
You
you,
know
ever
what's-
wanted to know about J.P. Armstrong,
You know what's funny
She's an
about
adult. We'll have her on.
she is.
what's
oh my
funny
God,
is-
she's married and has 2 kids and
Okay, we'll have her on.
she's a full on adult.
We'll have
she's
her on.
almost 30. Wait, I don't know. Born
But this originally started
1996.
with how much we respected
How old is
JP
she at
for being such an
96?
interesting
Well, I
guy,
was gonna-
by the way.
I was gonna say
if we
what's-
could possibly get back to what the fuck I actually brought up was
It's
how
a number.
interesting
I don't
JP
remember
is.
numbers.
I was just
Caitlin,
gonna.
Sorry.
The only thing I was gonna say to that was it's funny that okay, obviously like I'm out of the loop right now, right? Because I've checked out of that side. So me being completely out of the loop by not being on Facebook,
28.
I still know as much about this white rock guy as the people who have formed extremely strong opinions, right? Like I still don't know what happened.
Neither do
And,
I. And
yeah.
I've actually like asked people, and no one's willing to actually make any concrete accusations. Which is why I was like, okay, this smells. Because
Yeah.
my instincts are always good.
Right.
Like when I trust my gut, I literally can't ever remember being wrong.
Well,
When
what's
I
your gut
really
say about
actually-
having us on here?
It was a
Yes.
great decision,
Really?
and I'm having
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
most
say
fun
your
I've
gut
had
sucks.
in so long.
I mean, I'm not saying like
We're
I'm
not honestly. The reason
fucking
nobody's
with you.
watching is because we haven't been consistent enough.
though, like you said, they
No,
usually watch the
I'm
replays.
fucking with you.
We just
about-
honestly no. We just need
It's
to
that whole
like keep doing the
imposter syndrome.
podcast.
Why does he
and
want me
just
on here?
Eventually, it'll come back. So why do I want you on here? Why did I want the two of you?
By
on
the
here?
way, that almost.
I'm usually here. I'm here to help.
People tried
him.
fucking
Get
me
outta
over
here, you
politically
fuck.
about being on this podcast.
Jeremy,
Did you know
I
that?
love you, you piece of shit.
They tried using this
I didn't hear what you
podcast
said.
against me
But I
politically
laugh when I hear pieces of shit.
because you did some Satan worship stuff, about me or whatever, and they tried using
Oh,
that.
that's right. You did
Yeah.
like a joke or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he did because Freemason. So he's like, "Oh, you're literally," and they tried using that
the whole podcast.
and they
the whole podcast.
I
literally-
watched it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they sent that around in
That's
their little
propaganda.
groups of like people in town talking about how terrible of a person I must be, and I was enjoying it so much. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding
The
me?
best part
and
is I
even
gained
the
a bunch
older
of
people.
subscribers over like the next 3 months, but then as I kept doing more podcasts, they all just one by one dropped back off, dude.
And even like the 65-year older and older crowd were like, yeah, so what? It was actually pretty funny, and it's not a podcast I would have watched, but I'm glad you showed it to me. So
it worked
that
so
was
well,
hilarious. It was one guy who was a neighbor who sent that to everybody and goes, "Look at this guy. This is who your deputy mayor
Is that fucking that wiener? And where you used to live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I still live there, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's so funny, dude.
But I'm almost done with my my whole term, so I'll be moving south.
So we
soon.
should probably tell
when-
people that
when
you're
you're
not
moving,
a Satan worshiper. You actually do believe in some version of God.
Mm-hmm.
Whether everybody agrees with your version of God is irrelevant. And you just happen to be a part of a Satan worshiping organization.
Yeah. You and my stepmom will get along great.
The Masons are evil, dude.
Okay.
Any
There we go.
any organization to me is evil. Like any institution is evil,
I wouldn't go like from my
including the DNR. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just had to go after the DNR for no reason.
I don't go as far as evil, but I am in the camp
You
of
are
like,
evil.
I am in the camp of like I don't know what. Maybe I'm being contrarian. I don't know what it is, but over the more recent
even know what
years,
that means.
I've gotten nice. I've gotten so far.
And that took
Well
me a
played.
second. I actually didn't even get it until you said nice.
Nice.
Until you said nice. Then I was like, wait, what did he say? And then I got it, dude.
But it's like I don't know, man. Like
I don't even know what that means.
sometimes I think maybe that's part of why I don't align with the political. Like I really have an aversion to being in groups. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like even if if I really like a band,
To be pigeonholed.
I don't want to be like part of the fan club. and
Yeah, like
part
I'm
of
not
the
an
fan-
Attila fan, but
Yeah.
I like Attila.
or like
But I don't want anybody to know I like Attila.
So, like, here's
And
an
then they'll call me an Attila fan. And then I'm a douchebag.
yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
essentially like or like here's an example, and I know I'll get ripped on for this because it's like the
But I
popular
do
thing.
like Attila.
But I don't care. But not that. I mean I don't care about that. I don't. I don't care that I'm gonna get ripped on. I'm not saying I don't care that you like Attila.
What's going on with the chat? Is it all my daughter?
Pretty much.
maybe at the moment.
But like I'll use Sleep Token as an example. All right, like you can laugh at me all you want. I fucking love Sleep. They're the first band I've like fallen in love with in years. However, when
They have become a fad at the same time. Is that what you're getting at?
I don't even necessarily care so much about that. I mean, I was lucky
my
enough.
bad,
I was lucky enough.
I'm sorry.
But there is a little of that, I think. Like, because it was the one time the YouTube algorithm worked, right? And it suggested Sleep Token. This is like before they blew up, and I was like, oh, this is fucking cool.
Okay.
And then,
I see what you're saying.
and then
My bad.
and then when I went to the concert, I fucking loved the concert, but I realized I'm like, I don't care about this lore and all this other shit. I just think that the music fucking rules, right? And then like, so I'm in the, and like,
Right.
So that's an example where it's like, I don't want to be part of like that group. I just want to enjoy the band. that's how I am in life. And I don't know. As soon as you start getting into a group, it's like, it feels like then you get handed this like sheet where it's like, well, these are all the things you have to agree with, and these are the things you have to be against, and this is how you need to run your life from now on. And
you can't be part of the group.
And I'm so maybe to an unhealthy extent, I'm so independent and so nomadic that it's like I don't want to be part. This is about as big of a group I want to be a part of right here, like 3 people.
Yeah.
That makes sense though, and it seems to have definitely worked for you.
But being part of the Masons though, it's pretty local though too. You're in a small group. There's not a huge group, even though the Masons is a huge organization, a huge fellowship, or a huge whatever you want to call it, fraternity. It's not. It's not.
I keep letting this.
It's not like that. It's you end up finding this small group.
That's the thing. I'm probably wrong in my assumptions of all these groups, right?
You're not wrong, because I feel the same way. And the fact that I only have a couple friends that I keep in contact with, one that I work with, one that that I used to work with, and then a couple that are related to my wife-ish. So that's it, outside of family, of course. So I'm the same way. I'm definitely the same way. But if you look at the organization, whatever organization it could be, veterans, you're part of a veteran group, and you will be for the rest of your life. The same thing with Masons. The same thing with I will always be a deputy mayor even when I'm done. You always keep the top.
Oh, like president or whatever.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about as far as groups. You're not part of a huge organization when you're actually in it. You're just part of this group of people that you've decided are your friends and the people that you want to listen to. So
yeah, for me, it's like if a group, whether it's a group of friends, that's like I was kind of joking, but also kind of serious that like the 3 of us don't agree on every single thing, right?
Hardly anything,
and like, but none of us is like pushing anybody, right? Like, and it's like as soon as you start expanding that, like the group, then all of a sudden it becomes like, well, now you got some rules, and this is what you have to agree to, and this is what you don't. You know what I mean? Right. I like this. I like being able to have real conversations. Everybody can have their beliefs, they can be their own person. You find out the things you align on. Maybe you talk about the things you don't align
getting
on.
Fucked or punched.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, hopefully both at the end of the podcast.
Yeah, but not
I can't
during
come
the
unless
podcast.
I get punched. If you don't punch me in the back of the head, I ain't coming.
Wait, what?
I learned that back in church.
That was
I'm just kidding. I wasn't Catholic.
That was the same church camp I went to.
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah.
You're a little older than me. Technically, that was molestation.
That was grooming.
It doesn't count because I enjoyed it.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god, I gotta piss.
And you weren't crying, and you were sleeping.
Do you guys want to keep riffing, or should I?
I was
try to
pretending
rip a
to sleep.
song?
About what?
Do you guys want to keep riffing?
I want to go back to the. I want to finish the
He's gotta
imposter
piss.
syndrome. So go ahead and you piss,
And then we'll talk.
And I want to talk about the imposter
Well,
syndrome thing.
set it up so I at least know where you're going.
Yeah, we'll
before I
talk
piss.
loud.
Yeah. Well, and
Jeremy, will you
I'll
do me a
look at your
favor and
dick
grab me a
while you're
beer out of
peeing
that
over there.
fucking fridge?
I
No,
can't
not
believe
that one, the
I can
other
actually see the urinal.
That's going to be the kegerator when I start brewing beer again, and I start serving my beer on the podcast. That's what that
he's
was
a
for.
he's a
Which I've been
beer
talking
guy.
about that for 2 fucking years, but no, I was good at brewing beer. Anyway, so imposter syndrome.
About if I snag another one?
Oh, dude.
I'm actually sending this link to a couple.
So I'm gonna set you up. Actually, I'm gonna do the volleyball set so you can spike it down with
Do you
the
think I need
imposter
it?
syndrome.
Yeah.
So I think Jeremy knows how big of an ego I come across as.
Oh, really?
But Jeremy and I have known each other long enough to where he knows how insecure I actually am.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's where
That's
ego,
like when people are like, "How are you?"
that's where
this,
ego
This
comes
sound mean,
from.
but when people are like, "How are you still fucking friends with that guy?"
A lot of
like you guys
times-
got into a fist fight. You got into all this stuff. It's like because I like him. He's a real person.
Well, and
And
at
because
the end
we got in
of
a
the day,
fist
like
fight.
I feel like that made us way better friends.
Yeah, but even beyond that, I just like. Same with like
Where I grew up, getting in a legitimate fist fight, actually the more violent the fist fight, the better the friendship is after
I
said fist
masturbate
fight.
to it quite a bit.
Fuck you. Fuck you. But
No, but that's-
I'm actually not joking about that statement at all.
No.
And I'm dead serious. The
We've
more
all been through
violent that where I grew up,
Yep.
the rules I grew up, which is why it happened, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which
Shout out
which
to
is
Paul
why
Peters and
alcohol.
Jamie Bixby.
well,
At least on my end, it was alcohol.
No, I'm saying from my perspective,
Yeah.
why it happened and why I feel bad about it is because where I grew up from was a completely different set of rules, and I didn't know that until after the fight.
Yeah.
And that was actually days after the fight, where I was like, "Oh, I thought this was going to make us like literal brothers." Like where I grew up from,
instead of a fracture.
It's like
Yeah.
blood brothers.
Yeah,
Now we're one.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we've like it's the equivalent of a man and a woman fucking. It's like a man and a man literally bludgeoning
We
each other and
fucked.
shedding blood. Like we're blood brothers now. Like we're
that's some of
real.
the best sex I think I've ever had.
So like that's honestly,
Yeah.
and I don't know if I've ever actually said that in these exact words, but like
Maybe,
that's
yeah.
what fucked me up
Yeah.
about the result. Was like I thought the action was gonna result in a tighter bond.
yeah.
And I'm not saying I thought this during the fight. I'm saying like
Yeah,
the
like
fight's
later,
over. The fight's
reflecting.
over. Like I'm stuck in Albert Lee.
Yep.
Like
And
I
like
come
from
home,
your perspective,
yeah,
this
I come
is-
home and like we fucking have a big deep talk and
Yeah.
like now we're a family for real.
Yeah.
Because I always felt like the outsider, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
now we're like, but then I realized, oh, everybody doesn't live by my rules. Everybody doesn't resonate with these
Yeah.
same things, right? But like we still figured out a way to get to that. And,
Oh, yeah.
and you're like one of the most common podcast guests I have on.
Yeah.
here. So I think
There's a
everybody-
reason I come back, dude. It's
and there's
like
a
I said-
reason I keep asking you back.
Like
right?
I will say it right
It's
now.
about respect.
I will say it right now.
It's about respect.
I will say it right now on the podcast. I don't give a fuck what everybody has to say. Like Jared's my friend. I genuinely like Jared. Do we agree on everything? No. Do we piss each other off sometimes? Maybe once in a while. It's probably been a
I
while.
probably disappoint you a lot as a friend, but
I don't think so.
I think I do, and I
No.
think I have many times. But irrelevant to what I'm actually saying. The
There
point.
we are
The point
with
I'm trying to
imposter
make.
syndrome and
The
shit
point I'm
again.
trying to make is it's about respect, right? And to get back to the imposter syndrome thing
Yeah.
is like, for me, what that means is, and again, where I started this is Jeremy knows how big of an ego I come across as, but Jeremy knows how insecure I really am, and what every single show, no matter how good I actually did, I was like, we tricked them. We convinced them we were good.
That's one of the areas where we.
That's actual imposter syndrome. Motherfuckers that claim imposter syndrome don't know what they're fucking talking about. That's like literally to this day. If I send you a track and Jeremy's like, dude, I love your drumming. I was like, I tricked him. I got him. I convinced him on this one track I was good.
You and I
whenever
were
I-
like, that's what we were in the because we were both that dude.
Yeah.
We always remember how many times did I pace back and forth backstage? Nobody's gonna show up. Nobody's gonna show up. And somebody's like, dude, there's a line going out the door
Right.
to the fucking parking lot.
And we always had to play that for each other. Like,
Yeah.
Because
I'm
I
like,
would
"No,
see
they're
him-
not here.
I
They're not
would
gonna come in."
I would see him spiraling, and I'd be like, Jeremy,
Oh, I love
dude,
the
we're gonna
word
crush
spiraling
tonight.
because
We're gonna
get it.
crush tonight. And then there was nights that I did that.
Yeah.
Where I was like, dude, there's fucking nobody here. We're in fucking Albert Lee, Minnesota. What the fuck? And Jeremy would be like, dude, pretend it's a rehearsal. And I remember this exact quote. Jeremy goes, Jared, pretend it's a rehearsal. That's what you taught me. If the room's empty, pretend it's a rehearsal. And I remember that night I went, you're right. And then we walked out on stage and the fucking hotel was packed. You remember this? It was a hotel we played. And
so
there
weird.
was nobody there all night. And then we went on stage, our intro played, and I swear to God, when we walked on stage, there was like fucking 350 people in that room.
Whatever that room
Whatever it
held.
held.
Yeah.
I think it was like
it was just like a hotel ballroom
yeah, I
or
think
whatever.
I think it was 280,
Yeah.
but it was like clearly packed to the gills, and we were like, "What the fuck?"
And then that's when they let us.
Yeah.
They were so
We
happy with us.
stole
They
all
were
their alcohol from the bar.
They were so happy with us. They're like, you guys can just go behind the bar and make your own drinks after the set. And then that led to
Me stealing an entire bottle. of
a lot of
tequila.
stuff. You better go piss because I got to go piss.
I got to piss really bad. So, JP, talk about imposter syndrome. I just talked about and set you up for what it means to me, which is like I literally tricked you guys. And I do it on every fucking record I put out. Every time I get on stage, if people are like, "Oh, dude, you're fucking really good." I'm
Well,
like,
that's with
"I got
everything,
him.
though.
I tricked
So
him."
that's with everything. With even with local politics. You know, how did I frickin' get in? You know, I put out those stupid mustache signs because I didn't like the people that were on the council at the time, and I ran as a clown, and I got into the circus. Are you gonna pee in that sucker? You should do it. And then he's Ari Shafiring. He's Ari Shafiring right now. So then, the fire department, like I was in my 40s when I joined, and there's all these studs, and I'm getting thank you for your service bullshit, and I'm like, okay, well, thank you for your cervix. So, but then as far as being a veteran, when we go back to you being labeled, I can hear that. I can hear the liquid.
You can't. If you make eye contact with me, I'm gonna get hard, and then I'm not gonna be able to piss.
I'm gonna look at you right in the eye while you're doing it.
I'm getting so hard. I'm so hard.
I'm actually jealous. You're completely stopped up.
I'm so hard. I'm in the Gatorade bottle. Keep making eye contact. It might be a different
Don't forget
fluid.
my daughter's watching this.
Ah, shit. That's right. Hi, Caitlin.
So anyway, and then actually making it to the military portion of it, I went in with all the intention, like you were talking about. At least you had the intention to give up your constitutional rights for a while, and that's where this started. I had the ability to in the drive to do it, and it took me until my 40s to give up the imposter syndrome, to feel like I didn't deserve for somebody to say thank you for your service, and because I didn't do anything. But aside from all those years, multiple enlistments, the fact that I tried, at least I wanted to, and I went into something that I thought I would get some action, right? And I thought right away, because all the people before me, they come back with these great stories about all the fighting they did and all the sacrifice that they made, and I joined with the intention of having that sacrifice, and I already didn't think I was going to make it to my 30s. And my ex-wife will tell you exactly that I didn't think. I told her I was going to die in my 30s.
That's why you married her.
Right. I didn't care what she was going to look like later. But I had all the intention. And I didn't see the action in the beginning, obviously, because I made a mistake going to the Air Force, and I failed out of Special Forces. So I went Army. I chose what I thought was going to be something that would for sure deploy, right? Multiple launch rockets. Like, why wouldn't you take those everywhere right away? Didn't go anywhere. And then after 9/11, deploy again. I was like, shit. That day, I quit my job at Jocelyn Sign Company in Nashville, and said, I'm going back in. And I did. I went to Chattanooga. I joined a unit that I was told by the commander that they were going to deploy, and switched to military police, and it still didn't go anywhere. I did Operation Noble Eagle, which was technically a deployment, right? It's a ribbon, all that kind of bullshit.
You could be vice president now.
Right, exactly. but I didn't go anywhere. Where did I go? Stateside. And so forever I had all this terrible guilt. And when people would ask me about my service, I'd go, sometimes I would even lie about it, because I felt so like such a fucking imposter. Every one of my good friends had these stories of enormous sacrifice, and pain and whatnot. I had what? Nothing. I had nothing. I had experience. Mm-hmm. I had some good stories, funny fucking stories, but nothing that said, I really, really sacrificed. So I sacrificed all those years, and it took me until my 40s to realize that I still sacrificed. Look at I became a civilian and started the workforce fresh, brand new, like I was fucking 18 years old, like working for Gap and stuff. I was essentially a 20-year-old person, brand spanking new, even though I was in my 30s. You know, trying to start a career, trying to start something new, trying to find my way and my place in society, and it at that time I felt like a damn imposter. I didn't like being called a veteran, and now.
But you weren't a reserve. You were like an actual full
active
service
duty,
member.
yeah.
The whole time.
Almost
In both branches.
So I joined a National Guard unit that I knew was getting deployed after 9/11.
That's what I just don't. I never understand that because it's like, dude, I'm such a pussy.
But that's the thing, that when people say reserve or whatever, that's where I give Tim Walz credit, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter. They still deploy,
And
right?
they usually deploy more, actually
yes,
more than the active
way
duty.
more.
which is weird.
And-
which is weird.
and,
But
exactly, there is a but with Tim Walz, because
Big one, dude.
yeah,
and we're
because
not talking about his face.
and everybody keeps talking about the fact that he couldn't have known that he was deploying. Dude,
Anybody who's been in the
National
military
Guard,
knows.
you know way
the
ahead
li-
of time.
the
And then he's
line
like,
that
oh, wait,
bothers me-
I want to run for Congress.
The line
I
that
don't
bo-
want this. Which is
Yeah.
fine.
The line
all
that
of that is
bothers
fine.
me-
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
All
Go
of that
ahead.
is fine. I would give him a pass. And as a matter of fact, I would even give him command title if he didn't say that I didn't know. There is
It's
the
the
fucking
lies.
that is the lie
so
that
explain-
says
so back
you
up-
knew,
back up and explain.
and then you said I have this other thing, but I still will claim this title that I'm going to try to hold on to forever, and I'm going to wear hats saying it, and the Special Forces hat that he's had. I don't know if I've sent that to you, but he wears a Special Forces hat that he's never been. And
So back up though, slow down, because there's a lot of people, including me, who don't understand 100% of what you're explaining right now. The only thing I know that he fucked up with, as far as like what he said,
is saying he
is
didn't know.
no.
Oh,
So I'm naive to what you're
Okay.
saying. So the only thing I know is he said, "We're gonna ban weapons of war that I used in war."
God.
And
Yeah,
what
there's that one
his
too.
exact, but let's slow down, guys.
You know,
Let's slow
I'm
down.
not going
I've had a
anywhere.
few drinks, but let's slow
I'm just
down.
co-signing on
Yep.
you. I'm saying,
Yep.
that
Fair
one.
enough, but
Yes.
let's slow down because I want to be very slow and deliberate about what I say.
Mm-hmm.
His exact quote was, "We're going to ban these weapons of war." Quote, which
That
I
I
should have
used.
said. I should have said quote first. Quote, "We're going to ban these weapons of war that I used in war."
Mm-hmm.
End quote. This man was never deployed to a battlefield. This man did not serve in war.
No.
And those are, again, this is actually great. Would the word be parlay from what we were talking about earlier to what we're talking about now? I have a deep respect. As close as I've been to the military
Yeah.
without being military, the immense amount of respect I have for specific verbiage and understanding of the differences between a guy who was just in the military versus a guy who was deployed versus a guy who was in a war zone, right? Like
Right.
there's huge differences between, okay.
Yeah. Especially for a
to
military
me-
member.
To me, as a guy who didn't serve, I found what Tim Wall said in that one quote deeply disrespectful. Sorry, I said disrespectful.
I got what you're saying. And everybody
Deeply
understood.
disrespectful. So, what are you talking about? Because what you're talking about seems way more enveloped and elaborate than what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is one simple as quote.
There's a few. It's
Yeah.
compounds,
So
yeah.
explain.
Yeah.
So explain to all of us, including me, what the fuck. Because this is way worse than what I knew, and I already thought very lowly of this guy. So let's talk about this because
Well-
this matters. This is our guy, and he's a piece of shit, but he might even be worse than I thought. So you're saying, say it again. Say what you said before.
That what? Which one? Because I said like three different.
Well,
things.
you'd have to go. I think you'd have to start with the easiest way. I think for it to tie it together would be to talk about how he used the title Command Sergeant Major.
Right.
That's what
That's
I'm
first
and then
thing.
and then so you could you could kind of cascade
Okay,
from there.
so-
How-
so
how-
let's address-
Thank you. Fucking
Be-
thank you,
ins-
dude. If you weren't
instead
here
of the
tonight, I would
special
not have been
forces
able to
hat,
do that.
instead of going to the special forces hat, let's go with that. That's the easiest thing, right? So you say that you're a command sergeant major. Now, the different thing about guard units and reserve units is it's slotted, right? So there is so many jobs that are slotted for that unit, right? And you have so many sergeants, you have so many staff sergeants, so many tech sergeants. So that's Air National Guard. I was just
I was gonna say I don't know,
but yeah. So
Sergeant first class, sergeant
Right.
major, command sergeant.
there
major,
you go.
First,
Yeah.
That's
so
Army National Guard.
well, no, that was
Army. in
that's
general
Army.
is
What
gonna
he was
have-
saying, that's
yeah.
Whether
Air
you're National Guard
That's
or not.
Air National Guard,
But
what
again,
I was
some
saying.
people don't even understand this. The National Guard has divisions within the Air Force, Navy,
Correct.
Coast Guard, Army.
Yeah, you have
well, I don't know.
Well, like
honestly, I don't know.
George W. Bush was in the Air National Guard,
Right.
if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
Right,
Yep.
Yeah.
right. So
And-
the National Guard is not just one thing. Just
Yeah.
to clarify,
Yeah.
again, because this is super confusing for
Yeah.
people who don't
Yeah.
know.
but not to downplay because
that's the thing.
because you're still you still know that National Guard and reserves deploy.
They went through the
Matter of
same
fact, they're
basic
more
training.
likely to deploy.
Right.
You know, and so the only difference is you keep your regular daytime job. You're allowed to go to take off on certain weekends and 2 weeks a year. Blah blah blah. So I'm not downplaying that because I even did that after 9/11. So the fact that he calls himself a command sergeant major, that means there was a spot available and he said, I'll take it. I'll take that spot. And now he gets to put on the
star? It's 1 star, right? Or a half a star?
No, that's
general.
That's
That's
general.
yeah.
So,
That's-
so
my bad,
but no,
I made
it's
them.
it's okay.
No.
Is it
Forget about what it is.
Is it
Yeah.
is it the pyramid on the?
Yes. So forget about
Or the trident, they call
exactly
it?
what it is. The fact that you're taking that title.
But it matters because it's on your uniform. It's a physical thing
That's
on your
where I'm
uniform.
going with it.
Yeah.
And that's
So-
what I want
so-
to
so
describe
he
to
put- he
listeners who
put
don't
it-
know what you're talking
He
about.
put it on his uniform because he was going to be that,
And it's
right?
on the shoulder,
and he
right?
is that contingent to him actually finishing the course that he has to and finishing the term he agreed to, which is 6 years. So what did he serve? 2 or 4 years? Doesn't matter.
So every time
Whatever
you
it
accept
is,
a promotion to a
you
new,
have to finish the contract.
There's an obligation.
it is a contract. Use the word contract.
And most people don't know this. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys
It
use
is a
the verbiage is contract.
contract.
Okay,
Contract, yep.
So,
Yep.
so literally, when you get a promotion, it's very much like at a real job.
Yep.
So okay, so you get
So,
a
so
new
you take
promotion,
the job, but you have a certain. And the same thing with fire
There's a
service.
time
You can get
obligation.
hired, but you have to be trained in the things you were hired for
and you have to serve a time
within
obligation
a certain time obligation. Yes.
before
So-
you're even eligible
correct.
to even be considered for the
And he
next
didn't serve
promotion
it.
or blah 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 blah.
So forget about
Okay.
the fact that he did break a contract, and people are saying that he didn't. That he decided he was going to run for Congress, and he left. Okay, it's still breaking the contract. Doesn't matter, even if he didn't know that he was getting
So
deployed.
in layman's
No,
terms,
hold
where
on,
I'm from,
hold on.
he didn't honor his word. Is
He
what
didn't
we're really
honor
getting
his
at.
contract.
That's what I'm hearing. Is he's not a man of his word.
Correct.
That's all I'm hearing. Right
Correct.
now. Am I correct?
You
or
are
am
correct.
I fucking
but
being
let me finish.
hyperbolic?
So the fact that he also said that he was going to honor this contract and did it. He didn't finish the training that he was supposed to do, and then when I would bow out at that point, I would take the rank that I actually deserve and that I left as. But he didn't. He took the rank. He claimed the rank that he was slotted for that he didn't finish the contract for.
He didn't fulfill the obligations to be able to. And the
He
thing,
can't claim it. Period.
and the thing that
So he's a fraud.
and the thing that a lot of people
I'm not saying it.
the thing that a lot of people I think are
I'll
are-
say it.
like
You're not going to say it, but am I accurate if I said he's a fraud?
Yep.
the thing that I think a lot of people are conflating too is like here's the thing. If Tim Walz if he hadn't have said the weapons of war thing, if he hadn't assumed the command sergeant major, right? If all he did was just speak about his 24 years
as a veteran,
which
Period.
is extremely impressive and deserves
Leave it at that.
immense respect. But he decided to do these other things, and then if you, like we're doing right now, you talk about why these other things matter, there's a giant portion of society, usually on one side of the aisle, that automatically thinks that you're dismissing his 24 years.
Yep.
No, Tim Walz, through his actions and words, dismissed. He gave us a reason. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
none of us, like JP even said it, dude. Like 20, like I respect 24. like,
That's
quarter
fucking
century.
insane.
Musician's example. We opened for American Head Charge and Five Finger Death Punch and technically Testament, even though I wasn't in the band when
Blue
when
Felix in
Testament
there
happened.
too?
I was in the band when Testament got booked, but I didn't do the Testament.
Oh yeah,
shit,
yeah.
Right, but right.
Yeah,
That's accurate.
Yeah.
But then what if I was like, and then we opened for Metallica? They'd be like, dude, you're a liar. So
actually,
all the shit we actually did is now like decreased in value because I bullshitted
yeah.
into something we didn't do.
And that's the argument that's happening.
Is that an accurate analogy? Because
you
I'm not military and I don't.
I could almost even say here could be one if you like for people who aren't military that are listening or that end up listening. Let's just say you accept a promotion at a job, right? But you haven't started the promotion yet, and then you quit that job.
Oh yeah.
You can't walk around and tell everybody you were the GM of whatever.
You
They
got
offered
hired
it
as a
to-
manager and trainee,
Yeah.
and then you quit before you were actually a manager, and then you claim you were a manager,
and then you walked around and tell everybody.
I was a manager.
And now
that's so cliche. Dude.
and so that would be shitty.
That's
anyways,
not
right?
cliche. That's cringe.
It's like so now take that. So that's the civilian example, and now add in the military example,
which matters way more.
yeah.
And let's just go ahead and throw in the fact.
Dude, his smile creeps
Wait,
me out.
look at the hat.
so
Look at the
much.
hat though.
That's Special Forces.
So so that's stolen valor.
Not necessarily,
He
because
do-
he's not saying he was Special Forces.
He does it through omission.
But he's doing it right now as he's running. He's wearing a Special Forces hat. Now, if you were given a Special Forces hat and you wore it proudly because you support and you love veterans and the military and Special Forces, and you have somebody, that's completely different. If I wear it, even as an Air Force or an Army vet, just a POG, a person on ground, and I wear a Special Forces hat, still a little cringe, but okay, because I'm not claiming that I was ever Special Forces.
That makes sense.
But he is running for vice president
He's
under his
using this as a-
whole aura
Honestly,
of what he did, and he's wearing a Special
wouldn't-
Forces hat in public.
I wouldn't
He's a fraud.
feel if let's say you're Special Forces and you gave me that hat because you were like, dude, you're dope as fuck, you know.
Yeah, no, that's an honor to be
Like,
given something like
but
that.
let's say this happened, right? Let's just say hypothetically,
Or my
right?
daughter wearing
Let's
it, or
say
my
hy-
son's wearing it.
let's
My son
say-
wear my fire department shirts.
Let's say hypothetically. Let's just make up a scenario, okay? Just for fun.
Yeah.
It's podcasting, right?
Yeah.
So let's say. So what the liberals do? We're gonna make some shit up. Okay, so I'm actually still pretty liberal, even though I'm officially a fucking Republican. I'm a liberal Republican. That's how you're gonna call
Yeah,
it.
that's
how you're
that's
gonna
a
call
classic
it.
liberal.
That's how you're gonna call it from now on.
Classic
Like-
liberal. Everybody
like,
fuck
I'm the
everybody
first-
they want to fuck.
I'm the first one that's boldly
Nobody
going to say this.
cares.
It's funny because I'm one of the last people to like officially make this conversion, but I'm the first person to call what it. We're gonna name it. I'm a liberal Republican.
You mean like a classic liberal?
Call it what you want.
Well, you remember what liberal used to
Yeah,
be?
I'm calling it a liberal Republican.
Yeah.
That's what I'm calling it. So what I'm saying is like we're going to make up a scenario just like the liberals do, and we're going to say the riots are happening.
Mhm.
You're Special Forces,
Mhm.
and you come in and you see what I did during the riots because you're one of my neighbors.
Mhm.
And you're like, this motherfuckers, like the gangbangers did. They're like, this is the G. This is the OG. Like, nah, this white boy gets all the respect. That's why all the gangbangers backed me up, and we formed a little militia, right?
Mhm.
But let's say it wasn't. Let's say it's you, and you're a hypothetical special forces, and you give me that hat.
Mm-hmm.
You give me a literal baseball cap.
Yeah.
Guess where it is? It's right up there with all the fucking football shit.
Right.
It is not hanging on my fucking head.
Yeah, you're not
For
gonna
the
wear
same
it.
fucking reason I talked about
don't want
saving those
someone to
people from
assume-
those fires. No,
But
it's
that
because
doesn't-
like
but that doesn't
like,
matter
I already
because-
have a hero complex. I don't need a piece of memorabilia to escalate my ego any fucking. I already know how I'm gonna die. It's being an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, we're men. Well, that's how we're gonna die.
I'm just saying, like, that's how I hope I die. I hope I die.
Yeah. Same.
I hope I die doing something fucking wild. And
I hope
crazy
I
and
don't die
stupid.
as the victim. I hope I die being a dumbass trying to save somebody else. That would be like my children will be proud of
Well,
that.
yeah, I
My
think
wife
that's-
will be proud of that.
That's
You know
like
what I
the
mean?
most men. That's how we would want to go,
Like,
right?
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, no matter how any of it goes down, like you hand me a special forces hat, homie, I'm not wearing it. No, it's an honor
Yeah.
for what I did. This
But
is
you-
like
but
my
you
little
can wear
secret.
it.
This is my little secret acknowledgement, like a medal, right?
But
like
you
this
can
is
wear
my
it.
version of a medal
Jared.
because I'm not of the military, but someone from the military gave me this while I did some heroic shit. And so while I'm suffering from PTSD, crying in my basement,
Yeah.
fucking not knowing how to deal with the trauma, I can at least look at that and be like, somebody else respects me for what I did. You know what I mean? But I'm not wearing it. Is
Yeah.
my
I'm
fucking
telling
point.
you right now.
Even I'm not
if I
doing
give
that.
you a fire department shirt or I give you something like that, you can wear that.
Yeah,
and
but
when
if you
somebody
gave it
says,
to me as a symbol
but no,
for
no,
saving
but when
somebody from
somebody
a fire,
says,
I
where
don't
did you
know if
get
I'm
that?
wearing
You
that in
say,
public.
my friend who was in the military,
You follow me
who
on
was
this, though?
special forces, can wear that. You know, he gave it to me.
But I'm
And-
talking
and I'm
about
wearing it
respect.
in honor of
This
him.
whole conversation.
That is respect. That is
but
respect
the
of
whole
wearing
conversation about
it.
is
But Tim
respect
Walls is wearing it because he's
with a lack of respect.
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting.
Or
at.
with an ulterior motive.
of pandering,
Yeah. Well,
virtue signaling,
of trying to, because I think they recognize, like, most people.
ingratiate. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to ingratiate himself
Yeah.
with the blue collar military Midwest
Well,
values.
and like,
He's trying to be one of us, and he's not.
well, and most
I'm not
peop-
even one of us. What
most
am I saying?
people and most
I'm
people
such an
don't
idiot.
most people don't like we've been talking about, like, the general populace doesn't understand this stuff, so all they think is like, oh my god, like Tim Walls was this fucking combat vet, this, you know, all this stuff. And then when you have a conversation like we're having, like, obviously take the jokes aside, like, and just our actual, like, pragmatic conversation, they take that as, oh, you don't respect his veteran service. And that's my point again, is like, no, he disrespected it by embellishing it.
That's what
if
I'm
he
getting
if he
at.
would have just stuck with, hey man, I spent a quarter century in the National Guard, right? In the National
Army
Guard.
National Guard.
Yeah, and I
as
did
a
all these
sergeant
things.
major, right?
right.
And
no,
like if he
command.
I thought he was sergeant major.
well, but I'm saying if he stuck
Yeah.
with the truth, if he
Yeah.
stuck with the truth and didn't embellish it, it would be very respectful. What he has,
Right. It sounds very impressive.
what he's done
And
is,
it is.
what he's done. What he
even
did,
his stupid photos seem impressive.
what
It
he
is.
did. Well, what he did. If you take the embellishments away, what he did was respectful.
That's what I'm getting at.
And
he-
impressive even.
and
That's what I'm
impressive.
saying. That's
Yeah.
what we're all saying.
And he is the one who has shit on that with the actions that he
by
does.
bullshitting.
Yes.
Yeah. We're not shitting on it by acknowledging it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's
they're trying to spin it and say that you're shitting on, you're disrespecting his.
And that's
24
how I
years.
got made into a Trumper. Because I'm not a Trumper. I'm told that I am.
Oh, I
because
got you.
because of the
That's
the-
why. That's
because
actually
of-
why I'm voting
because
for
there's-
Trump.
there's-
Because I've been,
but I'm not a Trumper.
No, but
I
I-
never was.
Okay.
But I'm told
Go-
I am
go.
because
Yeah.
because I will see something that is wrong,
and call it out.
absolutely wrong, and I call it out and I say, okay, well that didn't fucking happen. Oh, fuck you, you fucking Trumper. And people will delete me as friends. We've been friends for fucking years, and like
I don't
really
even fucking
good
like
friends.
this guy, and
You
I'm
know?
voting for it.
Yeah, so that's exactly it.
But it's because of what you
who
said.
talked
though.
about
but you said this. Hold on. You said this. You said I've been made a Trumper. Okay.
No, like
That was
like
a
they
metaphor.
call him that.
That's a
Yeah.
metaphor, what you said.
Yeah.
For me, that's actually literal.
Like the true transition or whatever.
Like,
yeah.
it's actually literal because, like, I've been convicted of being a Trump supporter
Yeah.
for the last
Same.
4 years.
Dude, everybody assumes I
So-
am, and I've never voted for the motherfucker.
So,
Exactly.
in the smooth brain version of it, I'm like, okay, if I'm being treated like a Trump supporter, I might as well vote for the guy. That's the smooth brain idiot version of it.
My contrarian side is like, I'm going to show you even more how I'm not a. You know,
I'm going to vote for Kennedy. That's what I did the last two elections. I voted for somebody else, right?
Yeah.
It got us nowhere.
Gary Larson or Gary
It
Anderson.
literally got
Wait,
us
what
nowhere.
was his name?
So
Gary
I'm
Johnson.
I'm not trying to be the better person anymore. I'm not trying to be the altruistic
Yeah.
middle ground libertarian guy. What I'm saying is, no. It's a literal protest vote.
Yeah.
I'm saying
And I get that.
I got disillusioned from the Republican Party after 9/11. I truly believed that the Democratic Party was the more reasonable party.
I did too back then.
I
Yeah.
actually legitimately identify with most of the Democratic Party's policies.
At least
Okay.
the old policies.
As
Yeah.
far as a lot of social views go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
they kept going, and I was just like, no, this is my principles. This is what I believe. And then because I didn't keep going with them to the left, they were like, you're a bigot. And
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm just a normal dude from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
know? But that wasn't good enough, bro.
Yeah.
That wasn't, like, being reasonable wasn't cool anymore. And so now when I try to talk to people, whether it's online or even in person, I am reluctant to admit the Republicans are the more reasonable people. Their policies are significantly more common sense to the greater good of America.
If you look at their actual policies and not what
The evangelicals.
well, I
the
mean,
zealots.
or just what the media in general like the media will tell you that this is their policy, right? And then you like, but if you
Let's put it
actually-
into context.
if you actually like,
Don't say gay bill.
yeah,
No,
that's a prime
No,
example.
I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
So they called it the Don't Say Gay bill. What the bill actually was saying we're not going to teach sexual education below the 4th grade level,
yeah,
which is super fucking reasonable.
but you tag it with something like that,
Don't say gay bill.
and like someone who's casually paying attention is going to go, "What the fuck? I thought we moved past this."
Exactly.
Like, I thought we were in a place
Exactly.
where
exactly.
you shouldn't be treated like shit because you're gay, right? I thought we were all there.
Yeah,
You know?
that's one of those ones we figured out on the
most of us are there, I
podcast
should
in
say.
real time. Like
Yeah.
the Don't Say Gay bill is one of those ones. I don't think it was you. I think it was Jamal.
probably because this is the most political I've gotten in a public forum in a long time.
Which
So-
honestly, you've been very reasonable and neutral, so I don't think you have anything to worry
I
about.
mean, but to be honest, it's like
But our reasonable and neutral is also
yeah, that's the thing. Like I feel like I'm fairly pragmatic, not completely. I'm a human. I have my
Not
biases.
even practical.
But
But-
just so people don't think Jared has completely lost his rocker. The only reason I'm voting for Trump is because I'm literally screaming at the top of my lungs to the DNC, be better.
Well, if they lose
Because
Minnesota,
you're not better.
If they lose
They
Minnesota,
won't now.
They won't. But
That's
if
why
they,
they
did,
picked. I'm telling you, that's why they picked Tim Walz. I'm telling you, Minnesota was the. Okay, this is some inside baseball politics, right? Minnesota was seriously at risk of
Yeah.
losing. The
we
DNC
were
vote.
purple for a little bit recently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it was one of those moments where, like, wait a minute, you lost Minnesota?
Yeah, the only state to vote for Mondale.
Right.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Like
Like,
it was
how
a-
does a Democrat lose Minnesota?
your laugh is
Sorry.
exactly the point.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. The only state to vote for Mondale, you idiots. How did you fuck that up? And then you look at Tim Walz's virtue signaling policies. Dude, the Hair Discrimination Act. Dude, so I can't fire a black woman because she wears her hair natural. Okay, follow
Yeah,
me.
I'm following.
Do you understand?
Wait, well, you shouldn't be able to fire somebody for their hair, right? Or,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I didn't know
guess-
where you were going with this. I was like, I agree with that.
Right, I do too.
Okay, I was like,
But guess what the law actually says in Minnesota? It's an at-will employment state, which means I can literally fire you because I don't like the color of your car.
Yeah.
I can fire you because you're a Packer fan.
Yeah,
I can
gotcha.
fire you because you voted for the wrong guy.
I got you.
It's a hollow victory. It's
Gotcha.
pandering.
Got you now.
It means nothing. You know what else he passed? We're going to give free school lunches to every student in the state of Minnesota. Bro, I was an underprivileged kid in an underprivileged county at an underprivileged school, and I got free lunches, dude.
Yeah.
This has already been solved.
Yeah, that's true. I remember when I was in school fucking 800 years ago,
Right?
like the only people, like if you could afford it, you didn't get free lunches. But if you couldn't afford it, you got free lunches.
Right. So now what they're
Which
doing
seems
though
to
is-
make sense.
Right, but now they and dude, when I brought this up on Twitter, you know, because I responded directly to Tim Walz.
Yeah.
And these fucking virtue fucking signaling bitches on the left tried to come after me as hard. I don't understand why you don't get it. Now it's just better because it's free for everyone. And I was like, yeah, for a bunch of people who don't need it.
Yeah.
We're spending money we don't need to spend on a problem that has literally already been solved. I'm clapping
Yeah.
like a
Why
black
are you
girl
doing
right
that?
now. I'm clapping like a black girl. It's already been solved. Y'all don't get it. Like, it's super annoying to me. It's pandering. This is pandering.
Yep.
This is virtue signaling. So his entire platform is solving problems that have literally already been fucking fixed. Like, bro, I'm so angry about it. Like, it's beyond frustrated. It's beyond annoyed. I'm angry. I'm bitter. Dude, he's wasting. He let the cities burn during the riots. Bros, like, he wants to try to blame Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey is on record in time-stamped videographies calling for the National Guard to save the city. And Tim Walz was like, no. Keith Ellison says to let them burn it out of their system.
Keith Ellison.
And Keith Ellison is.
Hit him again, Keith.
I have a photo that I will share.
Wife beater Keith.
I will share the video of Keith Ellison sharing the Antifa literal playbook, an actual manifesto of a domestic terrorist group. He held it up and he said, "This is Trump's worst nightmare," and took a photo of it and posted it on fucking Twitter. Dude, like, what are we fucking I'm a super reasonable guy. And if I'm going this hard in the paint against the Democratic Party, people need to start listening. Because if guys like me are saying this shit, imagine how many people are going to vote my way but aren't saying this shit. That's the fucking point. Because you created this. You created a Trump supporter. You did this because the entirety of the Democratic Party over the last 6 to 8 years has gone so fucking crazy in one direction that, again, I'm just standing here going, no, I'm just a reasonable dude from 20 years ago.
Well,
And you guys are insane now.
well, it's like
If you want me back, if you want me to vote, like I have done for the last fucking 15 to 20 years, be better. But you're not better. You're actually worse. The Republican Party is the more reasonable, rational party. I'm voting for Trump. I hate to say it. I have to admit defeat. I do, because I swore to God in 2016. In 2020, I will never support this man, which I will never support him. But you motherfucker won my vote. And have we even talked about the assassination?
Oh my God.
that's a whole other so
Because
that
that also adds into me being like, yeah, dude, I'm voting for him, dude.
So
'cause
that-
the balls to stand up.
and go so that is that assassination attempt was my, like, for me, was like my catalyst for, that's why I've been away from Facebook, right?
No shit.
Yeah, not because of him, but because of what I won't name names. I'll name them off air, but
Name them on air.
there-
Let's do it. Let's
there-
do it. Let's have some fun.
No, there are people that I've been friends with for 20, 25 years, and I just happen to be scrolling Facebook. I'm not even thinking anything of it. I just have, not thinking,
I got chills from that moment.
You know.
And I'm not a Trump fan.
like not even I was just scrolling Facebook. I wasn't thinking about the assassination, right? I was just scrolling Facebook mindlessly like we all do when we're on it, right? And it was just like one by one, I'm seeing like people that I respect saying shit I cannot respect. You know what I mean? Like even something as simple as like, oh,
I wish
bad.
he wouldn't have missed.
I wish he, yeah. And it's just kind of like,
Is that what you're talking about?
that's like
those
maybe,
fuckers.
but that is only like the tip of the iceberg. Like,
So let's
the
back.
extent-
Let me press
I wouldn't
pause.
even say
Let me
that about
defend you
Biden.
before you say what you're going to
I
say.
wouldn't even say that about.
I hate Nancy
Feinstein.
Pelosi.
Yeah.
But when the
Same
Chinese
thing.
government launched missiles over her literal head while she was visiting Taiwan, I went on Facebook and I'm like, dude, fuck China.
Yeah.
Like, fuck them. And everybody was like, fuck that bitch. I hope she dies. And I was like, no.
Yeah, that's
It
fucked
doesn't
up.
matter whether I like her or not.
Yeah.
We cannot
be that way.
tolerate
No.
a foreign government trying to intimidate one of our dignitaries showing up on a foreign government soil. It's not even their soil. Like, no. Is that what you're kind of
A
implying
little
here? Is
bit.
the same vibe
Well,
as
it's
like we can't celebrate the idea of any president being assassinated, whether you
I
like
look
him or
at
not?
it, yeah. It's like, how do you let your emotions over an event trump your integrity? And I don't mean Trump literally. But you know what I mean?
was gonna say,
that pun was not intended. But like, but you know what I mean? How do you let your emotions overtake your integrity? The only thing I could surmise out of that is you probably didn't have integrity to begin with. And
So
I was,
principles. You're talking about principles. You're talking about beliefs versus principles.
to me, integrity is even deeper, right? But it's in,
Okay,
it's in the
okay,
in the
okay.
same family. They're cousins, close. They're first cousins.
Yeah, we fucked
okay.
the same woman.
But like, and so what was happening to me?
Fuck the same woman.
When they're Eskimo brothers.
yeah,
So what was happening to me is I'm seeing posts from people who like I respect. They're friends of mine, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to know this about you. You know, and as I keep scrolling, it's like you can unfollow and sleep or snooze. Like I've done plenty of that, and it was just like, well, just more come up. And finally, I just got to a point where I was like, you know what, I don't want this anymore. So I just deleted it, and like we all do that. We all take our social media breaks.
Yeah.
But I think the big difference that I've noticed with
I
me
did
with
2 years.
with this one for me, this is the first time I've taken a significant break where there's been zero curiosity, zero itch, and the little, if there was any. It was somebody sent to the chat like a Facebook reel, right? So because I clicked on it, I don't have the app anymore, so
Right.
it brings me to the browser.
Yeah.
And so because of that, it brought me to my Facebook.
Yeah.
And it's been whatever, month and a half, 2 months, and I was like, gee, it's like going back
Like,
to
I don't even miss this.
it's like going back to your hometown.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, the same drunks are sitting at the same bar, talking
Yep.
about the same shit.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't have the Facebook app.
It was
either.
like I hadn't missed a day. I was like,
That was
Jesus.
definitely me that sent that link, Ben.
But it's like I said, I was like, again, it brought me to my news feed because I had to see whatever, and so I saw that I was like, and so it was just like, yeah, like I'm cool. That's why I'm just like, I don't know, I don't. Kyle, one of probably my best friend, Kyle Skokwas, right?
Yeah,
Probably my best
yeah,
friend
yeah.
of all time, very close, all that. Here's something fun. Kyle and I have been friends since high school. I would call him my brother, the closest you can be without being blood related.
Right.
I do not know what Kyle's religion is, and I do not know his political beliefs. The closest friend in my life. I want to keep.
Interesting.
You know what? And that thought is like,
When-
and if I
that
knew him, it
used
wouldn't
to not matter
That's what I'm saying, and that's the we've
until
been,
like 16.
We've been friends for so long that our friendship was built through that time where none of that mattered.
Yeah.
And I don't care what his religious beliefs are, and I don't care what his political
You'd
beliefs
still
are.
fuck him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I will still go balls deep and then cuddle. But like, and then, so it's just weird. So that's something that I think about sometimes, where it's just like, it's just weird because it's like now, because of it's like now I know all this shit. Like, I don't know. It's just I don't want to know that about people anymore. I don't want to lose respect for people that I've been. Some of the same. We know the same people. There's some people where it's just like, my God, I cannot like. I can't respect you anymore.
We talked about this before the podcast. Like for me, it's
gotta
when they
piss.
start weaponizing. That's when it becomes an issue for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Is like they
Or-
use
or-
their
or
children.
trying
They
to
use their
classify
children.
me.
They use their children as like a fucking like a bartering chip. That bothers
Yeah.
me. Like, oh, you sound like you're defending ... I
Right.
don't want you around my kids, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck
Or an
did you just imply?
apologist, or
Like,
all
what?
those keywords.
Wait, how did I just get implied with being a fucking sexual abuser? Like,
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, the heinous jumps is what it really boils down to for me, is the jumps.
Yep.
Like, okay, you think this, so you must mean this.
Mhm.
Wait, what? Or you mean this, so you must think this. And
Right.
I'm like, bro, that is you must do yoga, because the amount you're stretching is fucking crazy, dude.
Yep. No, I agree. Yeah, it's a little too much for me, and it's given me a jump from one branch of social media to another
Well, let's talk about the positive side of it.
I can kind of control of what I see.
Let's shift gears. How do we look at this positively? Like, how do we look at all this friction as energy, potential energy,
Well,
for creative construction of
since
the
I
future?
gave up a lot of that attachment, I've done quite a bit more, and done more for family. But I don't know.
I want to be positive about these same problems. So how do we take all these issues and like think about the same friction?
We don't. We just
We
leave
do
the
though,
friction behind.
but
a
we
little
all
bit.
no, we don't. We
Because
don't.
you
Because
can't.
here's the thing. I fucking created this phrase when we were in a band together. Actually, I don't think it was when we were in a band together. I wish it was.
Was it "Let me suck your dick"? I won't tell anyone.
No,
Oh,
but
that's yeah.
But
I've
I
heard
think
that a
if
lot.
I would have, because again, an original phrase, an original thought, something that has never been quoted by anybody else.
We'll find out.
If I would have come up with this phrase when we were in a band together,
Thank you, by the way.
great cigar, you're welcome. I hope you guys enjoy it. Dying Euphoria would have never strayed from the path, because even if I would have left the band, even the way I left the band, if I would have instilled this phrase, that band would have never broken up. And here's what it is. You cannot create fire without a little friction. This is my great point of wisdom when it comes to band advice. Find me a band that doesn't fight, and I will find you a band
That sucks.
that creates shitty fucking music, dude.
Yep.
There
that's
is no
all my-
fire without friction. There is no fire without
I
friction.
think Jeremy's
And
the
every
only
band-
close friend I have that we didn't have friction in the beginning.
But trust me,
Well-
when you have friction, and again, this
That's 'cause we use
ties
lube.
back to my misinterpretation of what would happen after our fight.
that was coming.
So even if I'm wrong, here's my core belief.
Yeah.
And I was wrong when it came to us in the beginning. Maybe not wrong in the long term.
I would say it was more, maybe just the timeline was wrong.
Sure. Perfect.
We're closer now than we were when we were in a band together.
I think we are.
Oh, for sure. I feel different.
We're not making as much music together.
We don't spend as much time together. We don't make music together. But I
less
genuinely like you more. I
like you way less, but
yeah.
but I'm just kidding.
not that I didn't like.
I
you
liked
then.
you way better on stage, but I'm just kidding.
I liked you in the band too, man. But that was.
No, I'm just
But
fucking
we
around.
you and I both had. We were just. What would you call it? It was like if you put David Lee Roth and Axl Rose in the same band together.
That makes sense from your perspective. I was down with it. I just didn't know how to handle it. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to walk that line and balance it.
I didn't either.
I think I could now.
We were young.
I think I could now because I'm kind of doing it with a band member of mine now in one of my 3 projects, 3 bands, whatever. But it's one of those interesting balances, I would say.
Yeah. You can't be too toxic, but you can't be too kumbaya.
Right, because if you're not fighting for anything, that means you don't care.
You got to be able to have. You got to be able to have. This is my thought, I guess. Is like you've got to have the friction, and then you've also got to have the conflict resolution skills.
That's the difference.
Like you got to have both of those.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Dude, I want to see what's going on in the chat. It hasn't moved, but there has to be some shit.
It's mostly your daughter blowing us up about grooming.
Yep.
Well, no. Oh, what's that? He probably said
Something about grooming.
Oh,
Grooming.
he's a
We
good-
talked about that. That was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I like grooming though. I like to keep my beard
No,
nice
I
and
wanna-
trim,
I wanna-
and I like to.
Yeah.
I want to transition. I want to transition into 2 things. I'm going to give us 2
Is it non-politics?
2 sort of things. again, I wanna possibly lead a branch to JP just being super fucking interesting.
The most
With
interesting
all
is the
the-
Dos Equis guy.
With all the weird shit you do. I was trying to
I don't
describe
see
this
it,
to a
but I
guy I worked
appreciate
with. I was trying to describe this with a guy I
It's nice
worked
to get a
with.
boost once in a while
And then also the music you've been
for a
doing.
hand job.
Because I've been doing a bunch of shit, and I haven't really promoted it or talked about it a lot on the podcast. We
And
played
it's
a few
really
songs.
good, really good.
I
The
mean,
stuff you're doing, I mean.
I think honestly, it's not the stuff I'm referring to is not mine. It's Jeremy's.
Not this Jeremy, for the
It's
listeners.
Jeremy Montoya.
There's so many of us.
Yeah, you're Jeremy, too.
Yeah,
Are you really Jeremy Paul?
yeah. No, Jeremias Petrisky.
So Jeremy Patrick,
Yeah,
you fucking Russian piece of shit.
Jeremy Paul.
Goddamn communist! I knew it. I knew it from the beginning.
Fucking Rusky.
Okay, but no, seriously. So you've been doing a bunch of music, and I've been learning a lot about the new version of the music industry. So over the next
Oh, God.
over the next 90 days to 6 months, you know how I love to develop strategies and game plans and give people advice.
Mhm.
That's going to be changing quite a bit over the next 3 to 6 months. So I'm interested to get as much input and advice as I can from guys who are currently doing it. So you've been making a bunch of music. You're not doing it to try to be rich and famous anymore.
I was going to say, I might not be the best advice because I'm doing what you're not supposed to do.
You're not doing
Right.
it for...
I'm literally writing it for myself.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But you're still experiencing it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But you have had a very... We don't have to put the number
I
out there.
own
I don't
all of
want to
it
put the number
because
out there.
because I dig it, you know. But I wish other people could see it. I wish you were doing it right. By the way, you know, I don't know what's right, but when you say
I
you're
was
doing
just
it wrong,
gonna say that's
I
a
wish
subjective term.
because I fucking like
grabbing
it.
one more.
And I like being honest. I like that I can be honest to a few, like a handful of people, and they don't fucking leave me. You know, as a friend, like I can say I don't fucking like this
That's why I sent it to you.
because I'm not a musician.
Well, there's three
and,
reasons.
and I can go, yeah, that sounds weird, dude. And it's right here at this minute
more
or
beer
at
if you
this
guys want
second.
another beer, by the way.
And I think it's weird. It sounds weird. It sounds clumsy or whatever I end up saying at the moment. It's usually off the cuff, exactly how I feel.
Yep.
And
Which is
and
the
he doesn't
most
leave me
valuable
as a
advice of all time, though, by the way.
because
A non-musician
I don't know
giving
how
you,
he
like,
made it.
That's
this-
why
And I don't know how hard it is to do what he did, but it didn't sound good at
That's
that moment.
the
That
most- dude,
piece.
That's why I send that shit to you.
Right.
Well, a few reasons. One, you actually take the time to actively listen to it,
Yeah.
right? So you
Yeah.
do that.
Because I get excited about it. You know, I know somebody. You know, like when my buddy Tony would sing or whatever. You
Yeah.
know? So yeah.
So you actively listen, and then you give non-musician feedback, and you give honest feedback. So I'm
Those are
sorry,
the-
I'm
that's
sorry,
it.
but that's why I keep bombarding you with my shit when you're a busy man.
and keep doing it,
It matters
because
so
I
much.
like it.
Jeremy
it's
has never
honorable
once.
that
Jeremy
he sends
has
it.
never once sent me a track and be like, "What do you think of
That's
this?"
because he says you're a piece of shit. But
Which is accurate, by the way.
You might want to.
You
This
don't
is
know
Jared.
it.
You're talking. You might want to clarify that
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
actually say
I
that
know.
because the next month he's gonna be
I
like, Jeremy
forget.
thinks I'm a piece of shit.
And then I'm gonna be like, which is accurate, by the way.
Yeah.
So Jeremy hates me, which is fair.
no, I'm honored to get it. You know,
That makes me feel good
be,
because I feel bad. I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna send JP another
It's a
fucking
burden.
song.
It's a burden.
to be a
right?
guy who doesn't know and doesn't know why he's saying what he's saying.
When I sent you that track, you said, "I don't know how to
sends it
search
to me.
those terms online
Yeah,
because I
he's-
don't use those words in
He
my
still
life."
sends it to me, and I'm like, fuck yeah, and as soon as I find out it's available, I make sure I own it.
Yeah,
right?
he buys it. JP, he actually buys. I feel bad. I'm like, I already gave you this for free. Like in
but I buy it, so I own it through Apple. And I will forever own it. It'll never get lost. You know what I mean? As long as I can log in. And so that way I show it to my kids too. I'm like, hey, you know, that's my buddy.
remember
You know,
that guy who
sings
gave you a
that.
guitar?
Yeah, exactly.
He
Yep.
still hasn't learned how to play. Listen to this shit.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Imagine if he actually applied himself.
It's so interesting that when when I was drunk one night and I texted you, and I was like, bro, dude asked me to join his band, and I'm supposed to play guitar, and I can't play this guitar because it's too simple. And I'm like reevaluating how I play guitar.
Mhm.
And like it just has made me respect what you did on that Dying Euphoria record, where you dumbed down your guitar parts.
Yeah.
And like you sent me this long reply, and you were like, "Oh yeah, I really like was talking with Ian about like, you know, battling with frequencies."
Ian
and
changed it for me.
Yeah,
For sure. Ian
and
Combs.
it was like it completely changed, and I was like, "Man, am I riffing too much?"
It was funny because it's the way he put it to me. It's like that's what made sense, right? Not it's too busy, people don't want to hear it. Well, fuck them, right? But when it's like no, it's too busy. That's why the frequencies are battling, and you're not getting the big sound you want. Oh, well, fuck! I should probably dumb it. You know what I mean? He spoke to me. What I don't care if this is gonna sound weird. If people like it, that's cool. But if they hate it, I don't give a fuck, right? But if it does, if I'm not,
someone's always gonna hate it.
but if I'm not capturing the sound I want to capture, now you got my attention. Oh, me playing too busy a riffs is the reason why this doesn't fucking just punch when you play it. Oh, okay.
And that's
That
why
makes
it's
sense.
so interesting to me when we send guys like him, non-musicians, our tracks. Because I did it too. I sent you that track.
Yep.
You know, a couple tracks.
Well, what
And,
did I say? I don't remember.
You were. I
Was
was
I
like,
honest?
Cole, you liked Cole less better.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was like I sent you 2 tracks. I was like,
Yeah.
which one should be the first one?
But did I answer you honestly? Do you feel like I answered you honestly?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm not sure if I was at that point, if I was to that point where I'd be like,
Yeah, what you
Here you
said
go.
was, I don't know what either of these song titles mean, and nor are these words that I would even remember to search for.
okay.
So, like, that mattered a lot, because I'm
All right.
like, oh, this is how, like, non-musicians
yeah.
think.
Now I
Yeah.
remember it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to, that's right. Okay. So you gotta, you have this I'm staying with how I feel like things should be, and Dan, remember Tony's roommate?
Yeah.
He was the same way. He was like, it doesn't matter if I'm ever successful. This is how it should be. But I wanted to let you know that that's fine. I completely understand if you're staying with that. Because I remember him calling the Black Keys sellouts once they got their first commercial, right? And I was like, well, okay, that's fine if that's where you want to stay. But for me, for a guy that if you want me to go, man, I remember this song, I want to use this, or I want to listen to this, or I want to buy it. If you want me to search it, it needs to be something, first of all, that's in the song, something that's memorable, something that I understand, you know, as a fucking layman, as a piece of shit, that consumer, you know what I mean? And so that's why I said that to you. I was like, it's totally fine, but here's what I don't understand. And so you can choose to say, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care. And
Which would be irresponsible.
no, not if you're.
It depends on your goals.
It depends
Yeah.
on your goals.
Yeah.
Right. So we're talking about Dan.
I think
we're talking
dismissal
about
is irresponsible.
So, I'm sorry, what's that?
I think dismissal
no.
is
yeah.
irresponsible.
Not if what you want is exactly what comes out of your brain. Because there's been painters, there's been poets, there's been, you know, they don't give a shit
I see
about
you're
what
saying.
other people
Okay, I see what you're saying.
think
Yep.
about it
Yep, yep, yep.
and how
Yep.
they perceive it. It's just that is their piece of shit art.
So you're talking about like the blind belief in your own reality.
exactly.
And
I
Which I
feel
want
the
to be
same-
clear, that's not where I'm at.
But
just
wait,
so you know.
I want to be clear. That's the way I am
But we're
with
going to come back
photography.
to this.
Yeah.
That's the way I am with photography. I see a certain amount of
Well, you
of
kind of are actually
lighting
like that.
and or
you should
darkness
be.
or whatever, and people don't really agree with it. They even tell me it's a little too dark. It's a little, you know, there's too much contrast and there's whatever it is. And I'm like, well, no, that's exactly what I want. I didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, I tried
What you're
for a little bit.
criticizing was actually what I was going for.
Right.
Yeah.
And what I for a little bit there, I was like, shit, okay, so maybe I'll change. And I tried going towards what people really want for, let's say, weddings or family photography and stuff, and it just didn't vibe. You know,
I've
matter
heard
of
this a
fact, I
lot
had a
from-
customer who seeked me out, and even though I'm not a photographer who makes money, it says, I really want you to do some of my family photography. Dude, she didn't like it. She didn't say that, but she didn't like it. We did some. I did it the way I wanted, and I kept it the way I wanted. Exactly all the lighting, everything the way I wanted. She didn't like it.
Dude,
I know
I've
she
talked
didn't
to
like
so
it.
many
And I don't care,
videographers,
honestly.
photographers, anybody in that industry.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time I talk to anybody who's worth their weight in salt in that industry, bro, you find a fucking specialty and you hammer it to death. You're either a wedding photographer or you're a band photographer.
And honestly,
or you're this photographer,
no one will appreciate it until you
graduations,
die.
or that.
Yeah.
But the guys who try to do it all fail. And every single person who is successful in photography, every single one of them that I've met that is making legit money, and we're talking 6 figures plus.
Yeah.
Every single one of them says the same thing. Number one, I picked a lane. Number two, I started charging 10 times as much. So instead of charging $500, they started charging $5,000.
I just doubled for
They
wedding.
started charging $5,000. They started
minister
charging
stuff.
$50,000. And suddenly they're working with the NFL. Suddenly they're shooting a wedding for a celebrity couple. Like, there's value in understanding what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference between what we're kind of talking about and what we're flirting with
Sorry.
Yeah, I heard
I'm
that.
a fidgeter.
Dude, I heard that. I was like, what is that clicking?
And plus my arm hurts. I have to constantly keep it moving. I'm supposed to be in a sling right now.
But
I
that's
just had
what
it
we're
rebuilt.
really talking about, though.
Put it right there.
Yeah.
No, just do what you got to do, man. Exercise your arm, dude.
Yeah, I gotta keep
If
it
you
moving.
got to keep twitching those
No,
things, you keep
I just
twitching those
twitch,
things.
but
I just couldn't
get those
dude,
out of there.
I say you put it down your pants, and then that way you're getting 2 bangs.
Or
my
you put it
daughter's-
down my pants.
My daughter's watching.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Well, she's
She's probably not anymore. She's probably sick of it now.
Well, then I'm not going to get hard.
No, but
Oh, and by the way, I am staying at my mom's house down the road because I realized I drank a little bit too much.
what worries me though about conversations like we've had tonight is it sounds like a bitch fest. It really does. Like,
No,
like
it doesn't.
conversations
To me,
like we had tonight
it doesn't.
often come across as a very cliche Joe Rogan style.
Oh,
bitch
yeah, I get what
fest.
you're saying. Well, hopefully
Like,
they heard
bro-
the rebuttals and the.
That's
they
what
heard
I'm
the
saying though.
nuance.
Is like if we pivot and end the podcast, let's try to go constructive and positive, and let's try to rope in.
I'm out.
You know, let's try to rope in some music promo and everything we can do. But at the end of the day, it's really like, dude, yeah, we got massive problems, but a lot of us have common sense solutions, and no one's really willing to talk about that. The only thing everybody is just complaining and fear mongering about what the other side is doing, what this guy is saying, what blah blah blah. And for me, it's super simple, man. Like, just start getting out of the way and letting people be innovative, which is a super Republican take on the vibe, right? Like, smaller government, let people have the ability to start small businesses and try to do things, especially in underprivileged communities. Like, it's not rocket
Hey,
science for me.
who's Sleep
But-
Token?
What?
who's-
Sleep Token's a dope band.
Who's Sleep Token? Were you guys talking about
that
Sleep
was
Token?
earlier.
That's what I was
That was
talking
a long
about.
time
Yeah, I
ago.
was talking about being part of
I'm
a
sorry.
group and how.
That's
Am
what
I
I'm
not
saying.
supposed to be looking at the chat?
Probably not.
I'm so sorry.
Because that chat is way outdated.
Oh,
It
I'm
takes
sorry.
a
That's from
long
2
time
weeks
for-
ago.
Dude, it takes a long time for the chat
Well,
to
that
come up
and
with
I've
it.
been trying to send this out and stuff, and I feel like an asshole. I'm sorry. I've been looking at my phone, but
Don't, dude. This has been such a fun podcast, dude.
no, I
It's
enjoy
loose.
it. It's another one of those imposters. Like, why in the fuck does he want me on here? You know,
I think you're a perfect
I
podcast.
don't
guest
understand.
To like,
And
unfortunately,
so-
we didn't dig into a lot of your. But
no, that's
just,
cool. That's totally cool.
But that's what's
I
good about
just
organic
enjoy
conversation.
being here. you know?
That is what it is. Is like, yeah, we didn't do.
None of us came here with a preconceived notion of what we're going to talk about.
Exactly, and
Like
and it just
Ozempic.
leaves more on the plate to do another podcast. You know?
I mean, in fact, this is what's funny. On my way here, I was like, because politics are so heated right now. I was like, I just don't talk politics. Don't talk politics. And then we did, right? And that's not a complaint. What I'm saying is that's how organic this podcast is.
Right.
That someone could come here going, this is the one thing I don't want to talk about.
which I should have asked. Actually, that's the one thing I fucked up. Normally,
but I like
that's
the organic.
literally.
But I like the organic.
But
I
that's
like that
what
we
I
went there.
usually do. I usually go, okay, I don't ask people what they want to talk about. There's no script. There's no.
Yeah.
But what I usually do is I go, what do you not want to talk about? And
Jared getting
certain
diddling at space camp.
That's a real thing.
Really?
Yeah. That happened to me.
They should.
That actually happened to me. Are you serious?
Yeah,
Are you
because
serious
it's in
right
my
now?
notes from last
Is it
one
really?
time. Yeah.
Is it really?
So I have notes.
Is it really? Yeah.
Jared found out what Uranus was all about.
I have
Space
notes.
camp.
So
Dude, I got
added.
really warm for a moment. I'm like, wait, who leaked
I'm
that?
gonna hold this like Logan.
I'm like, who leaked that? Yeah, I got diddled at space camp, dude.
But no, but I like that you didn't do that because like my point was saying that was like that's how organic this podcast is that the conversation is going to go wherever
Right.
it goes, even if it's something that, like I said, I came here with a preconceived notion where I'm like, I'm not going to get involved in a political discussion.
Ironically, I feel like you didn't. I feel like I did all the political shit.
I spoke about it the way I normally
I
do.
felt like
which
you were
is-
the voice of reason tonight.
I mean, I try to like, and make no mistake, like I have strong opinions, but I run them. I can't help it. I teach it all the time, so I can't help but like,
Soften them or
I go
Nerf 'em.
through. I run through the same filtration process that I tell other people to do. I run myself through it, and usually by the time I'm done with that, I realize, you know what, my emotions shouldn't be as strong around this as they are. My emotions were strong around it because I was kind of stuck a little bit more in some of the bias
the ideology
or the
of it.
confrontation of the bias, right? And then once I like let that dissipate, I can be a little more pragmatic and be like, you know, I still suck, dude. I send fucking, you know, Trump says something or Harris says something. I'm like,
Me
this
too.
motherfucker.
No, I
you know,
do it all the
it
time.
happens, but in general, I really try to do a lot of like internal processing first. I don't know. I wish. Nah, that's egotistical. I was gonna say I wish more people would do that, but that sounds.
No,
but,
I
like,
get what you mean though, and like for me, like I would take that one step further and say not only would I wish people would think or act more like me, but I wish I would also be better at what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So not like yeah, come do what I'm doing, but then yeah, I should also do better at the same
Yeah,
time. Like
right.
I know what I'm doing is flawed,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not trying to just speak for you.
Yeah.
I'm actually speaking for myself. Like, because yeah, I go off and I condescend a lot of fucking people, but some of you motherfuckers need to be condescended to, because y'all are fucking idiots. But at the same time, I also wish I was way better at delivering that message in a more constructive and proactive way that would inspire hearts and minds instead of creating potential enemies.
More. Do
You know what I mean? But I just lose patience, dude, and that's my weakness.
Here's something I would
I
bring.
get so frustrated.
I would bring it back to something we talked about earlier in the podcast, just something to keep in your back pocket. Just ask yourself, am I being like
Wants
those
to be in your
religious
back
protesters?
Yeah, totally, all the time.
Am I being like the religious protesters outside of Metallica?
Totally. Yep. Totally,
You know?
all the time. I'm definitely that guy.
But then, then when you ask yourself that, and
when
you-
I'm in the ropes of no patience, I can't. It's later when I go, oh, I should
Yeah.
have done that differently.
but that's how it starts. So that's how it starts first with that, right? No one is going to be able to
in the throes.
in the beginning. When you it's just like
I'm being a religious zealot right now.
it's just like it's like weightlifting or anything else, right? Like you got to get
I
the
gotta
reps
keep
in.
going.
You got to get the reps in, and over time, it slowly starts to become habit. And it starts exactly with that, and it's something that a lot of people listening maybe don't know. People who don't know Jared personally probably don't know this; they just see the surface level. But Jared does. You do that. I've had so many conversations with you where you reflect later, and you're like, "Hey, I don't like what I said here. I don't like." You know what I mean? You are very reflective,
Yeah.
And
like
then,
a woman.
And then the next step,
Very-
the next step,
Very womanly.
the next step with that would be to recognize, to start implementing, like recognizing the times
in
where you,
real time.
well, first to recognize like the different, like, how would I put it? It's almost like picking and choosing your battles. What are the things you're most kind of like, oh, I wish I hadn't have done that, right?
Right.
And then just focus on those and allow yourself to keep making the other mistakes. Let those ones keep
that's
happening.
so smart. Yeah, that's so wise.
And work that, you know, and then
Is
one
this
by
your
one.
beer or mine?
I think it's yours. And then one by one, eventually, it becomes practice. And then also understanding that like perfection doesn't exist. We're all still going to end up at times getting reactionary, right? But if I'm reactionary 50% less than I was before, that's a win. And if you're reactionary 50% less before, and you're you know, you see what I'm saying? And that.
Yeah.
That's like, I'll be honest.
Some people would call that manhood.
I don't
Some people
think I
would call
can-
that growing up and being a man.
There it is.
It just, and I think people have to understand it takes
Boom.
And
time.
that goes back to
it takes
when you were
time.
on the podcast. What is a man?
Yeah.
You know, like fucking dude made that documentary post that podcast. by
Oh,
the way.
yeah, yeah.
What is
Walsh.
a woman?
That's right.
Right.
Walsh.
Right. Which
That
like
guy, yeah,
Yeah.
Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh.
Honestly,
I'll roll
I-
my eyes at that guy too.
fair
Yeah.
enough.
Talk about a guy captured by confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Jesus, but he
I-
does make fair points. I will give him that.
yep.
Sometimes.
But I feel like his question of what is a woman, ironically, I feel like that's a way easier fucking question to answer than what is a man. Because again, what is a woman? I will tell you what a woman is. It's exactly what he ended his whole
Yeah.
thing with. It's
Well, I didn't see it.
adult biological female. You know
Oh,
what
the
I mean?
guy,
Like,
the
Yeah.
Matt Walsh or
like
whatever? Yeah.
that's what a woman is,
Yeah.
right? Like whatever you want, it's an adult biological female. That's what it is. That's what a
Okay.
woman is. But what is a man? To me, as a man, is a way deeper question that you asked.
The highest
you were gonna
suicide
start a YouTube channel based on this was your first.
Don't be
video.
that guy.
Yeah. And
But I
s-
wonder. Sorry, I just
No,
interrupted.
no, you didn't really interrupt me. Like at
It's
the end
what
of
we
the
do
day,
on
it's
this
like
I just
podcast.
wonder if it's that. If it's nuanced to us because we're men. I bet
yes,
you. I bet
and
you
that,
for women.
that is what matters.
And I think I bet you if you ask for women, it's probably nuanced to them about what is a woman, right? But we don't see it that way because we're men.
That's exactly
And-
what I'm trying to
and
say.
then flip whatever.
Right? So what is a woman to me? Simple. But what is a man to me? Bro, we ended that podcast by me saying, I don't know what a man is, but I'll
Crushed
tell you a bitch
and
when I
highest
see
suicide
one.
rate.
But I'll tell you a bitch when I see one. That's all I could
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
Is I don't know what a man is, but I know what a man isn't. And that was the real point I was trying to say is like, I'll fucking see a guy with a dick and balls and facial hair and be like, you ain't a fucking man. You're a bitch. You're a fucking bitch, bro. And you might
What?
be
No.
you might be
So
bigger
this guy
than
Shut
me.
up.
You might be bigger than me. You might be stronger than me. But everything in your character, in your heart, you're a fucking bitch, bro. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Right?
And then there's people
But
who
then there's
don't
other
feel
times,
like men
There's other times where I'm
who
like,
are men.
yeah, and there's
Like-
other
like
times
my
where I look at a
son-in-law.
guy and I'm like, I'll even say to my wife, there's times where I'm like,
I
that's
see
a fucking
insecurity
man right
with
there.
him
That's a
sometimes.
fucking man.
And that's a fucking
Who?
man. My
With who?
son-in-law.
Oh, okay.
That guy's a man.
Zach, married.
Joseph married my daughter.
That's
You know-
the ultimate.
Sorry,
thing, too.
Joseph.
That's the
I
ultimate
wasn't-
thing. Is like does somebody
only
else
joking.
see you as a man? That's what it really boils down to. Is like, I spent a lot of time talking about
Yeah.
I know I'm a man,
Yeah.
right? But one of the things I'm kind of conflicted with, kind of entering into my 40s, because I'm 39, about to turn 40, is like what other men think of me. And respect is a big issue with me at this phase in my life because there's certain guys
Ooh, I can
who
help you with
respect
that.
me a lot, right? And I
Yeah.
feel respected, even though they don't listen to me all the time. It doesn't matter. But
Right.
I know
Like
they
me.
respect me.
I don't
But
listen
then
to you,
there's-
but I do respect you.
But then there's other guys. There's other guys where I just feel like they don't respect me, and it bothers me a lot.
Like when I
So
called
it's
to
that
say I don't
ego
like shitting
balance
on
And
you.
that's
we were
hard
kinda
because
talking about earlier.
because that all of that right there. Did you notice that that's all external?
Yeah, but I started it with the idea of I already know what I am.
Yeah, but what bothers you
Is how other people
is how
perceive.
is how the external.
Yep.
Who cares?
No, but that's what I'm trying to say is I've already resolved the internal,
Yep.
and now I'm still bothered by some of the external.
I would-
not all the external.
I would argue that you haven't finished solving the internal if you're still bothered by the external. And I don't mean that to be argumentative. That's just, it's a thought nugget. It's just a thought nugget.
For sure. No,
Yeah.
and that's good. And it even makes good podcasting. The only reason I would push back on that is because, again, I've wrestled, I've done the psilocybin, and it's like, no, I've proven all of the things internally.
To yourself.
I gotta
Right.
stop watching your fucking.
But
chat.
then you
Holy shit.
wouldn't care about the external then if you there I would guess there's a nugget somewhere there that you haven't.
You had to point out the chat, dude. I would fist. What did he say? I would fist fight a grizzly because I'm a man.
I don't know.
Why did you have to point that out?
I don't
It was
know.
so descriptive.
But somebody else
you're
talked
probably
about
right.
diddling
You're
people.
probably right. But
What, by the way, that's
where
a
I'm at
question,
right now-
not a statement. It's a question.
you're
by the
probably
way.
right. But where I'm at right now in my ego journey, like I can't do anything more to prove to myself that I'm a man. My definition of
hard.
a man,
That destroys
I've
you.
done everything I can do. The only thing that bothers me is when certain people don't show me some respect
Yeah.
that I don't expect to be treated like The Rock
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Joe Rogan or whatever. But there's certain moments where somebody will doubt me and I just kind of smile and I'm like, okay, I'm cool with this because I already know.
Yeah.
But then there's other moments where things happen and I'm like, wait, what did you, the fuck? What? Wait, what did you just say to me? Like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to right now? There's moments where that ego immediately is
Yeah.
like, who the fuck do you think I am? Who the fuck do you think you are to talk to me that way?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, bro, like, again, old school, where I grew up from, it's like, bro, we're like moments from fighting.
Yeah.
Like, we're like, say a couple more things, and like, this is where, and I'm of the ilk where I go, dude, okay, just so you know, though, like, because I learned from our fight and a couple other fights I've been in, where I'm like, okay, one or two more things, though, and you're crossing the line and we're fighting now. So just know, like, we're going to do this. And I try to say that, too, like, and if we do fight, like, we're still friends afterwards. But, like, you're about to cross the line where the only way we resolve this is with literal
Well,
fists.
that's not what happened with us.
No,
Ours
that's
was
my
a-
point.
ours
Because I
was a
learned from that.
drunken
Because I
blow-up.
learned
Yeah,
from that.
yeah, yeah.
That's my point. Because I
Yeah, I
learned
gotcha.
from that.
I gotcha. I
And
misunderstood
that's
you.
where I tried to say that, but like that's the
You did.
difference.
I misunderstood. You
That's
said
the
it.
difference, though. Is like
Yeah.
now I'm at that point where I can do that,
Yeah.
but I still have that same ego deficiency where I'm like, hey man, you're crossing. Like I still haven't been able to really go. I'm the man
Yeah.
in my circle. It doesn't matter. Like there's still you can still every once in a while you can Marty McFly me.
I'll toss you 2 nuggets for that.
You can Marty McFly me every once in a while. You can still Marty McFly.
I'll
me.
give you 2 nuggets for that.
Fucking flea.
One is
You piece of shit.
one is that.
Don't be my flea.
So one nugget is no.
I can hear you. Keep
All
going.
right. No matter how far you get with it, like it's part of the human condition. If someone challenges you, you're still gonna have that feeling, right? So I just wouldn't expect perfection there for one. And the second thing is again, at the end of the day, when you look in the mirror, can you respect the man that's looking back at you?
Right.
And if you can, again, the external shit, it shouldn't. It'll carry weight, but it'll carry less weight. The praise will carry less weight, and the disrespect will carry less weight.
Mm-hmm.
And if either of those, in my opinion, if either of those are carrying a lot of weight, then we probably have more work to do on our own security and where we're at. And when you get to a point, again, where you can look at the man or woman in the mirror and be like, I respect this person, nothing else fucking matters.
Yeah. And that also goes back to that whole imposter syndrome stuff too. Like it takes a while for you to accept you did what you did.
Yep.
You did what you could, and that is who you are now.
Yep.
You know, it's basically the same thing.
And that's fine. That it's hard. The imposter syndrome thing. There's so much, dude. That is. I mean, God, we could have 10 podcasts on all that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? And And the thing I've been learning as I get older.
My mom was just trying to call. Did she text you? She messaged you, I think.
On
Messenger.
Facebook.
Messenger, yeah. Yep.
What did she say?
I don't know, but I'm probably gonna have to stay over there. Oh.
Oh man. Well. Do you want me to say what she said?
Yeah.
Well.
What
Aren't
she
you
say?
special? I didn't even finish reading it, so I don't know where this is gonna go. Well. Aren't you special? I just found out you and JP talk every day. Funny, he doesn't call his 7-year-old mother that often. I could be laying dead a week before he would know about it. Lucky you. No, I'm not listening to the podcast, but just realize I have my eye on you. I never should have slept with your mom. I shouldn't. Well, it's not so much that I shouldn't have slept with her. I shouldn't have eaten her ass. That when you do that, because back then people weren't eating ass like they are now. Back then it was called the Blake. Now it's just part of sex. But
Can we talk a little bit more about your music?
oh yeah.
Let's get off my mom.
I already did. Yeah, my music. What I was saying earlier too. I think like a lot of people I think have a hard time maybe grasping this a little bit, but it's like, two things. Like, the first thing a lot of people I think I get a lot of messages about is why I'm not writing metal, right? Like I'm finally putting out solo shit and it's not even close to metal, right? And so the reason for that is because since I was a kid, that's all I've written is metal, right? But obviously, you know that. Like I took jazz guitar, jazz bass, classical piano, like all these different things. So I have all these other different interests. And so for me, it's like, it's fun to just explore all that other shit. So that's one piece of it. The other
You
piece
played
of it,
Yaz bass?
jazz bass. Yeah. Yeah. That was, it was jazz bass was a regular jazz band. Guitar was jazz improv. Yeah.
Okay.
Guitar was jazz improv. So I just have all these other facets beyond metal. I still love metal, but that's what I was writing for forever. So it's fun to write other shit, right? It's like, I don't know, if you're married to a chick with big ass tits, maybe afterwards you're like, well, now I want one with a big ass, right? Like, you want something different. So there's that. There's also or a chick, whatever. I was married to a guy with fucking big arms. Now I want a guy with a big dick, whatever, right? So like,
What the fuck?
I don't know where I'm going.
You just gave every guy with big arms a super insecurity. You just looked at his wife and was just like,
I was speaking about myself.
Hey,
but
check
anyways,
it out. Little arms.
So there's that aspect. There's another one that's actually just really superficial, and that's that. And this is, I don't know why I feel this way. I feel like other forms of music lend themselves to being a solo artist. Whenever I see a solo artist doing metal, I don't know. It's probably just because metal to me is a band thing, but I'm always just like, that should be a band. It shouldn't be.
sure.
So there's
I hear you.
There's that.
That makes total sense.
So that's that side of it, and then the other side of it is like, look, I know the formula to write a fucking hit song, right? You know the formula to write a hit song. We know how to write them.
I don't know if that's true, but
Yeah, basically, go pop.
Well, you just like you got to hit
Hawk
hit the chorus, or at least the chorus melody within the first 30 seconds, right? Every 8 bars, you got to have something change up, right? There's just this formula that goes.
fair enough. Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, I could probably maybe make some money off this and make some, this and that, but the way I write now, it's weird to me. Maybe it's not weird to. Maybe this is how people write these days with DSWs. DAWs, DAWs. Sorry, DAWs. not the shoe store. DSW.
Man, you were tripping me out for a second, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
But usually the way that I write is I'll just pick a BPM that feels good, set the click, grab my guitar or sit at the piano and hit record, and I just play whatever the fuck comes out of me. And then after I'm done with that, then I go back and go like, okay, this is a song, right? Like I don't really. Maybe it's obvious.
So you're jamming for the first time in your life, is what you're saying?
Well, in this regard, yeah, a little
Yeah,
like
because you were anti-jam,
I'm anti-jam with metal.
right?
I don't like.
Right.
I think jamming creates shitty metal, but I think
Possibly,
it creates
yep.
amazing rock, amazing any other form of music. It's amazing, but for metal, it's so precise and so technical that I just feel like you got to have a foundation first. That's my own opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right.
Sure,
But other forms of music, it's like I feel because other forms of music are a little more loose and you can kind of play around in there, right, and go with what you're feeling. Whereas metal is just so like, But yeah, so anyway, so that's just kind of how I've been doing it, and then yeah. So I guess my point is that like, because people will be like, hey, if you did this, I think you could really make it. You know, and it's really nice of them to say that to me. I appreciate it, but like,
You don't give a fuck.
Because that's what people think.
but yeah,
And I think I said that in the beginning.
yeah,
You know,
I think
and I
people
made
assume,
a mistake, you know, thinking that he was trying to put out this unbelievable banger.
You didn't make
that,
a mistake. We secretly all are doing that. Like Jeremy wouldn't hate it if that happened.
Right. And or be called a sellout or whatever. But there are some people out there who absolutely don't want anything other than to have some obscure
if
stuff
Jeremy
out
and
there.
I, which is what I want our group of local musicians to start doing, I think this is part of building an industry. If we, like, hypothetically, you, me, and fucking Ian Frand started a Yaz trio. You know what I mean?
that dude is so talented, man. He doesn't get enough credit.
But let's just say that happened. You
Yeah.
know, you're on for some reason you're on bass,
Mm-hmm.
and he's on guitar, and I'm on drums,
Mm-hmm.
and we do a Yaz trio, bro. And all of a sudden, it does 1 million downloads.
Yeah,
Like, bro,
fucking cool.
okay, let's capitalize on this. Let's do something with this.
Yeah,
But I think what you're really saying is freedom.
yeah. I'm not
Doing what you want to do,
I'm not writing.
not for the purpose of.
Yeah, my only purpose is to get like this. Is, I don't mean to sound all sappy,
No,
but
no, get heady with it.
like I got a lot of shit. No matter how much therapy I've been through, and all that, I got a lot of shit in the basement. There's a lot of shit that I got to get out still, and that's what I'm doing with my music. So that's all I'm doing, and this is going to be the morbid part. All right, I haven't talked about this really to anybody, but it's like, okay, I'm not married. I'm not in a relationship. I don't have kids. Right? I'm not going to leave anything behind. I'm trying to get music out that's out there so that when I'm gone, if anybody gives a fuck, they can still go listen and they can
Sure.
still go hear it. And that's all I care about.
That's all we got.
My kids will give a fuck, buddy.
That's all we got, though.
I'm telling you.
But that's all I care
They,
about.
they know
legacy.
everything
I don't
about
care.
poop
That's
wrinkles.
legacy.
Now
That's
if-
legacy, man.
Now, if Oliver Anthony thing happens and all of a sudden a bunch of people fucking dig it, like that's cool, but I'm not writing for that.
Right.
You know?
My kids
And that's
know
how
who
it
Poop
will
Wrinkles
happen.
is.
When it happens,
Do you know
that's
that's
how
his
it'll
name
happen.
is
You'll
Poop
be
Wrinkles?
49. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll have, like, literally, you'll be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm doing this acoustic thing.
Yeah.
With me or with fucking JP his first time playing banjo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like it'll be on a whim and it'll just be dope, bro.
Yeah.
It'll just be that simple. Like, that's all it really ever has to be is dope.
And if
dude.
it doesn't happen, I don't like. I don't.
But that's
I
what
really
want.
mean it when I say I don't like. I would not be like. Obviously, if that happened,
Okay.
yeah, that would
Okay.
be cool.
I think everybody knows what you're trying to say. Here's what I want to add to this, and here's what I want. I'm going to use you as my allegory. Okay, you're my example. Everybody needs to do more of this, but way more often. Okay, so you and I need to do a thing together. You and Kyle need to do a side project together. You and Gensmer need to do a project together.
See, and that's
You
the
need to
opposite of where I want to go.
Just start having fun, but think of it metaphorically.
I mean, at some point,
Start having fun and just start being like, hey man, you and I should just do this thing. Okay, cool. Let's just do that. And you do 8 songs and you
Speaking
just
of
throw
which,
it out. You know what I
the
mean?
same thing.
Like,
You
just
need to
start
come
doing
down
what you
to
want
the farm.
and that's where like because
Does that make sense though? Are you guys following me?
I
Yeah,
am.
I get
because
it.
it's
Instead
not
of
just
a
music.
purpose,
I'm talking
just do
about
what you want.
You know, you need to come down to the farm because maybe that's something that's successful down there. What I'm trying to do as far as podcast wise, and
I'll come down there
and
and
you
help
don't
you out,
really
whatever
even
you need.
care.
Whatever
you
you
know
need
what I
to.
mean. So it's kind of the same thing. I totally get it,
Yeah.
and I appreciate what you do, and it might be just because we're friends. Maybe your music fucking sucks. I don't know.
It might, dude.
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Angie's the ugliest person in the world, and it's just my view.
No, she's pretty.
Thank you. Thanks for affirmation. But I because it does make me feel better.
No, Angie's a pretty girl.
Because she tells me all the time that it's gross or whatever, and I'm
Oh, I
like,
thought you were
are you
saying,
kidding me?
I thought you were saying she tells me all the time how hot she is.
Pretty. I'm pretty.
No, but you know what I mean. It's about my view of you. It's
Yeah.
my view of you and Angie and my daughter and my daughter's husband and all that kind of stuff. And it might not be true, but it's true to me, and it's exactly what I want out of somebody, and I think they're the fucking best in the world. But I can't understand why nobody else isn't raving
Right.
about that. You know.
Right.
So same thing with his music and your podcast and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, I think it's just
how I
more
look at
about
it.
Consistency, especially the more I'm learning about the modern day version of the industry. It's just about consistency, stability, and putting out constant content.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if again, I'm going to use you as an allegory.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, if Jeremy Blake Music is going to make it, right? Jeremy Blake Music needs to just put out music. It's no longer about whether
And that's
every
what he's
song you
doing.
put out is a banger.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
no longer about
He's
being
putting
a
out what's
consistent
inside of him.
country
Yeah,
artist,
You keep,
right?
Yeah.
What do you call
it's
it, his
about,
basement?
I'm gonna do a country project with this guy, and I'm gonna do a pop project with that guy.
The collaborations
I'm gonna do a
are
metal
key.
thing with this guy, and I'm gonna just be me. And then it's just I'm not really willing to actually go into like details and steps about this because I'm learning right now. It's going to be at least another month or two before I start running my mouth about this shit.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to get a really good grasp on this thing, man.
Oh yeah.
And like your style of music, even arguably your quality of music becomes irrelevant. It really just becomes about, do you give a shit about what you're doing, and can we find your 100,000 people? And if we can do that, you're going to make money.
And that depend. And again, that it all depends on what you're like. I know it's really hard to understand, and I know like those aren't my goals. That's why I don't do.
But
all
they're
that.
also not your goals.
not my goals.
Yeah. So meaning,
They're just not.
if you make
I'm not
your Oliver
concerned with them.
Anthony, if you suddenly blow up as Oliver Anthony, and fucking, but your version of Oliver.
Yeah.
So like, and Metallica's like Days of the New style, right?
Yeah.
'Cause that was the thing.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey man, we want you to open for us. You're not gonna be like, no, I'm not doing it for that. You're gonna be like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna come open for you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, yeah, it's those would obviously be welcome results.
Right.
They would not be results that are turned down, but they're not at this juncture. Obviously, things change, right? But at this juncture, I'm just for a couple. I mean, I'm getting shit out. I'm learning, dude. I'm not a good. I'm still trying to become a singer. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
like-
getting at though.
and
Like,
like-
is like enjoying the freedom
Yeah.
of doing whatever the fuck you want.
And I think once I feel
that's what I'm really getting at.
I could see, so like all the collab stuff, right? I could see the collab stuff happening down the road once I get this part out of my system. Out of my system combined with so out of my system on the one side, and then on I guess if I want to be humble, and also to be at a point where like I feel like I can a collaboration that I'm truly contributing to the collaboration versus like right now, like I don't play. My chops are at the level of what I need for whatever it is that I'm doing, right? And if I expand beyond that, like my chops aren't there anymore. My metal chops are completely gone, right? Like
That's why I told you, I was like, dude, kind of wanted to do some pop music.
Yeah.
And I was kind of hoping you would be like,
I think I mentioned that, but
no,
I felt stupid
I
mentioning
hit up
that.
Jeremy one night and I was like, dude, I have this itch to make some pop music.
Mm-hmm.
Because I made some shit behind the scenes I've sent you.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
no one else has ever. And Jeremy's like, bro, you gotta fucking do this.
Oh yeah, dude.
Why
And
didn't
I'm
you
like,
send that to me?
and I'm like, dude, I
Send
think
it to me.
I think I want to do some pop music. And Jeremy's like, I think you could do some really cool pop shit. And what I was really trying to do was be
I
like,
want you to do some pop music with me.
yeah, you fucking bitch.
Like I said, I mean, right now I just like this is all still new to me. Like singing.
Jeremy's
right?
too smart for me to like subtly like submit the seed.
Salespeople fucking
Like,
hate me.
I can never incept Jeremy. like as soon as I present an idea, Jeremy's like, here's what you're trying to do. And I'm like, God damn it. God damn it.
But I do. All that being said, at some point, I think all that stuff will happen. But where I'm at right now, like I need to finish this chunk of what I'm doing. You know. So just
Gay.
That and to be honest, like the other thing too is like, I mean, you do.
I just have
shit
too
on-
much respect for you, dude. All I can do is talk shit.
No, I appreciate it, man. It's just I don't know what the fuck. I don't know where I was going with that. Who cares?
We're talking about what we're trying to do and what we're currently doing.
I don't fucking.
Your goal is not to make money or blah blah.
High,
blah,
drunk,
blah.
and sober.
It's right now. It's. I mean, if like I said, if it was, I would just go back to the formula that I know, and I would write a bunch of stuff like that. Auto tune the fuck out of my vocals, so then that way people don't hear the little pitchiness that I have because I'm not a good singer.
Sounds
Like-
super gay, bro. Sounds super gay, bro. I think you need to just like go back.
Well, that's
to
what I'm
being
most excited
the
about when I
ballsy
get
Jeremy-
music from him.
the
'cause
ballsy
I'm like,
Jeremy
holy
who shakes
fuck,
his
he's putting
metaphorical
it out
dick
there.
at everybody.
You know, he's putting it out there, even though he's still in the learning process of singing.
He's not. He's not. He's really good. He's being humble.
Dude, I am not.
But
a good
he
singer.
he
You are a
says
good
that,
singer.
and he sends it to
You
me
can go
saying,
fuck
"Okay,
yourself.
I
I
know
love your
this is
voice.
great.
I
This
always
is
have.
I know you like my voice, but that
No,
doesn't
not
mean-
like love. I love.
But
your-
that doesn't mean it's right. You're a way better singer than I am, dude. It's funny.
No.
It's funny, dude.
I love you. Got a rawness.
I have a
that I can't
style.
capture.
I have a style. So like I could.
You have the style that I wish I could do, and I can't. I can't get that.
I could replace James from Johnny Rook. I could do that. Like literally, I can actually perfectly mimic James from Johnny Rook.
Jesse,
Like, I have a
alive or just
certain style.
breathing?
Okay, you got me on that one. I can do a little bit of that.
The cleans. Your cleans remind me of Alive or Just Breathing Jesse, where it's that
I
emotional
never really
clean.
discovered my voice though, Jeremy. I never really understood what these vocal cords are good at doing, and I was always mimicking. That's why I hate myself as a vocalist, and I mean hate. Like hate myself as a vocalist.
It's so funny.
'Cause
That's
I've
why I'm
always-
not. That's why I'm not a
everything I
stand-up
ever
comic
did,
because all I'm doing is
everything
mimicking.
I ever did, everything I ever did as a vocalist, including my when I was in my prime, and I know you disagree with this, which is what I love about you because you're honest, dude. When I was in my prime, my scream was dope,
Yeah,
and people raved about it. And they were like, dude, Jared has the best scream in the metal industry next to Randy Blythe or the dude from As I Lay Dying. But guess what? I was mimicking Randy Blythe and the dude from As I Lay Dying. Like, it was a mimic. Like, there's nothing original about me vocally. Nothing. There's zero originality. There's nothing from the
Imposter.
heart. It was literally me trying to, like, can I sound like this guy? I hear Jeremy's riff. I hear a part like this singer. Can I do that? So every song I was trying to like reach and do something that somebody else
Your
was
yin yang
already
is
doing
off. You have the
successfully.
imposter
You
syndrome.
know what I mean?
Your clean vocals were all your own.
Clean, super clean,
And
soft.
No, man. Soft
Like,
too.
like
Soft.
as I wake and
Yeah.
I did. That whole part. Yeah, cool.
That
cool.
and especially that
Go.
part at the end. That part, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
But
cool,
but
cool.
but that wasn't my favorite. I liked that. It was cool. What
I know what part you're talking
like,
about.
I
That,
like,
that was a sick part. That
I
was a
like
sick
your
part.
fucking.
I had a couple bars.
I like. There's a. I like you have an ability, in my opinion, at least the time when we were. I don't know.
Had.
I don't know what you sing like now,
Make sure-
but
yeah,
But
had.
my memories of you watching you. Solace and Ashes, I believe it was Solace and Ashes, opened up Revelance's final show.
Oh, I remember that show.
And it was funny because that was the night that I snagged Ryan to be the other guitar player because DE had already started with Jason and I, right? And I was watching you, but at that point we had already taken Tad.
Yeah.
And I was watching you sing with Solace and Ashes, and I was like, fuck, I want that guy.
What a weird transition of events.
Yeah,
And I fucked that whole thing up, dude. I wish I was a better person while all that happened.
No.
We all wish we were better people.
That lineup
about
here,
shit in the past. You can't.
No.
fucking hang on to
That lineup-
It doesn't matter what
I
you
actually
say.
fucked that whole thing.
It
up,
doesn't fucking matter
dude. But
what you
honestly,
say.
no. Still to this day,
we
I
all
will
have
still
shit
say
like that.
I will still say what was best for that band, dude. And this
at that time,
this is a humbling thing for me to say. The best thing that ever happened to that band, for you and that band, was me leaving and Joe Knox joining. Which
My cousin.
wasn't direct.
My
By the
cousin
way,
Joe
there
Knox.
was a serious step down. We don't need to name his name. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. There was a serious step back, like a drastic step back. Like Like, basically, the band should have died in its own infestation.
That was the most obvious sign of Jeremy's doing whatever he can do to keep this thing alive.
But if I didn't leave that band or get kicked out of that band, if we're being honest, if I didn't get kicked out, Joe Knox doesn't join,
yeah.
and you don't create a 5-song demo that is arguably the best thing you've ever done with
Which
your
I
career.
can't find, by the way.
You do
can't.
not. You
No,
do
I
not.
lost it.
It's
I-
on.
I am not
But I
convinced.
bought it physically.
Homie, I am not convinced.
Tony.
I'm not convinced you create the best art of your career if I stay in that band. That hurts me to say. Like, I wish I was Joe Knox on that. I wish, but I'm not.
I mean, the only thing
No,
I
it would never have happened.
Well, the only thing
and I know what you're
I
trying
mean,
to
it
do.
wouldn't have happened, but I will say, like, because it's like choose your own adventure.
It
Right?
would
There's
have
a
never
million
been
different endings.
Dude, you basically became Dying Euphoria's version of Metallica, but if you would have stayed with me, the best we could have done was Megadeth. That's what I'm getting at.
I think
I am not at Joe's level, and Joe brought out the best in you that I would have never done.
Well, I mean,
And that hurts me to say.
part of it
dude.
though is that was also when
It hurts me to admit that, dude, but it's real, dude.
that was also when we started working with Ian as a true producer too. So like it was a combo of Joe had this ability to just pull melodies out of fucking thin air,
way better
and
vocalist
sing them
than I ever
perfectly.
was.
So it was a combo of that and
Genius.
then listening to Ian, right? Because Ian was the first like producer where I was like, again, like we talked about earlier, he explained it in a way that resonated with me, right? We talked about frequencies sounding big, all that stuff. And then on top of that, I also just really, really have a lot of respect for Ian as a producer. So it was like, I'm going to listen to you, right? You know, but I will say, like, again, like, there's so many different paths that can go. I think maybe a little bit that, and I know you won't give yourself credit for this, but I'll give it to you. You might be forgetting about the writing we were doing just before the end.
No, you're right. You're right, dude.
Like,
we were doing some really cool fucking shit.
There was stuff that was in the works, right? And so, like, if we had all been able to kind of figure out the shit, right, get it all, because that's what I was gonna say earlier too, is like that's why I don't put it all on you, because that lineup was kind of Minneapolis's version of the Appetite for Destruction era.
Yeah,
GNR, like,
yeah,
we were just
you're right,
animals.
Dude. You're
in
right,
general.
dude. You're right.
You know what I
dude.
mean? Like, it's not like we were all just
bro.
these. It's not like we were all these really calm and even keel people, and Jared was just this fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, we were fucking crazy, dude. Like, all of us were crazy.
but that craziness that I brought that band to 11, and that's the other thing. Like, that's the only solace I can have in those ashes. Fuck you. I said it. I did that.
This is the part
Fuck
where
you.
people stop watching because they're like, Jared and Jeremy are just talking about DE again.
No, but the solace I brought within those ashes was like, I did make that band.
That's when I checked out.
Yeah,
I did make that band a better band.
It was a combo. There was
a zero tolerance policy when I showed up. It was like, dude, stop. No, we're just gonna be good from now on. There's no excuses. Like, nope, that sucked. We're moving on. Like, I did bring a different attitude. So I do agree that there was a propulsion that I left behind.
I mean, maybe you see it now, but like, I'm sure, like, I would say 75% of my excitement with you coming into the band because I was like, yeah, that's the dude that fucking opened the, you know what I mean? I was like, that's who I said I wanted, and now he's here, right?
That's incredible, dude.
So there's
and I
that.
appreciate that so
So there's
much, dude.
that, and then the other part of it was,
I wish people respected me like that as a guitar player, as a drummer, which I have zero reason to.
but the other piece of it. So there was that piece of it, and then the other piece of it was we had to talk about this out at a fire after one podcast.
Shout out to Marco V. These are fucking great cigars, by the way.
Another
yeah.
piece of it was,
They're smooth.
as we both know,
I
when
can't
you
go all the way through one.
when you joined the band, at that point, I was the resident asshole. I was the only asshole. When you came into the band, I had another asshole. I had someone else. I didn't always have to be the fucking dick. I didn't always have to be like, no, that's not good enough. No, we need to run the set
You know,
again.
I'm still that guy To this day.
You know what I'm saying? So like that part of it was like
I've been embraced differently now because I embraced that where I went, oh, I am that guy. Okay, so now if I can be a more positive, constructive version of that guy, I can actually be a great band member. Dude, I could be an asset.
Mm-hmm.
I can be an irreplaceable. And dude, I just wish I would have been a better man, a young man. 'Cause, dude, I was like 23.
we were young.
I was like 23. I wish I would have just been like, dude, and honestly, man, if I would have had a decent father, I think I would have been the guy that we needed me to be, except for the talent. Because I really don't believe.
Your lyrics were awesome. They were poetic. You had a fucking something that we never had after you. Two things we never had after you. You were a fucking phenomenal frontman. But also, because I think this is my assessment, because you're also so into hip hop, you wrote your vocal patterns, even if you were screaming, were hooks.
Which is hilarious because I don't like hip hop. But you're right. I was raised in a black culture. I still live in a
It's not
black
black
neighborhood.
culture. It's
Dude,
hip-hop.
Taste
No,
the
it was.
Taste the Amber Rose, prime example.
Yeah, I was doing everything on the backbeat of that.
Yep.
The whole thing was on the
I
up.
never liked that song after you. I never liked it.
That's so funny. Thank you,
The
brother.
closest I
Dude,
got.
shake my right hand shake my hand, dude, because that we've talked about that a lot. We talked about that a lot.
There we go.
Like,
I will
for real.
say, I will
For
say
real.
though, I do want to say,
Man to man,
the
man to
closest
man.
I came.
That song keeps coming up where it was like, dude, we need to redo. Honestly,
you had like that fucking, and the only thing I want to toss out, the only time I ever came close to liking that song again was we redid it with Lonick and Eric. And what Lonick and Eric did,
Eric came very close.
and
I heard that live. Eric came very close.
Which we let him write your own lyrics, do your own thing,
Yep.
right? That was the first time since you that I was like,
Yep.
oh, I like this song.
I watched that live. You guys recorded that and put that on the internet. And I was like, oh, Eric actually did that part. He felt the same backbeat groove. He didn't know what he was doing.
No, he just
because
felt
he's from a death metal
Yeah.
vibe, right? So they think about timing and music differently.
Well, and they write a fucking
But
novel
I still
for
say, dude,
lyrics.
I still say to this day,
We got to bring JP back into this combo here.
No.
I still say
I'm
to this
learning.
day, I
I'm
still
learning
say,
a lot.
I still say to this day, and we're
I'm
gonna
actually gonna
wrap this up.
Pick my dick out.
We're gonna wrap this part of this conversation up. Perfect timing while he comes back.
Oh shit! Here goes my pizza.
Oh.
We need to re-record that album.
Faceless?
Yeah,
Yeah. That
I'll play drums.
what
No, like I don't want Lonick to do it. I don't want Gensmer to do it.
who's going to sing on it though?
I will.
Okay, good.
Like I will do my own vocals.
I want cuz
But I'm gonna fix those fucking drums the way you and I wanted them to be on that record. Because I came into that record after Jason did those drums.
Yeah.
And I love Jason to this day.
Yeah, actually
this
he and I
day.
are going to grab dinner like next week. I fucking
I
love that
love
guy.
Jason to this day.
He's my drummer songwriting soulmate.
Yeah. No,
100%. That guy knows what's in my head. But anyways,
I just want a shot at doing those drums.
here's why I want to redo that album.
Let's do it.
It's
Dude,
not- I was about to
shake
say-
my hand. Shake my hand. We're recording this album. We're gonna redo this.
I was about to say that it's some of my favorite songwriting, but that's not true because I didn't write good songs. There's too many riffs. But I fucking love those fucking songs, man. I don't care that I put 8,000 riffs in one song. I fucking love them. And I love those riffs, and I can't ever use them again, and I want to be able to be proud of the recording. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, and that's exactly how I feel about that entire recording because I had just joined that band.
Yeah.
And I blew my voice out the first day of recording that album. So the entire album was me trying to salvage my voice to do the rest of the album.
On top of...
In a week. We had 7 days to do it.
And we didn't track... we didn't track it to a click. There's just so much of it that is
Let's just
like,
do it right. for once.
It would be awesome.
I want to do it so bad. I don't ever want to be and I've told you this when you guys talked to me about possibly coming back.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to be a heavy metal vocalist
Yep.
unless it's for Dying Euphoria. Because all I want to do is create dope music with my boys.
Yep.
Like, same thing. I'm not going to play drums for JP's band unless I want to play drums for JP's band.
Yeah.
Right? And you guys, and you're not the only ones, because this backfired on me multiple times while auditioning for multiple bands. So as much as I ragged on you guys, still to this day for it, you're not wrong.
I don't know what
Which is basically like, I didn't want to be the bass player for Dying Euphoria.
Oh, yeah.
But I would buy the gear and be the bass player.
Yeah.
But you were like, oh, well, we want the guy who wants to be the bass player.
Yeah.
So we're going to pick this other guy
Yep.
who we're not going to name his name. But this was a conversation that we had. They were like, you should be the bass player, but you said you weren't going to buy gear unless you got the job. And I was like, well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This
Yeah.
didn't resonate with you guys. And you were like, so we're going to pick this other guy to be the bass player because he really wants to do it. And then you're going to be the singer. And I was like, okay, cool.
Well, for what it's worth, that bass player never left.
Fair.
So-
Again,
Yeah.
not criticizing.
and contributed immensely to the band.
Not criticizing.
Yeah.
Not criticizing. Just saying.
Yeah.
That same logic also backfired on me multiple times where I was like, yeah, I'll play guitar for you guys,
Yeah.
but I'm not trying to go audition for like 100 bands on guitar.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, well, we want somebody who, and I'm like, fuck, you guys just aren't getting it. Like I'll do what I need to do to be part of this band.
It's hard to get into each person's head, right?
Right.
Like from
That's
our
what
end,
I'm getting at.
It's hard to
Thank you.
hard to understand that you really mean it, that you will stay, right? Like on the other end, like you're looking at it as like as soon as something's happening that he's not really digging, he's already playing an instrument that he doesn't necessarily want to play, and now something's happening within
JP,
the
will you grab
band.
me a beer out of there?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's none left.
So it's
I got a whole nother 12 pack in that fridge. That white one.
so it's sort of that type of thing, you know. where
Which
it's
now I understand.
Yeah, and that's
time
for me,
I did not.
Yeah, I mean, it was again. There was that, and then also there was the secret internal selfish thing of like, this is already the dude that I said I wanted before.
Oh,
You know
so
what I
you're
mean?
like, let's get him to do
so
this.
it's like, but it was too because like, you know, and dude, like you were doing awesome on bass, obviously, and all the showmanship, it was great. But I was just like,
What's this Land Shark? Is this some local bullshit or what?
No, it's the exact opposite. It's just my favorite summer light beer.
I'm gonna go piss.
I
so
can't
that
seem
way-
to get drunk on these.
because I want JP. I want you to. I want to get back
I'm
to them.
looking at I can't stop looking at chat. Somebody's talking about knife fights and shit.
Oh, they might be bringing up the drummer we had who put a knife to my throat.
Dude. And then he almost stabbed me. And dude, that was one of my biggest beefs with you. So Jeremy fucking
Wait, beef with
Dude,
me?
dude,
Yeah.
get your bottle back and just piss in that.
So Jeremy and I switched jobs mid Dying Euphoria. So like I was the PR guy and he was doing booking, and then we switched
Okay.
suddenly for some reason. We
I'm just
decided
waiting for that beer to get tipped
like,
over.
Like
Yeah, I
we-
don't-
you and I decided we would be better at the other job.
Okay.
So Jeremy gave me booking duties and I gave him PR duties. And then this dude we got this new drummer one night and he fucking pulled a knife on Jeremy and stuck it to his throat. Right?
Yeah.
And freaked Jeremy out. And I keep trying to calm Jeremy all night. Calm him down. And Rain's with us.
No, I left right after that.
No, you did not.
Yeah, I did.
No, you did not, because we were all in the rehearsal space. And
I wasn't there.
things went
It was you, Rain.
significantly more dark.
You, Rain, and the drummer were at the. I left.
And this dude tried to stab me to death.
Yeah.
Like for real.
This is how you know I wasn't there.
Like for real tried to stab me to death.
Because he lived.
And I fell back on my knees, and through my jiu-jitsu training and martial arts training, I was able to just literally just block. Like keep him at a distance. So he made
I knew it. Did I call that?
he made every strike. He made every strike, but because of my blocking, he just like didn't
Yeah.
ever make contact.
Right.
But he made every strike.
Right.
But I kept him at proper distance. Long
were like-
story short, the next day Jeremy makes a post a post on Facebook. And he's
Facebook
like,
wasn't around then. It was musicscene.org.
it was Facebook, but anyways, he makes
Facebook wasn't around.
2007
it definitely was.
is when.
So he
So
makes
it's-
this post. He makes this post, and he's like, ... and blood was shed. And I got so mad at him because I did not actually get
None
stabbed.
of this fucking happened.
This
is
definitely
a
happened.
complete-
I believe it
This is a
because
cult.
Jared lies.
I was gonna say,
That's
this
how.
is-
That's
none
why
of
he
this
has a
is- None of
podcast.
that part is true.
So Jeremy and I get into this huge beef
Yeah.
about how he handled the PR of this situation. Because I'm mad because my alpha dog farm boy ego. I'm like, I never actually got stabbed. Why would you say blood got shed? He got so mad at me, dude. Like it became a whole ass fucking fight, dude.
I'm gonna.
I'm
search
not
for
surprised he doesn't remember.
Was it pre 2007?
Yes.
Dude, I'm gonna come back.
Then Facebook. Hey, I already figured it out. I got the date right.
I did.
So
I
it
do
was pre
remember.
2007. So it wasn't on Facebook because you guys weren't in college,
Facebook until 2010.
and nobody who wasn't in college had Facebook pre 2007.
That's not true. That's literally not true.
Because the minute it was released to people other than college,
That's literally not
age,
true. Because I was in the Tyrants.
I was in it.
I was in the Tyrants by the time McCain Obama was a thing.
Who? Oh, McCain, Obama. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying.
Like
talking
I
about
was
one
already
man.
in the Tyrants by 2008. So like all this definitely happened. I'm not gonna accept any other version. Of it. Like
Hey,
I'm not doing
It's
this.
your story, bro. But I don't think that was even what he was talking about. What is he saying? Oh, so there's somebody else. Sorry for the late. Who's Gromo?
I wish we had our producer tonight, man. Thanks, Murph, for not showing up.
Sorry
you
for
fuck.
the. What did I miss? Everything.
Wait. Fighting is a great workout.
There's another comment down here we can't see yet.
Oh, it's Moog.
Oh, it's Moog.
Oh shit! What's up? Oh, Moog, you're
Wait.
gonna love this
Wait, is
episode.
this the
man.
Moog that I'm friends with too?
Yeah, Greg Moog.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so weird that we both know him from different things. Because
were
don't
supposed to
I
be
know
a-
Greg Moog?
No, hold on.
I know Greg
Moog is
Moog
the
through
ultimate of
Angie
this.
through Missy.
I know.
Right?
He
No
was
lie.
supposed he was supposed to be on a podcast with us.
No.
And that's, yeah.
No,
and then he
listen
canceled.
to me. Listen
No,
to me.
I already
know.
knew
I
him.
know. I know 25 people that know Moog
Yeah.
outside of the music industry.
I'm doing
Moog
it.
is
I'm
the
looking.
guy.
You friended him after
No.
you guys were supposed to be on the
You're a
podcast
fucking
together.
liar.
No, Moog is the guy who knows everybody. Like, I trolled this dude named David Morris from Detroit, Michigan. Right? He lives in Ohio, and I trolled this guy because he's a Detroit Lions fan and he's fucking delusional for a while, right?
Look
And
at
that-
the year you became
And
friends
then I
with him on
started to
Facebook.
like this kid
You're not
named
the
David
boss of me.
Morris. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I
Oh,
realized David
Helix,
Morris
yep.
and Greg Moog are friends on Facebook. So I hit him up, and I'm like, "How the fuck, Greg?
I like how you
friends?"
accentuated.
I'm like, Greg.
Hit him up.
I'm like, Greg, how the fuck are you friends with the? And he goes, from a separate Facebook group years ago, dude. And
This whole
they
time,
know
I
each
thought it
other-
was
dude. They
through,
know each other
Disturbed
personally and
and
have like
stuff.
actual phone conversations, dude. Like Greg Moog knows everybody. Like literally everybody I've ever met. Everybody I've ever met knows Greg Moog. It's
So-
the most. I'm convinced
This whole time
Greg
that
Moog
I've
is
been friends
either
with him.
Jesus or the devil, because Greg Moog is everywhere, bro. He transcends space and time.
It's been I thought
yeah,
I knew
friends, Greg
I
Moog.
thought I knew
Yep.
him through Disturbed.
Nah, man.
My relationship with Disturbed and fuck it, who else? But that's how I this entire time. Every time I see a post by him or whatever, I think it's my attachment to them. I forgot it was that dude.
It was a
fucking-
podcast we were
fuck you,
supposed to do.
Moog.
Literally, Greg
this whole
Moog-
time I
Greg
could have
Moog
been we
is
could have been
the-
friends, and I thought we were friends, but we're not fucking friends.
I can.
Go fuck yourself.
I'll show you. I'll
this
show you.
whole fucking time.
I'll show
that's
you.
that's what's so fucked about Facebook.
I'll show
you.
you.
Know,
This is
and
how-
I don't see anything by my dad. Every once in a while, he sends things. But I think Greg Moog and I are old friends from hanging out. You know, when I used to bring my kids to fucking Disturbed shows and shit like that.
Nah, Greg Moog knows
And,
everybody.
and
bro.
meeting Clown and Corey, and
I
that's
swear to
who I
God.
think I know know Greg Moog through.
I went to fucking.
But now you know.
Now I know.
And
It's all through.
I even remember the text of how it happened. He was supposed to do the podcast. Greg was supposed to do the podcast that night, and he was fighting with his woman at the time. And the text was that he's got to fucking
ridiculous.
stay home with the woman because it's not worth.
I
the fucking
remember
bullshit.
this.
And that's when I said, "Hey, JP, you
Is
and
he
Greg
still with
should
that
be-"
woman?
No. I was like, "Hey, you should friend Moog so you guys know each other before the podcast. He's a fucking cool dude. You guys will like each other."
Dude,
Son of a
My
bitch.
memory is not.
my
Dude,
favorite
I'm
part of this.
impressed by that memory.
My
because
favorite part of this is
mine
when I was in
completely different.
a town called Tallahassee, Alabama.
Tallahassee, not Tallahassee.
No,
but
Tallahassee, Alabama. And I was at a gas station. And I was like, oh, we're musicians
even
coming
thinking
through
of?
town. We're playing in fucking Pensacola, Florida. And blah, 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 blah. And he goes, where are you from? And I said, Minneapolis. And he goes, oh, I know a band from Minneapolis.
You know Blackfoot?
Dude's in a band called Blackfoot Diesel. His next Great Moog. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Everywhere I go, somebody knows Greg
Dude,
Moog.
he's like herpes, man. He's everywhere.
Here's an infestation.
All right, sorry, HPV. He's like HPV. It's everywhere.
Like anywhere I go. But honestly, it's never negatively affected me. Like anybody who knows Greg Moog and likes me is always getting me a free pass somewhere. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody's ever been like, "Oh, you know Greg Moog? Fuck that guy. You're blacklisted." That's never happened.
Oh
no, it's
my
the exact
God, I
opposite
just
every
figured
time.
it out. I just figured it out. This entire time I've been friends with Greg Moog on Facebook. I thought he was John Oakes. John Oakes.
What form of English do you use?
Because John Oakes sounds
picturing
nothing like Greg
the
Moog.
He
name.
spells John with a G.
I'm picturing the name. I'm picturing the name Greg Moog with the face of John Oakes, who I know how I just described.
That is a weird
I
sexual
just,
fantasy.
Yeah. I just figured it out this entire freaking time.
Makes total sense. Two Jews, just two total fucking degenerate Jews.
And they're all through my whole relationship with Missy and you
And
know
all the music scene
the music
shit, yeah.
scene stuff. And so the entire time I see something by Greg Moog, I'm like, that's that guy that was the fucking coolest. Because all right,
I mean, Greg is cool. so you
No,
got that,
I don't
yeah.
care
Yeah.
because I don't think he is anymore because he's never he's never done the things that John Oakes has done for me. We had 5-star hotels.
He never kissed the back of my neck during
Right.
coitus.
Exactly. We had 5-star hotels all over the country and backstage passes anywhere, anything that we ever wanted in the world. And I forgot his name and thought it was Greg Moog.
Now, see, Greg could give
Son
you an
of a
experience
bitch.
too, but the difference is that
I end up with AIDS.
we're gonna be in some ditches. We're gonna be in some dumpsters, right? We're gonna be. Greg knows what's up. Fuck yeah, dude! I fucking love that dude, man. I might as well use this opportunity
I want
too.
to, but I don't.
I should plug our show. We're officially the Montoya Machine. I play drums for the Montoya Machine. I think we can finally say this out loud.
I don't know if they announced it yet, did they?
I don't know.
Oh,
Greg,
shit.
can I say this out loud?
He doesn't care.
No, he cares.
He doesn't care.
He cares.
There's
Greg,
a plan to the
Greg's,
rollout.
Greg's on this business.
I only had so much ginger ale. Hey, will you throw those in the fucking thing?
Yeah.
Or set them near them if
Or-
you can't
or
make it in
piss
the
in them.
basket. How
Will you
well are you
piss
at
in them?
basketball? Oh, that's 2 for 2 joining the Timberwolves. Actually, Timberwolves.
I could only do that
now.
pre-
The Timberwolves are pretty good now. That's not a good joke anymore.
You can only
I
do that
apologize.
pre-70s.
Greg, can I talk about this? I need you to tell me in chat if I can officially. Have we talked? Have we
What's
announced-
that
Hey, while
called?
you're-
Is that called the Disturbed tour or no? What's that called? Where like
It doesn't matter.
all
Oh, it was
Say whatever you want.
there's something tour that all of those heavy rock, but the popular heavy rock bands were in.
It was them, Avenged Sevenfold, right?
Yes.
There was
Yep.
Mayhem there, but I don't think that was
Yeah.
it. Well, there was Mayhem,
and then
Fest.
something seven something.
Fold.
No.
Hey,
Something else.
I want to toss this out while you're
Toss it
waiting
out.
for Moog's thing, just because there's always speculation with shit, right? So, and I've never really actually talked about this yet because it's the first time I've been on a podcast since then. But anyways,
What's going on with that Madonna photo?
He's
I like it here.
Okay.
Let it go.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that I did.
He said, "Let it go."
That I did not.
All right, we will never reach that subject again.
Leave it alone.
All right. We're gonna move on.
That I want to publicly state, because I haven't been able to do this yet, right? That with me leaving Black Flood last year, it was when Sully died. It was a lot of shit going on,
Right.
And so but
And
I
you're
know,
dealing with your sexuality stuff.
yeah, that stuff that's still going on. But like, because of the history of Black Flood, I think a lot of people make assumptions that maybe it was Greg or this or that. Greg was nothing but the whole band.
Oh,
Was
Greg's a total pain in the ass.
no, he was nothing but cool to me, to the whole band, everything. Greg is not. He's great to work with. So I just want to make sure that anybody who's
horrible musician though. I mean, great to work with. Great band
I got
member.
a story for you.
Terrible musician.
I got a story
like
for you
Greg
about this
Moog.
motherfucker's singing
Oh,
voice.
I
that's
love
wild.
Greg. I'm joking. If anybody didn't get the sarcasm, fuck
obviously.
you. Fuck you. If you didn't get the sarcasm, Greg is a great
Why
musician.
are
I'm
you even
officially
saying it?
I want to officially put it
Greg
out
Greg
there.
doesn't
people are
care.
stupid. Because
Greg
people are
doesn't care.
stupid. Because people are stupid. And
Fuck
somebody's
Greg.
going to be like, Greg, did you hear Jared said you're a terrible musician?
Let him hear what I said. Fuck Greg.
So if you filter through
I
this
thought he was
5-hour
my friend.
podcast and get to this point,
Fuck Greg.
I
love
yeah,
Greg.
We
all love Greg.
There was nothing. So anybody who's making assumptions.
Oh, by the
that
way, I
Greg was-
also still love Greg Chilton. So, you know,
right.
just in case anybody's not
Back
aware.
to
I
Jeremy.
love Chilton too. I do. Dude, I love to.
I got nothing but
like the
love for
auto
Greg.
I've always
Mechanic
loved Chilton, dude.
magazine.
I love
Chilton?
Greg Chilton.
Greg Chilton.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
fucking love. I love doing his podcast. Was fun. Not that I know if I should plug another podcast while I'm here, but
Try
I
to
enjoyed
plug
his
your
podcast.
shit.
Plug it. Plug it.
I'd love to do his podcast again. I had a great time on it.
No, nothing but love for Greg Chilton, man.
Big time.
Sorry, I'm plugging your own shit. So people are.
I don't know. I don't think I have
it's
anybody
good.
that I
It's
hate.
good.
I don't know. Name a name. I don't know if I have anybody I hate.
Kamala.
I was just
I don't know
gonna
if I
say,
have
come
anybody
on.
that
It's
I know.
comma.
No, I know what you mean though, dude. Like we have our disagreements, we butt heads.
I don't
dude,
even
but,
know
like,
if I have people I dislike.
Nah, that's not true.
I have people that I'm ambivalent towards that I just
there's
don't.
there's a few
engage
people
with.
that irritate me.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end
But
of
you
the
still
day,
have
like
sex with them.
Well,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
the musicians in this town that don't agree with me on like political things, it's such an irrelevant issue
Yeah,
to me
like,
when
who
it
gives a
comes
fuck?
to my
Oh, we're
respect
back on
for
musicians.
them.
Yep.
Like, dude, your identity to me is an elite musician. So even if I think you're incompetent when it comes to your political views, as a musician, I don't give a fuck. We're still bros.
Yep.
You know, I still want to have beers. I still want to hang out. I still want to exchange ideas of riffs and chord progressions and, you know, how you set up your drum set and, you know, how
I think
you,
he said sure. To your question, does it say sure underneath those smiley
it does,
faces?
It does
Yeah.
say sure. You motherfucker. No, but for real though, like, dude.
I mean that you can
We're
announce
all-
the band
Yeah,
thing is what
yeah,
I meant.
yeah.
He was saying sure. To you.
I can't. I can.
That's why.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
yeah.
I probably.
You fucking dude.
No, yeah, no. I just wanted you to know that he randomly said sure in the chat. This is important.
Thank the Lord Jesus Jesus Cristo for Jeremy Blake right now because I'm out of it, dude. So we're playing November 9th. We're playing at the Skyway Theater, Montoya Machine. We're gonna open. We're not opening the whole show. There's one band before us, but Greg was gracious enough to give us. You know, I mean, dude, you know where we come from.
Yeah.
But I was like, nah, we ain't trying to do all that. Let us open.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he was like, okay, well, I'll tell you what, you're not gonna open, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna truly do this thing.
Fuck yeah.
Everything we've preached from the podcast, from the ground up. So we're gonna play 2:30 in the afternoon or 3:10 in the afternoon on like fucking 19 bands, right?
Yeah.
And
Valhalla Fest.
yeah, we're doing that. We're like the second or third band in the fucking B room. But I'm gonna show everybody that I've preached to from the ground up. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do this.
So this
Like,
is this will be
listen.
your first show,
Yes.
live show? In,
Yes.
I want to see it.
Forever.
Wait, can
Forever.
Since you sang at with
Yes.
EE that one
Yeah.
time.
Can I take under
which
18s
I filled
there?
in for.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
take my,
yeah.
to
my
me,
boys
that
there?
doesn't even count.
Yeah, yeah. I don't
Can
even
I
count
take my
that.
boys there?
What?
Is it under 18? No.
Greg, is it under 18? I think it's
Yeah.
16 plus.
I think
Good old friend Greg, is it under 18? So
honestly, in the afternoon, we might be able to get away with a little 16
because
plus.
I want to,
what I
I've
mean?
been
It might be
exposing
all- it might
my
be
boys
all-
to like
I don't want to
all
speak
the
out of
things
turn. I
that
don't
But
they
we
wouldn't
might,
normally
but things also
experience.
might change. We might be able to get away with this 16 plus until 6:30 p.m. or 8 p.m.
All
or
right.
something like
If
that.
you
We
go
might
go
be
to
able
go to
do
Valhalla Fest, I'm
No.
sure on Facebook there's a thing and it says what the things.
It's
are.
not
You're not the
officially
boss of
announced
me.
yet, so. But yes, we're doing a thing, and the Montoya Machine. Honestly, man, I think this is the best band. No offense, Jeremy. I think this is the best
he
band
means offense.
I've ever been a part of.
I don't
like,
take offense.
Like I think Jeremy
It should be.
I think Jeremy's
Your
songwri-
newest band should be
I think
the
that's
best.
a piece of shit
I think
statement.
Jeremy's songwriting is prolific.
The other Jeremy,
Montoya.
Montoya.
I think his songwriting is
I don't want to take
prolific.
credit for that.
I am not writing the drums on this record. Those
How do you rate drums?
Just the same way you write.
From a layman.
Great question.
Did
So
you write like bass, and then
yeah, so you find okay, so
and then like
what's the short way to explain this? So as a drummer, how you write a song is yes, you find a common rhythm, a common beat throughout
Yeah.
the song that the riffs. So this is what Jeremy learned later. So back in the day, what Jeremy would do
top hat.
is Jeremy would write
That's all I know.
Jeremy would write 6 riffs to a song, and then a normal metal drummer would write 6 drum beats to a song.
Okay.
A good songwriter would go, Jeremy, you're writing 6 riffs, but we're gonna get rid of 2 of them, so now we're down to 4.
All right.
And
So I was not a good songwriter, is what he said.
no, he was a great.
I heard. That's what
I'm
I
just
heard.
using him as an example.
I say that back then.
I heard what a piece
I
of
wrote
shit.
I wrote good metal songs. I didn't write good
But
songs.
he's sitting
back
here, so
then.
I'm gonna use him.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we'd
yeah.
go, no, Jeremy, we're gonna cut that to 4 riffs, and then the drummer, if he's a good songwriter as a drummer, what he does is he writes a song, right, that basically creates what I would refer to as a roller coaster.
Okay.
Okay, so you're looking at an escalation, a climax, an up and a down, a build up, and then a drop down, right? And
Right.
you could refer to that in a number of ways: a breakdown, a speed up, a double time, a half time. It doesn't matter, right? Like we're speaking metaphors right now. So the idea was, you're gonna write a song from a percussion standpoint that allows the emotion of Jeremy's riffs, right,
Yeah.
to escalate and de-escalate,
even if it's the same riff.
Okay.
right,
Yeah.
right. You're gonna change the emotion or the groove. There's 1,000, dude. It's so
I'm getting
convoluted
it.
to try
I'm
to
getting
explain
it.
this.
I'm getting it.
A good drummer could take you could have one riff throughout almost the whole entire song, and a good songwriting drummer could make a song out of that.
Or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
You could have 1 or 2 riffs, right? And the
Yeah.
drummer knows how to play 1 or 2 drum parts, and we can create
Yeah.
8 parts of a song.
But you know what I mean? Like if you take a drum,
double time, half
where
time.
there's like, yeah, it's just you just keep playing the same riff over and over, right? But because of what the drummer does, they took this one riff and
Yep.
turned it into a story, right?
Yep.
Like a really good songwriting drummer can do that,
Right.
You know, and
Yep.
that's part of why I loved working with Jason so
Jacobson.
much.
Yep.
Jason
Jason was one of the
songwriting
best
drummer.
at this.
Yeah.
He couldn't execute on record. He couldn't execute on a click. But you want to get a guy in a fucking in a warehouse or a shed.
Right.
Drummers refer to it as shedding. And you want to just straight up write a great song. Like Jason Jacobson is very akin to Lars Ulrich. A great songwriter.
Yeah, he's
Understanding the rhythm of how to grab and take,
Yep.
or give and take, including the idea of we're gonna add a snare here to like literally, I call it a hiccup.
Yeah.
So we're gonna add a snare here to kick, and that it gives you a hiccup that makes you literally hiccup. You lose your breath when you're trying to keep time, and it makes you count things backwards. and then you end up on the 1 in reverse.
It can like
this
flip
is
the
super
rip.
inside
Dude,
baseball.
it's awesome, man. Like you can do that. You can do
The way Jason Jacobson took a 4/4 riff and wrapped it on a 3/4 time. You know exactly
there's
what
where,
riff I'm
there's
talking
where you're
about.
losing me.
and his
So stop talking about 4/5 and 3/4.
his fills too. Another thing I really liked, and you as a drummer can probably speak to what this really is, but like I loved that sometimes Jason would do a fill that didn't complete until you were already
After the 1.
you were already into the next
That's a
measure,
Lars Ulrich vibe,
and then he would do this quick little bah, and
Yep.
like it was so fucking. And drummers we had after that, I always try to be like, it's like, you know, do your own flavor, but it's really important that you hit this.
Right.
And
So what he's talking about is like counting as a drummer. So these songwriters as a drummer, the guitar riff would go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
But Jason Jacobson and me and songwriters like Lars Ulrich, what we do is we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll come in and accent it way after, like literally 2 beats into the next bar.
Okay.
To give you an accent because Jeremy went wow, you know, and it just makes sense for the song. But a guy who just plays drums will do this 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's boring. It's fucking.
it's white guys
stale.
dancing.
It's
And
white
1
guy,
and 2 and
bro.
1 and 2 and 3.
That is the most I've said this my whole life. It's too white guy.
Greg
It's too
says
white.
all ages 11-9.
Oh yeah. So you're good then.
Yeah.
So we'll bring everybody out, man. Honestly, if-
Well,
here's
that's,
the sad
I
state of the
appreciate.
metal
I appreciate
community.
you trying to get somebody who is not, who can't possibly understand music, because I actually do understand a little bit more, and I do appreciate you trying, and it helps me to appreciate a little bit more.
it'll be way better when we
and
start going
that's
to
why
concerts together.
I appreciate it,
and
because
I show
because
you
I can,
other musicians doing it.
I can see
in
when my
real time.
sons are trying to learn stuff. By the way, your guitar just last week, because my
really
kids
struck a chord
graduated
with
to
him.
so my kids graduated to something else that they wanted more. Even my grandkid, you know, violin to cello, and so that guitar that you gave them is now another 5-year-old's guitar.
Nice.
One of my coworkers' guitars.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, along with my
That's the
late
dream, dude.
stepdad's. So you know, at first I felt bad, like I should hang on to this thing forever, and then I was like, why would I fucking do that? I don't have a lick of fucking music, and that's one of my biggest regrets. Well, second biggest regret, and I want to pass that on to another kid, because this kid was fucking excited about it, and it's a coworker's kid. Matter of fact, he was on a little bit earlier watching the dad, but he was super excited. He was helping me clean out a rental home, and I had the guitar in there. That's where we used to live, and he was super fucking excited. He looked at it and he was like, "No way are you giving me that?" I said, "Yep." And the amp went with it, you know, my stepdad's amp, you know, so he's kickstarted.
Hell yeah, dude.
So
yeah.
you know, you talk about legacy and stuff like that. Your name's not attached to legacies, not ever. Your name's attached to some fucking gravestone that I'll never have. I'll never have a gravestone, but your legacy is attached to what the shit that you pass on. Nobody will ever know your name, but what you taught them,
Yep.
it will pass on, you know, and
That's the
and
legacy.
so that shit right there is part of your legacy.
That's fucking cool,
that
man.
little shit that gets passed on. The kid I gave it to will probably not remember your name.
Yeah.
Because I gave it to him.
Yeah, who gives
but
a
he's,
fuck?
He's
But he's gonna
fucking
play
6
guitar,
years
dude.
old.
Yeah.
Right.
He's
You
gonna
know?
find that fucking thing. Oh my god, dude, my life changed when I started doing music. You know,
And
that
I
kid's life is
remember
gonna-
you telling me why you started playing guitar and all that kind of stuff. And I have friends who play guitar really
Right.
well, and it was the same fucking reason. And this kid, hopefully, is the same thing.
You know, and
That's
I think
fucking
that's
cool.
true for everything, right? Like, because I wanted to be a firefighter when I was a kid because I wanted to help people. I wanted
Because your
to
grandpa,
save people.
right?
Well, I don't know if it was because of my grandpa. I think it might have been because when I decided I wanted to be a fireman, I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I think it might have been because of him because he was a firefighter in the Marines and all that. But at the end of the day, what I learned was regardless of whether I was a fireman or a cop or a soldier or a musician, what I really wanted to do was inspire people. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a guy that people looked up to.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if I've achieved that. I don't know if I've been a good
You might, you
example
won't
of
know.
that.
And that's the best
But
part
what
about
I
it.
do know is I've had several people coming up, even when we were in Dying Euphoria, several kids coming up and be like, I decided to do music because I saw you guys perform at the garage, you know,
Yeah.
or Star Central or
Yeah.
wherever it was at the time, you know, and I literally set a goal. I put a number on there, 1 kid.
Yeah.
If I can inspire 1 kid to fucking
I'm glad you followed up what the
You
goal
know?
was with the one kid.
Yeah.
It was like
that's-
literally
That's
all-
way better than grooming.
I quantified it.
yeah.
If I could do, if I can just inspire, because that's what happened to me when I was
Yeah.
in boarding school. You know, I'm in boarding school. Life sucks. I'm like, I'm gonna dedicate myself to music so I can stay out of trouble, save my life, right? So I said, if I can do this for 1 other kid, and dude, it's been like a lot of kids,
Yeah.
like way more than 1,
Yeah.
way more than 1 kid.
Oh, dude.
So like, I'm completely fulfilled in my music career at this point.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, all right, well, now I'm going to do what I want to do as my artist self, right? Like, it's no longer about the legacy because
Yeah.
the legacy has already been preserved outside of a family, right? Like, I
Yeah.
still want to have a kid and do all that shit.
Yeah.
But, like, when it comes
Might
to
not
the
be worth
music
it. Raise
shit,
somebody
man,
else's kid.
I
way
don't
better.
think so. I
I'm
don't think
telling
so.
you.
I
I'm
might
telling you.
adopt. I might adopt.
There
but
you go.
Still,
That's actually, I didn't know I was going to have kids. I always thought I would adopt kids without ever having. I never wanted the
You
wife.
want kids, Jeremy?
I never wanted the wife.
I wanted. I mean, I shouldn't say want. I always assumed I was going to be a father, and then life just went in a different direction. So now I'm 43 and single and not going to be a father. You know what I mean? But
Unless you marry a young woman.
I could
young
not,
fertile
dude.
woman.
I could not imagine starting at this age. Oh my god!
What would you do if you had a kid right now? A new kid. Jake,
Me?
What would you do
Like if you just had a kid?
I would be
right
happy.
now? If you
That-
just
that's all
What if
I've
you
ever
didn't have-
wanted.
What if you didn't have kids before and you just now had a
Yeah,
kid?
I'd be happy. Listen, that's all I've ever wanted. I never
That's all that matters,
had
right?
I joined the
this goes back
military
to what
because
we
I didn't
started
have
the
any other
podcast with.
choice. All that kind of stuff, and there's a whole bunch of things. But what I knew as a kid, what I would be, was a dad. I appreciated my dad. I appreciated my stepdad. I
young,
yeah.
you appreciated all this.
Oh yeah.
So there
yeah.
was no spiteful resentment,
my-
no
Oh, yeah.
angstful teenage
Oh
years?
sure.
Oh, there was. Okay.
Of course. Yeah. But
did
there
you-
was
when did it
always another
transition,
dad
though?
or a grandpa who stepped in and it was a man figure in that moment.
When did it
I also had
transition
it for
for you?
females, but
But when did it transition for you? When you stopped being spiteful of older men to appreciating older
No,
men to realizing
there was always
they
just I was
figured
spiteful of
everything
one
fucking out.
particular person at a time for one particular reason.
No shit,
But there was
really?
always a replacement that I appreciated and I learned from. I had the nerdy side building circuit boards and building all this kind of shit. All my nerdy side was from a stepdad. All my auto mechanics and learning I did learn how to drum for a while and all
far.
that kind of stuff. Yes, was from that dad. And
There's a joke
the
behind
one that says too far whenever he posts something that's super gay about me with me blowing him on a poster or something.
His dad just
So-
comments too far.
For me, I say that's the line. That's when I make the same joke his dad makes. For me, it's called "That's the Lie."
Yeah. So there was always, and then Grandpa, who was super religious, who saved me from church camp that day when he saw a pastor dragging me across the property by my ear, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't even know where I'm going with this now. Let me take another drink.
Talking about having being a father. Why you always wanted to be a father.
I will
why
accept
it's
if
dope.
I didn't have the perfect woman now, I would constantly seek a younger woman to breed with. You know what I mean? And I know that we're too old to start having babies now, but I have seriously, like, I had a 2-week moment where I was like, well, let's do it. Let's get my shit reversed and let's do it. And then I came to my senses, right? Because we're both a little too old to make a baby. But if I hadn't found this perfect woman, I would constantly be looking for somebody younger and virile to have, because all I ever wanted to be is a dad. And I think I'm okay as a dad. I'm not the greatest, and I've fucked up a few times, and that is my number one regret, is that I wasn't a better father to the firstborn, right? I wasn't more attentive and more present, but always have that. No matter how many times she tells me I'm a great dad.
She put it in the chat.
Yeah. So it doesn't even
She's
matter.
like, and he's an awesome dad.
I will never ever not have that bit of regret, but I would also always strive to have more. Luckily, she's married to a great guy and they have kids, and I'll continue to be a father figure to grandkids, and
Can I tell you something that's
and my boys will hopefully, no pressure, have kids too. So that's all I've ever wanted to be, was a dad.
Me too, man.
I hope that your kids have kids, and this is why. Because as your friend, I think you're a fucking awesome dad, and I think that
bring me to tears.
I think that I might even get a little misty here. Especially this day and age, I wish that more boys and girls too, but definitely boys had a father like you.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's hard to take.
Well,
No,
true,
it's
man.
legit though, dude.
You're a very good man. You're a very good father. I'm very happy to.
And you're
be your
you're a
friend.
super interesting guy. So you're not like the fucking cliche, suburban dad who works in a call center and like hates his life and I ride a John Deere. I got a tractor, but like there's so many guys like me that are boring as fuck and uninteresting, and everything about their life sucks. And the only thing they have is their kids. Yeah. Whereas, like, dude, not only did everything he say is super valid, dude, but you're like a legitimate. You're a dope dude, man.
I make them
like,
get
you had
involved
a cool
in my
fucking
bullshit.
life before you had kids. You had a fucking cool ass life while you had kids, bro. Like,
Thanks.
dude, if most Americans just pursued their life, period,
And brought their kids along.
period, that's it. If most Americans simply pursued their life, period, they would end up with a life much closer to yours than they do with a life that ends up in every shitty cliche movie where some guy is ruffling his fucking tie and his fucking pantsuit and he's pissed off and he hates. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, just explore your life. Just live your life, man. Like, if just more people did that,
Yeah.
And like
they'd
you said,
be
and
better
bring your
parents.
kids
They'd
along.
be better neighbors.
Yeah.
They'd be, dude. Come on, man.
They hate going to council. They hate going to weddings.
It's not
I
rocket
make them
science.
go
I'm
anyway.
gonna stroke.
None of this is.
I'm gonna
rocket
stroke.
science. None of this is rocket science, you guys. I feel like this is.
Well, thanks.
This
I
is
appreciate
achieved
it.
wisdom.
I appreciate
that has
it.
been
I don't
figured
do
out.
high fives, but
I wanna stroke
I-
JP's cock one last time because it also goes to back. This will tie it all back when we were first talking about man. What is a man, right? And all
What
that
is a
bullshit.
man? I don't know, but I know a bitch when I see one.
So I've been rewatching Breaking Bad, right? And
Great show.
so there was a scene recently, and it made me think of JP immediately. When Gus is talking to Walter White, and he talks about what it is to be a man, and that he goes, "A man provides. A man provides whether anyone notices, whether anyone appreciates it, whether anyone even wants it. Like, a man provides. It doesn't matter. Like, and the whole speech was because, you remember, you saw Breaking Bad, right?
Yep.
Like, obviously his family was all falling apart, and that was the whole reason why he was doing everything.
Yeah.
And that was Gus was just saying, it doesn't matter, dude. You're a man. You provide. That's what you do.
Yeah.
And
It is a lot
but you
about
provide.
sacrifice.
You provide whether it's appreciated or not. That was the key.
And whether it's monetary or not, so honestly, I haven't.
Provide doesn't always mean.
I haven't made more money than a spouse for years. Like, I can't even count the amount of years.
But that's just money, dude. We're talking about
providing as far as being there for everything else that needs to be done.
Yes.
Breaks or trees or barn repairs, house repairs, whatever.
How about life lessons, important life lessons?
Well, and that's what my pastor taught me when I got married, right? Like what he talked to me was about being a man and providing was sacrificing my ego and my wants and desires to make my wife's dreams come true.
Yep.
And that's what being a man was to him. So it was about if she wants a big family and a nice home, that's your mission now.
Yep.
But there was a give and a take with that, which means that she needed to do her part to make that happen as well.
Yeah.
So she needs to also be contributing to that mission.
So it's a fucking team.
It's a synergy.
Yep.
It's a true synergy. But when I
part of
really
being a man is
learned
no
that,
matter what she's up to.
but that was my point. Is
Yeah.
like it took me a year into our marriage and a heavy mushroom trip before that man's lesson
Yeah.
really hit me, and I went, "Oh, this is why I'm frustrated in this moment or this aspect." And it wasn't a solve all. It wasn't, but it did immediately go, "Oh, there's this weird little speed bump I keep going every time I turn the block. I keep hitting the speed bump, and I don't know what it's for. Oh, it's because I'm not listening to this man's advice, which is like, oh, as a man, as a husband, and I don't know what it means to be a man, but I know a bitch when I see one. But I can tell somebody what their obligations are as a husband because I've done a pretty decent job of that, which is you might have your own desires and your own ego and your own ambitions. Cool. I got those too. The podcast, music, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Right? But at the end of the day, my real job is to make her dreams come true.
And the word ego is a misplaced tag.
That's the real, as a real husband, if you really want to do your part, so if the marriage falls apart and you can escape guilt-free, it's because you did this. Your job as a husband is to make her dreams come true. But if she doesn't contribute her part to make those same dreams come true, then you can, when she leaves or fucking bad shit happens, because, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
We're in America.
Yeah.
Right.
Then you can escape guilt-free because you did your fucking part as a man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, that's all I know. I know a bitch when I see one, and I know the job I'm supposed to do. I couldn't answer that question 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I can fucking now, bro.
Yep.
Because the world has changed for me. I'm getting older. I'm getting more mature. And ironically, the more mushrooms I do and the more I search my soul and really relate to the world, the more traditional I become.
want to have a psilocybin trip so bad. And
So let's do it
but
together.
I just can't.
No, we'll do it
I can't
together.
bring myself to do it.
No, here's what we're going to do. We're
No,
going to do it together.
It has to be with Angie.
Fine.
Absolutely.
Fine. But we're going to do it with bros who've also done it. And we're going to give you a super small
I
dose.
honestly think it just needs to be me and Angie.
No.
One day.
No, because there's stages. So we're going to give you a very small little giggly dose. It's a social thing, right? You get used to the
It needs
vibe.
to be at the farm.
Right? Fine. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
come up there. Jeremy and I come up
That'd
there.
be
We'll
a
do it
perfect
with you.
place, actually.
Yeah.
Out under the
Yep,
stars.
in your controlled space where you feel safe. Like I have my own tent. Jeremy
Just to
has
my
his
boss,
own tent.
if
right?
he's watching this.
No, so,
Doesn't mean I'm going to.
but here it's gonna
I just,
be it's gonna be
Same with
legal.
my
always wanted
boss
to.
or my dad.
It's gonna be
My dad
legal.
would understand.
It's gonna be legal by the time we do it.
Yeah.
But here's my point. We do a very small amount social thing. You giggle a little bit, you see some fucking the curtains dance, right? superficial.
It's
Cool.
it's the only thing I've actually wanted to do.
So then the next stage is we do a little bit more, and then you're like, oh shit, man, everything is way funnier. Like, oh fuck, man. And when I went over here to pour myself a fucking drink, man, I had a whole conversation with I swear I was over there for an hour and a half. It was like 3 minutes, right?
Do you get more talkative or less talkative when you're
It
on?
depends on you. It
No,
depends
you.
on you.
And you.
It depends
Well,
on you.
remember me, I do it solo and I meditate the whole time.
Okay. So
And it
I'm
depends
not
on
a
what I'm
social.
doing.
I don't get social
Yeah.
with that
And
stuff.
what
So
about you?
if I do a small amount, and
Yeah,
I'm
small
doing
is different.
If I'm doing a small amount, for me, small amount is way different. So for me, a small amount is an eighth.
okay.
For 3.5 grams. For a lot of people, that's a lot of mushrooms.
I have
for
trouble
I
when-
do
when I
3.5
have
grams and I
shutdown
hang out with
moments.
people at a concert.
When I have shutdown and introspect moments, I get
But we'll gear up to that is what I'm
ragingly
getting
mad at
We'll gear
people
up to it,
interrupting
dude.
it.
We're gonna
Yeah,
gear
So
up
that's
to
why
it,
I'm
dude.
wondering.
No, we're gonna
Like I
gear
said,
up to it,
right.
and you're gonna find your decisions and your balances and your dosage, and none of us, dude. I've been doing mushrooms for 25 fucking years, dude, and I am an absolute expert at this, and I will still tell you, you're the only one who's gonna decide as we ramp up what your dosage is gonna be. Like for me, and apparently Jeremy now. 6-7 grams. Like we're trying to talk to God, bro. Like we're going.
I wanna
hard.
talk to God.
We're going hard. You can't. Do
I need
that
a
your first time.
reconnection.
You can't do that your first time. You
You're
have to
a liar.
ramp up to that. No,
I'm
it's-
gonna
it's
do
a-
it.
No, that would be irresponsible.
I'm going to do it.
There's no way I'm giving him 7 grams his first time.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No way.
Especially like I don't know what's your background on like going to therapy or any of that kind
Nope.
of stuff.
Nope.
Because if you don't have any background there, I definitely would not.
The most I would ever
Jump
give
into-
him his first time is a half an eighth.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
1.75
I'm
grams.
just joking,
is
but
what I'm giving
I
him.
do want I yearn for a reconnection to
Yeah, well,
to-
and we'll just
to
ramp up
a
to
God,
it.
and I don't
We'll
give
just
a
ramp up
shit
to
which
it, man.
one.
And we'll ramp up to it, and you'll figure it out. And we'll always do it in a place where you're in control and you're at comfort at
Yeah.
your place on your farm.
Yeah.
And that's the number one thing. What I tell people as new people, you have to be in a place where you're 100% safe and
Yep.
comfortable.
Yep.
You have to have all your creature comforts, right? So I'm addicted
So my
to
brother-
chocolate. I'm addicted to chocolate, bro. So I better have some Hershey's Kisses or some fucking Hershey's Squares with almonds in them or something,
Yeah.
right? I also love fruit, so I better have
Almonds.
some grapes, some oranges, some apples. I better have something with citrus.
You want to
in
have
it.
a really good
like all my
you
creature
have
comforts.
nutrition you need at the end.
All
too.
my creature comforts is what it is for me, right? And then I have to be in a place where I'm 100% safe and control. So
Yeah.
it's always at my house. I'm not doing mushrooms at your place, dude. I'm not doing it. Because guess what? I'm not in control at your house. At any time, you could kick me out because you think I'm being weird.
Never.
So I'm never doing that, right? So that's all it takes, man, is just understanding,
Unless your dick comes out.
controlling the variables, and then as long as you feel safe, meaning you're at your own home
Yeah.
with people you love and
Right.
trust,
Right.
and
who
then-
are leaving you alone.
My
too.
brother and wife-ish.
or willing to
Yeah.
hold you.
Yeah, but like not.
Right.
They're not like going. Hey JP, next week we got to go fishing, or we got to repair
yeah,
the
yeah,
barn.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
no, like this is like I don't know. This
No,
is-
you're right.
This,
You're right.
To
You're
me,
right.
this
You're
is
right.
therapy, right?
You're right.
And so
you're right.
Like I even go from when I do those things. The other thing
It's
I
the only
do,
kind of therapy I've ever looked forward to is that.
So
not-
the
not
other
what-
the other thing that I've learned, and again, it's different for everybody, right? But what I've learned
But
is
if I
like,
came to your house, I would do the same amount as you, just so you know.
yeah. A big thing that I also do when I do those again, because I only do it like once or twice a year, right?
Yeah.
I
And
gotta
it's
piss. Keep
whatever.
going.
But I clean my whole house first. I make
So
sure
you feel-
I make sure all my
You're
I make
a clean
sure
freak.
everything. Well, I just make sure that everything that I don't have anything I have to do, right?
Oh, the
And
peace
so-
of mind.
And so then when I come out of it, I know that I'm walking out into a clean house.
Yeah. So
Everything's
smart.
nice and everything. And then I also prepare and I get myself a steak and a salad
Oh,
and all
yeah.
that shit. And then because you do it fasted, so you're fucking hungry by the time this is done. And then you fuel your body and your mind now with something good, right? A good fucking steak, a fucking potato with some good, complex carbs there, a salad, and then man, the rest of your night you're a new man for a while,
Nice.
But again, I can only speak, I guess, from my experience. But that's again because of the way I do it. I
Right.
know people who do it kind of just for fun with friends and stuff. That's
Yeah.
a different thing,
Yeah.
you know.
I would have to. I think I would have to have my brother there, because I've never between Angie and Jordan, I've never felt more comfortable around somebody.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that scared the fuck out
That
of me.
would be good
Look
because-
right down there, there was something moving. There's some. Did you see it? Oh, it's over there now. It's over there.
Oh, it's a dog.
There was something moving by my feet.
But yeah, dude. But at the same time, like I said, I don't want to preach because it's like everybody's a little different, right? But I'm always wowed when people are just like, oh yeah, I did like 5 grams at a party. It's like, why the fuck would you waste this like life-changing experience?
Yeah,
At a party.
I wouldn't do that. I've had the opportunity, and for many reasons. One, because the fire department and being a government employee and all that kind of stuff.
By the way, they can't test for it. They have to do a spinal tap.
Either way.
Well, it's even
just
not
my
a spinal
own
tap. That's
integrity.
actually only LSD that actually shows
Oh,
up
it's
in
really
a spinal
not?
tap.
I thought
From
it-
what I've heard,
that's my own integrity. Like I just
No,
never
but at the
wanted
end of the day, here's
to
the simple
do
thing,
anything
dude.
like that.
It's getting way too wild already. Here's the simple thing: we give you a very small amount, like a half an eighth, and it honestly, man, you just feel a little drunk, dude. You feel a little drunk. You see a little things vibrate. Maybe you're like, hey, man, maybe I need to work on my lawnmower. I've been neglecting my car. And you're like, wait a minute, why am I thinking about my lawnmower and my car at the same time?
I've heard about
No,
sex.
but
on
hear
it.
me out. But hear me out. It's such a simple when we low dose you,
Yeah.
not microdose. When we low dose
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
it's such a subtle and you're like, I was thinking about my lawnmower and now I'm thinking about my car, but wait a minute, why am I thinking about my plumbing in my house? Like it starts connecting weird things and you're just confused, but you're also kind of giggly and you're having a great time. It's simple. And then if that didn't fuck your world up, we're like, okay, next time we'll give you a whole eighth, which is 3.5 grams, which for a lot of people is a lot of mushrooms, right? But you're a man.
Yeah.
You're a real man. You're a grown man. You got a high metabolism. You're not a 5'3" woman.
And I can
Right?
handle angst.
So then at that point in time, you're still doing it around people, and you're like, all right, I'm giggling, we're having fun. But also, when people stop talking, I start thinking about the fact that my left calf has really been bothering me. Maybe I have a fucking knee problem that I've been neglecting. And then you start thinking about it, and you start like stretching, and you're like, holy fucking shit, I have a lower back problem. And like, you start ignoring the entire party. Right? You're just like off in your own world, just chilling, having a great fucking, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I don't stretch the left side of my body enough. Like you start like feeling a synergy that can't be explained.
Don't ever use that word again.
No, I'm serious though. It matters. It matters.
You know
that
why.
word that
You're
word
in
matters.
that industry.
Because it's like I'm really not in that
I know,
industry.
I know.
I work in a factory. I run a machine.
Fucking people and their synergies.
I run CNC shit, but there's a synergy where suddenly your body and your
God damn
mind
it.
become one thing, and you're like, oh fuck, dude, like I need to do this stretch, and no one's taught you that stretch. No one showed you that you have this problem with this part of your fucking shoulder or whatever, right? And you start figuring these things out. Then you go to a fucking. Then you
Hero
go
dose.
to then you go to what I love, what I call not a hero dose, I call a perfect dose, which is 5 grams.
Oh yeah.
Which is like, oh, dude, I'm fucking tripping super hard, but I'm also like completely here with everybody, right? So when I want to get out of my bullshit, I can like hang out with everybody, and I'm tripping balls. But when I like decide to walk off and go smoke a cigar or whatever,
Yeah.
I can fucking, dude, I could be gone for like 8 minutes, and I felt like I was gone for 2.5 hours, right? Like wild shit.
Well, I'm looking forward
And
to
then
it
the next
someday.
step is like
and
7
honestly,
grams.
I wouldn't think about anybody else, but
That's where Jeremy
y'all.
and I are at.
And
I'm so proud of you for getting up to the 6, 7 grand. Dude, the balls it
Well,
takes.
like I said, that's only like once or twice. I only do it once or twice a
That's
year.
what I do. That's what I
Yeah.
do. I only do mushrooms once or twice a year. Except I did a fucking 8th at the fucking Coheed concert. And by the way, guys, everybody listening to me, if you have
There's 0.
yeah,
They're like,
worry about
motherfuckers,
it."
this is 5.5 hours.
if you have a chance,
Is it really?
It's 11:30 almost.
Oh,
if you have a chance to go to St. Cloud and do the amphitheater,
Yeah.
it's technically Waite Park.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I saw Coheed and Cambria and Primus in an outdoor amphitheater on an 8th of mushrooms.
Nice.
It was the greatest concert I've ever seen in my life, dude. The sound was incredible. So it's a weird venue because certain bands are too big to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Certain bands aren't big enough to get there. But if you can get your band at that venue, go out of your way to go see a venue or show at that place. Dude, I'm telling you. Like the fact that I got Coheed at that
Yeah,
spot
especially. I mean, that's
at
like your
Sunset,
fucking jam, dude.
dude,
Coheed.
on mushrooms at Sunset, dude, it was magic. It was literally magic. So whatever your band is, maybe it's
that
In
would probably be
Flames.
it would probably be Sleep Token for something like
Sleep
that.
Token, In Flames, you know,
Yeah.
like just some weird band that like
It would
isn't
definitely
doing.
be. It would definitely be Sleep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Though, like whatever band it might be.
Just for me, because of, like that. That's what their music does for me. You know what I mean? Like it already almost.
And are they realistic to get into a weird mid-level venue like that? You
I
know
suppose,
what I
yeah,
mean?
that's true. I suppose now
That's what I'm getting
They
at.
would have been when they
A year ago.
Yeah,
right?
now it'll be.
Now they're too big.
They're too big.
That's what
I'm
I keep
so
trying
glad
to-
I saw them at least
Yeah.
before they. Because now it'll be. I'm sure it'll be big, cool production, but it won't be like that same. I don't know,
sounds
there was just
incredible,
a thing,
dude.
man. There was a thing. But anyways, yeah, dude.
I think it's the closest thing
Coheed
to
is
like,
fucking. You got me into them. They're fucking.
dude. I got to take you to a Coheed concert.
They're fucking. I dig it, man. How he
Dude.
fucking sings that shit while playing fucking those riffs with
Bro,
it.
bro.
Oh my god.
Here's what I want to do. You and me and Kevin Sullivan. You remember Kevin Sullivan?
Does he live in L.A. now? Right? No.
No, that's my bass player from the Tyrants. He's here.
Why do
He
I
used
not
to have a
fucking-
big ass fro. My goofy best friend.
I probably. He's.
You
You
definitely
know how I am when I see people, then I'm like, oh yeah, that motherfucker. I'm shitty with names, dude.
But the three of us, let's go to Coheed next time they come through town. But we're all doing mushrooms.
I'd have to do the lower.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
3 grams.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like a solid 3 grams,
Yeah.
dude. We'll have some good times, dude. My favorite
God, I hope
part
my
is
boss isn't watching.
I
this.
still buy drinks. By the time it happens, it's gonna be legal, baby. But I still buy drinks. But my favorite part is I'd be spilling them. You know, so everybody's like, "Oh, Jared, you're so drunk," and I'm like, "I barely took 2 sips." Jokes on you, motherfuckers.
Dude, what's your longest podcast?
This is not close.
Okay.
No, it's like 6.5 hours,
Jesus.
dude. I early people got egos, right?
Yeah.
And so we immediately looked at Joe Rogan's longest podcast
Yeah,
and
true.
immediately tried to outdo it, and we definitely did it right away.
Now you gotta outdo. Who was it? Fucking Lex Friedman had Elon Musk on.
No, dude, this was a great podcast.
Oh yeah,
dude.
but he had. Did you see? I didn't see it because the Elon Musk Lex Friedman one was over 8 hours. 8 fucking hours of Lex Friedman.
Is it really?
Lex Friedman and Elon Musk. Can you
That's
imagine,
super cool.
Imagine listening to those two talk for 8 hours. Like
That's
where
wild,
the
dude.
I haven't watched it, but like I hope
I don't remember an 8-hour.
it's recent.
They must
it
have.
was like a
they
month
must
ago.
have shortened it. They must have shortened it or something,
Yeah, it's fucking-
or cut it into parts or something. Because I don't remember that, dude.
Yeah, dude. Here, I'll show you, man.
Because that's a solid work day for me.
Dude, it's wild, man.
You know what I mean? Like I would listen to that while working for an entire day.
Let's see. Where
That's
this
so
is
crazy.
last.
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
No, I know, but I want to make sure that I'm not remembering it.
dude. But let's
incorrectly.
do mushrooms and go to the next Coheed concert, dude. Let's do that.
Let's do. Yes. Here we go. Lex Friedman, Elon Musk. Holy shit, you're right, dude. They did chop it down. Here we go. They did a short version and then they did the long 8.5
Okay.
hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why haven't I? Okay, but no, you're still right.
But look at that, dude. 8 hours, 37 minutes.
That's insane. That's a work day.
He did the world a solid, though, and he time-stamped the stuff.
That's
you
a work
could
day,
see all the
dude.
timestamps along the...
That's a fucking work day, dude.
That's insane, dude.
8.5 hours on one podcast.
Who's that?
Yeah, Lex Friedman, Elon Musk.
Well, Jeremy, I love you. JP, I
I'm
love
sorry
you.
I had to
I have
fucking-
so
No,
much.
dude,
I have
Pete.
so much respect and love for you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out.
Fuck
with
yeah,
me
dude.
tonight,
Thanks
man.
for- this
was an absolute blast.
This was fucking... I'm not gonna lie, you know how I am, because since I've become reclusive, anytime I go do something like, I don't want to fucking do this, and within like 10 minutes, I was like, man, I'm fucking glad we did this.
No, dude, it's so much fun hanging out with you boys, and that's why I wanted to do it, the three of us again.
Yeah,
'cause
hell yeah,
we've
dude.
only done this once before. And
Twice.
Well, the three of us, I think it was only once.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah.
Why?
You were on
bet-
by yourself
Yep.
once.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
What the fuck did I even talk about?
You and I-
Being a Mason and a not a Nazi,
Yeah.
sorry, a Satanist.
Yeah, and we drank Bloody Marys. You brought me the greatest Bloody Mary
Yeah,
I've ever
you-
had in my life.
That's. I don't even remember that.
Oh,
I watched it
remember
from the comfort of my home.
It ruined your political career.
Yeah, I jerked
No, it
off a
didn't.
lot.
It got me a second term. It got me a second term. Yeah, a second term that I didn't even want. You know,
He was trying to get out of it, and
Yeah.
just when I try to get out of it,
We're
Yeah.
changing the world one parsec
the
at
person,
a time.
the person who got me, who said, "Why don't you run then? If you could do so much better." The same person stood in front of my house when I said I'm not running again after 4 years, and said, "What are you doing?" When I was getting rid of my signs out of the attic, and I was going to give them to somebody to overlay. So that way they didn't have to pay. They just had to pay for the sticker to overlay on my signs, their own campaign. "You're not a man of your word," they said. And I thought you said you weren't going to run. And I said I wasn't. And so that was the last day that you could pay the $10 to go ahead and run again. I ran again because of that.
Well, listen, man. Here's what we're gonna do. I have 0 mushrooms in my possession, but I have access to all the mushrooms we need.
All right.
So we'll come up. Jeremy and I will come up. John Gensmer wants to
Down.
do some mushrooms too.
Come down.
Jeremy, John Gensmer wants to do some mushrooms too. So we'll come up to your
We could
place.
set up tents, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
we'll come up because, like,
It's a 100-year-old house. There's no place to sleep even for me.
my wife is
But-
cool as fuck, dude. Like, if she needs to get a hotel,
She saw
she'll
me.
get
She's
a
gonna
hotel.
see me and be like, "Yeah, you can go sleep with that
But,
guy."
but we'll come up because I'm gonna do some mushrooms and crash in a tent.
Down. You're gonna come down.
I'm gonna do some mushrooms and I'm crashing in a tent. That's all,
right.
I'm saying.
Let's do
Like,
it. I'll crash in the
he's gonna
tent.
dream about skiing
All right.
in between the both of us.
Nice. Yep.
Yep. Right between the butt cheeks.
Remember that joke from like junior high? We were camping and like, man, last night I had a dream someone was fucking jerking me off. Oh man, so did I.
I was skiing.
Weird. I had a
downhill.
dream I was skiing downhill.
No, you guys. I think that's perfect. I'll even set up tents. Don't even bring any. I'll set them up.
I am the mushroom master at this point. Okay, boys.
But it'd have to be after I'm out of the government.
Or does it?
Yeah. It
I
does.
mean, they don't really need to know, even
Well.
if we film it. It happened a long time ago.
If only there was a podcast
Yeah.
on the internet.
I mean, there's
That's
no
what I'm
way
saying.
they can prove it. You know, it's
That's
all,
one nice thing about this being so long. They'd have to sift through like 6
this,
hours.
and this is all entertainment. This is all faked.
We're
This
made
is
up
all
all this.
scripted.
Well,
This is all
the guy
scripted.
who tried ruining my career with your podcast sifted through the entire fucking podcast looking
what
for
they
the
don't
one
see-
thing that
and
he
the
didn't
reason-
like.
What a miserable
and the
I know.
existence.
And the
That's
reason
what I
he
told him.
failed, and
Yeah.
the reason he failed is because right here, right there, and right there, there's 3 green scripts that you can't see because it's green screen, and so this whole thing is scripted entertainment.
Yeah.
This is all made. This is WWE.
Yeah.
You guys, that's why you can't tax me for it.
I'm
That's
pissed
why
that
you
you
can't
left out me
prosecute
showing
me
my
for
This is
dick.
actually AI.
It's all made up. It's all made
My
up. It's
fingers
all
are
look
never
at
right.
It's AI.
I got your dog's
The weird
eyes.
fucking hand.
yeah. There's none of this is real. None of this happened. But
That's how
I'm-
we should leave it. Everything you just saw
is bullshit.
did not happen.
But I'm super honored that you guys were here
Hell yeah, dude.
for this thing that did not happen.
This thing that did not happen.
No, for real though, I love you guys. I have so much respect for you.
Fucking
guys.
love you, dude. Thank you for the
And
beautiful.
thanks for getting JB and I together because
Yeah, I can't believe it. I haven't seen him.
we talk every day, but I don't get together with my friends.
Well, let's
And
do it
this is the only
again.
person I talk to
6
him
months
more
from
than I
now,
talk to
man.
my own wife-ish. You know, isn't that crazy?
I
Because
blow
there's
you.
days
That is crazy.
I'm not gonna.
oh, way more.
I've blown you.
And I've only
7
blown you
times
once.
this year.
Good thing she's not watching this.
Oh, she's watching, buddy.
Oh shit, there is one person.
No, but seriously, thank you guys. Let's do this again in 6 months, man.
Let's do it,
Let's do this like a couple times a year, guys.
All right.
I love you guys,
dude. You know what we should do?
What? Mushrooms?
When we do the fucking thing, then we have a fucking podcast like afterwards.
Oh, yeah,
like a month
afterwards.
or whatever afterwards, and fucking talk about it.
Oh, that's genius.
Because it'll be his first
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, let's play
And
it.
my first experience too, and so same with
Yeah,
yours
yeah,
because
yeah,
of course
because no one's
this
ever
is
done
all
it.
made up and we've never done it
Yeah,
before.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Scripted. Love you guys.
It's all scripted.
Everything's in the description. All the fake stuff. We're playing in November at Skyway Theater. I don't have all the
All
details.
ages.
I don't know how to end this podcast anymore.
Just go bye.
Bye.
I don't know what that's from. Bye.